and welcome to the Wednesday edition of Runescape Weekly. Magebit here. We got a good show lined up for you today, and we're testing some stuff out on the live end. We're supposed to have Nightbot in the YouTube chat. I don't actually know if Nightbot has actually shown up, but we're gonna certainly see if we can find them. I'm gonna go into chat settings and see if I can see view active users here. I don't see Nightbot in there yet. This is chat from the past 5 minutes, so I don't know how easy it's gonna be to actually get this to function, and I won't spend too long trying to figure it out right now. But it would be nice to have Nightbot show up in the YouTube side of things. We're gonna mess around a little bit though and see if we can figure out how to make it work. If anyone has any experience with Nightbot via YouTube, let me know. Nightbot should work fine with Twitch, obviously, but it's in beta as far as working with YouTube, so I can't guarantee it's actually going to function, but we're supposed to be able to do like giveaways and do stream tips and stuff like that with it, so I'm still working out the kinks, if you will. So for instance, if I don't think the bot's actually here yet, but I'm going to type in chat and see if it actually comes up with any commands. Cyberkai got me all excited because it was just so quick after I typed. Yes, all moderators, please keep an eye on the rule. Mute on first and second, ban on third. So essentially you have 2 strikes. We're living in a post-3 strike world. We don't deserve 3 strikes anymore as far as I'm concerned. But yeah, Nightbot's probably not gonna work today. I'll have to read the help documentation. I was really hoping that it showed up. Because it says that it just shows up in chat after you've been live. And that doesn't necessarily seem to be what's happening. Anyway, let me unmute myself in Discord here. Let's get the actual show started. Booyah! How's everybody doing?
I'm doing alright there, Mage. How about yourself?
I'm doing alright. I'm actually replacing some graphics here because the screen's getting a little tight, and I'm using the ticker now for what portion of the show we're in. So for anyone who's wondering where the starting soon and pre-show graphics are going to go, they're going to be a thing of the past because this screen's getting a little crowded here. This is going to be cool. Now we are now in the pre-show.
First of all, I love what Hampshire does with your graphics there.
He's great. He's amazing. One new thing we do have today that will just function is we do have a live chat. You may see that on screen right now. From now on, if you're in Discord and you want to communicate with the chat, you will want to go to the live chat inside of Discord opposed to general. Unless you want to chat about not what's happening on the show, then you'll stay in live chat. So I mean, you'll stay in general chat. Hope that makes sense. But live for what's happening now, and general for if you just want to shoot the shit with your, fellow RuneScape Weekly listeners. So that way we can separate the 2 chats, and the live chat will get tossed up on screen here. And that will work with links and everything as well. So if you feel free to just post anything that's happening on the live show in the live room opposed to the general room. So I hope that makes things a little more. I
just noticed that. That's nice.
It's a little more convenient as far as getting all the because sometimes we occasionally we'll have people who will try to respond to the show in Discord opposed to either the YouTube chat or the Twitch chats. So I figured let me see if there's a way to do this, and there was a way to do this. Harley showing off some of our sweet emotes that we have. Awesome. So there is a way to do it. It's new and it's still in beta, but I got it to work. And it's functioning, so that's one thing that went right. So that's good. The rest of everything else that I seem to have installed, I can't test the so what happens if you go to tip.runic.com? Literally right now nothing, because I haven't even set up the subdomain yet. But when I do set up the subdomain, it should redirect to our stream tip page, and if that works properly, it should shout you out on stream if you donate to us live with a little microtransaction. Ooh, I'm using buzzwords here that people don't like.
Will it have one of those annoying tings that
it will not.
Those streamers have?
It will not. I made it silent, and okay. But it will come up on screen and say like whatever your name is, just donated, whatever.
You know what you should have? You should have the sound of a cash register or something when someone donates to you.
I mean, it's probably been done. That's for sure.
That'd be funny.
But yeah. So I'm gonna go in and register that subdomain right now because I totally forgot about it. But I just wanted to just make it a feature because every other streamer in the universe has it. I figured we should have it too. However, it's not easy to do with YouTube. It's super easy to do with Twitch, but with YouTube not so much. So we're gonna just kind of like test it out. Like I honestly don't. I will not know if it even works until somebody does it. So I actually want this to be on top. I'm making sure its graphic supersedes every other graphic at the very top there. I'm going to DX's quotes every time someone donates. That'd be great if you could have like a random set of sound bites and to pick from them. Stream tip's not that cool. Let's see if I already have a tip domain set up or not for Rune Week. Let's manage subdomains here. Link for use on Discord. Okay. Let's see here. T. Let me go to T here. I mean, I have so many subdomains that it's hard for me to tell when I've created a subdomain and when I haven't.
I think you're gonna need to start writing it down on a piece of paper like Pyrn does.
I have hundreds of them. Well, not hundreds, but I have like 50 subdomains right now. It's kind of annoying. Man. What am I doing? Why is my character hanging out in Catherby? Oh yeah, I was doing dailies, and then I apparently got sidetracked and went on my farming run, which is not ready to go on.
Have you tried that new event yet? That what is it? Throne of Mah, I think.
No, I'm saving it for a live stream that I was going to do yesterday, so I'll probably do it today if all goes well. Although I hear it's not exactly the most interesting,
entertaining.
Yeah, like it's not going to be great to watch, so I'll probably just show it off and then get the XP later. I hear it's good XP.
I got my no, it's terrible XP.
Really?
For
per hour though? I heard you could get like 800. I heard you could get like 800,000 in a single hour. Not true?
No, shocking. The 800k is over time. It's so much slower than everything else. So
that's a real shame.
I've got my 4 books, and I'll probably never go there again.
Integrations. Let me go into Stream Tip real quick and log in with my YouTube account. Log in. Maybe I have to log in. I don't know anything. Yes, allow offline access.
How about the rest of you guys on YouTube? Have you guys checked out the Throne of Mah yet?
Tipping page. There we go.
I think it's great that there's some.
It's good for
content, to be honest.
It's kind of silly that they added like an AFK mining thing. I guess it's good because it's under Living Rock Caverns. I guess that makes it okay.
Well, that's right. It's aimed for those between 65 and 75, so it's to get you up in there.
Yeah.
That's where it's aimed, and it's great for that. What I would have liked to have seen is it scale perhaps the XP to what your level is to make it. I can go down and earn my 800k worth, but sort of make it worthwhile because the drops of XP down there for a max player is just not quick enough.
Okay, that's good to know. Event is boring, but hey, there's Master Quest Cape rewards there. Gotcha. So
that's what I went for. The 4 pages, got those, and got out.
Fair enough. Okay.
That's crazy. The XP is so poor. The XP is so low.
Well, not really. If you look at the XP rates between 65 and 75, it's on par
for that specific level group. It's
exactly
good. For us, it's probably a waste of time. But for that level, it's good for them.
Yeah, I think they mentioned that last week.
Yeah, I was hoping that they would just give the XP rates kind of a boost if you were at 99, so you could kind of plow through it.
Well, that's what I thought. They might have sort of made it, adjust to your levels, but they didn't. So, I can sort of understand, but it really is for max player, and especially the problem is because there are Master Quest Cape requirements, which is going to mean sort of trimmed requirements and such. You do need to go down there, but the 4 pages I got in under an hour, so it's not that bad.
All right, so tip.runeweek.com now functions as far as a link. Our only real thing is, does it actually work? So If anyone, minimum tip is 50 cents. If anyone wants to give it a whirl and see if
someone just chuck $100 in there to see if it works.
I tried
to get it up and running.
I tried the tip. I tried the tip myself when I was testing it, but it won't let you tip yourself, unfortunately. And all of my accounts are set up with my PayPal account. They're all kind of linked together, so it's like, you already had, this is your account, you moron. And I'm like, I'm sorry. I just want, like, why is there no test button? Like, shouldn't there be, like, a test button in here somewhere? So I just know that, like, the alerts are functioning. Anyway,
hey, Pyrn, donate.
If anyone has any experience with Stream Tip, let me know. Maybe I'm just missing.
I'd never $1.50 to buy myself a coffee today, DX. So
anyway, so feel free to try it out. I'm curious to know if it functions. I wouldn't be surprised if it didn't. So
all right, let me try it. All right, I'm gonna try this.
Hang on a second. I want to make sure the Stream Tip alerter actually is open.
I'm just very thankful I've got
disconnected.
I have ambulance cover here in Australia because I had to call an ambulance at work for me yesterday.
Really? What happened?
Holy hell!
Don't know. I stood up, and next thing I know, I'm laying on the ground with two of the guys, sort of trying to pick me up and lean me against the wall.
You just passed out, huh?
About 15, 20 seconds. Yeah, don't even remember. So
wow,
just sort of got the, like a head rush type thing, and yeah, so that was interesting.
Blood pressure just shot down, huh?
Yeah, when I get all the checks, heart checks and all that, and make sure I didn't have a stroke and everything.
Sure.
I had low blood pressure. I thought maybe it was I got high blood pressure or something. No, apparently my blood pressure was pretty low. So anyway.
Yeah, that sounds like low blood pressure. All right, Stream Tip alerter is now online.
All right, here we go. I'm gonna try it now. We'll see what happens.
Just double check it's connected with. I'm just double checking that it's connected with Mutesy. 1 second. It's so like pathetically like hooked up between like 800 different things. Like it's so ghetto rigged. It's not even funny to make it work with YouTube. No idea if it even works with YouTube. All right, we're good there. The Stream Tip visual alerter, is that? Do I need to open that? I don't even. Oh, okay. This is for Windows. This is for OBS. Okay.
Yeah, just for record, guys. It's even though I'm donating 50 cents, it's costing me 68 cents.
Oh God, I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Here we go.
That's okay. 68 cents won't even get you a cup of coffee in Australia. So.
Won't get you a cup of coffee here either.
There you go.
Yeah, let's see if it works. Yeah, it works. It totally works. New tip, 50 cents from DXDLB, right on screen there. Give it like 30 seconds. It'll show up. So there you go. It does actually work. So if you want to be immortalized on our YouTube stream, that's the way to do it. Maybe we'll eventually get annoying and put like RuneScape sound effects and stuff, but for now, it's an early access. I didn't want to abuse the crap out of it. I'll slowly ease you into RuneScape Weekly microtransactions.
What you need to do is just get one of DX's I'm not a virgin coming up.
Oh, that's true.
Everyone they have.
Then everyone will love it. I would only do that with DX's permission. I feel like that's unfair. I can't make money off of DX without his permission. That would be unfair. Very good, though. Very good. Very good. Okay, so that's functioning. Thank you, DX. I appreciate you testing that out for me. That's good to know. Hopefully, in the future, that will... by the way, you can leave a message. That's one thing DX didn't... take advantage of.
Hang on, I did type a message. I said first, but it didn't come through.
I will look at that then. As to why that didn't work. Let me log in. So I'll figure that out. But let me. Oh my God, this is like okay. Let's see here. So if I go into Stream Tip alerter, let me go into the dashboard here. Okay, I can see your comment there. Perhaps I thought I enabled on-screen comments. I may not have, and I will look at that after the show so I don't turn this into a troubleshooting session.
Okay.
So good progress.
Just to let you know, Magebit, though, Sarah has given you permission to use DX's voice, and she has a hammer, so he won't disagree.
Oh, I see. Right,
that's an in-joke for those of us who were up earlier. You can look back in chat about that, but Sarah with a hammer is a dangerous combination.
Apparently, I wasn't awake for that.
No, you weren't.
All right, so there's a bunch of stuff on Reddit that I just haven't. I was looking at it the other night, but I was too lazy to actually put into the show notes. But it looks like we got a good chunk of stuff already here, which is nice. So we're obviously going to start today's show off with the TLDW. That's the.
Hey, Pyrn, you did your patch notes, didn't you? Your video.
Yep, sure did.
Yeah, we'll do that as well. Why?
I did it the next day as well, so I was able to include the fire update as well.
For whatever reason. Yep.
I find it funny that like every single co-host who watched the QA thought for like 5 seconds that Shawnee said Runescape Weekly. Although some of us thought it longer than that, but
It was only the first time he
didn't
said it,
hear
and
it.
then I looked at it, and then the second time he said it, you heard Wiki. But the first time it did sound weekly.
yeah.
And I thought he said
At best, it was Wiki.
Yeah, Wiki is what it was. But that's why I thought I flipped because I heard the week and I thought, oh, hang on. And then he said the Wiki again. I said, oh, okay, that's what?
Hey, next time, Mod Sean, if you're gonna say RuneScape Weekly, okay?
But
Don't
did you
make me
hear-
make a fool of myself again.
You
I
just
mean,
do that by
I don't think
yourself
anybody can
anytime.
help you not make it for yourself.
Thanks, Pone.
They also had that. They gave the link to the fan sites. We should try and get RuneScape Weekly up on that.
We've tried that before, so
Yes.
good
I
luck.
have you. Okay.
They just never responded to us.
Okay, fair
But
enough.
You can try.
But then again, at the time, Mage, you didn't have RuneScape mods on there. You know, Jagex mods on the show
That's
at
true.
the time. So maybe you're starting to get a bit of exposure out there. Maybe they will know this time around.
If we get it official and we get them on there once a month, we have we'll have a modcast once a month.
Oh,
I'm down.
Yes, Modcast. I love it.
I mean, good luck. I'm down. That sounds
And I'm going
pretty
to
cool.
copyright. I'm going to copyright that name too, so no one can steal
That's a good idea.
it.
We'll sell it to some like car podcast later down the road. All right, I'm making today's Magebucks code because I forgot about that. I got so wrapped up in does the stream tip work. All right.
Can I make the modcard the Magebucks code this week?
No,
Well, you don't trust me.
the Magebucks code is automatically generated. It will be EOD today for 500 Magebucks with the same expiration as always, end of the month. And there we go. I'm wondering if redirecting that to magebit.tv is the worst. Wiki, weak knees, same thing. Yeah. Well, you know, give DX a break, I suppose, on that one. Although
Thanks, Sora.
he
I
did,
appreciate that.
he did make us look like raving fanboy lunatics. But
It's okay. The only thing is, at least to come out under his account and not anyone else's.
that's true. You'll notice I did not respond in any way, shape, or form to the tweet as the official channel. In
I
order,
probably won't
have
find the tweet anymore because I deleted it.
that's good. That's good.
You'll have
Smart
Mod-
idea.
You'll have Mod Osborne next week talking about DX Thelb tweeting out weird stuff.
Oh my god. Nah, they're not gonna. He's not gonna call me DX Dolb anymore.
Can I get a link to the patch notes video, Pyrn, or anyone who maybe
you're on it?
has that
Thanks,
at their disposal? That would be.
I
that'd be
think it's
helpful.
about 6.5 minutes in. If you want to skip the front part.
All right, I got his link. All right, where do you want it, Mage?
in the topics page.
Yeah, I figured that part. All right, here you go.
Just toss it in there. Anyway.
Da-da-da.
Thank you. All right, daily poll. Make that a little more understandable. Alrighty.
Wiki, yeah.
Alright.
Everyone's gonna rip me for that now.
Yep. Finally, DX is 2-0. I'm only 1-0, so everyone, by default, you just.
DX is what? 22-0, did
He's-
you say?
I
No,
didn't,
2-0,
but
not 22-0.
but I'll go with that. It's probably more accurate. Pyrn's patch notes. So you're saying you want to do do you want to skip past the update? Is that what you're saying?
Well, yeah, because we'll probably be talking about that in game anyway. So if you just want to do the patch notes section, I think it's about 6 minutes in.
Alrighty.
I just covered that, and because I've got the video footage and such of it in there, so it just might be easier. Just do the patch notes, and if anyone is interested in the other stuff, they can go back and watch it.
Yeah, we'll briefly talk about the Children of Mah Pre-Release before the patch notes, and we'll skip ahead, because there's not a whole hell of a lot to say. I personally have not even been. Yeah, and apparently this article goes nowhere. Cool.
I also covered the next day, which is the End of the Fire update.
Ah, cool. Cool. So what do you think about this promotion that's currently going on that's 14 days long?
Excellent, because you only need 9,000 points, so surely there cannot be any complaints about it this time.
No, there isn't. There's actually a lot of positive stuff.
Yeah, and I put on some of those things I put in there.
People, I'm trying my hardest to not make certain types of things where people seem to brainwash themselves every so often, but people do this constantly. Like, oh, this promotion is great. Jagex has finally taken our advice and released a sane promotion. No, you idiots! They release a normal promotion after like 3 or 4 horrible promotions, so you'll say that shit, and then in a month they're gonna do the same thing again. Because that's what they do. But like that's exactly what we've been through for the past 6 months. How does nobody see this? It's so stupid.
To give it to them, though, they are now going to start releasing the Elite outfits into the game, and the first lot do come this Monday, so at least they have listened to the community on that side of things and they're starting.
You're completely ignoring the cycle, though. Like, people are so cognitively dissident to the cycle of the fact that, they've listened to our pleas. Here, they're finally releasing acceptable... No, there are acceptable promos out there. They're just few and far between.
That's right. You got it wrong. They do one bad one, 4 or 5, and then they do one highness one. That's really bad.
They do a couple that are like extremely bad, and then they pepper them with some ones that are still not okay, and then they put a one that's completely completable in game, like ridiculously completable in game. So and then I guarantee you in December will come another ridiculously egregious promo, and hold me to that, because if I'm wrong, then I deserve to be called out.
No, that's okay. But I mean, Mod Shawnee even addressed this himself. He called them out on it in the Big Questions thing, and he said to them, we're getting a lot of good responses about this. This is much better type thing. And they said yes, they want to try and look at that a bit closer. I mean, whether they do it or not, but look at it closer.
Yeah, so, I'm going to be watching it. That's for sure. I mean, that's what we do. We're essentially watchers.
Also, I feel like part of the reason this event isn't so bad, there's like no treasure hunter ties to it, right?
Really? Yeah. No, it's complete. It's a rune coin based one. Yeah.
Not necessarily, guys. If you actually go to the RuneScape website and actually click on this event, it actually registers under the title Treasure Hunter. And if you click on it, Celebration of Fire Finale, which is the main thing on the page. Have a look where it's got the date, right? 8th of November 2016. And next to it, it says Treasure Hunter. So it says that next to it.
Yeah.
Okay, now go ahead, Pyrn.
It is part of the whole Treasure Hunter promotion for the fire thing, but this actual part of the event is not related in that you're not winning things off Treasure Hunter.
This is completely
them in game.
Yeah, this is completely separate from Treasure Hunter, and the only way to unlock everything is to either play it in game or buy rune coins and unlock it via rune coins. It is related to the Celebration of Fire Treasure Hunter event, yes, but it actually has its own news article that's just called Celebration of Fire Finale Fallen Nile, and it doesn't mention Treasure Hunter at all. Which is nice, because this is this is nice. This is a nice hybrid of the two, where it's like, it requires you to pay some sort of microtransaction, but it's not a bullshit like pay to win. I have to get lucky or buy a buttload of keys. There's a set amount of rune coins you can spend to finish the event. I actually believe the entire event is like 2 or 3 bonds, if I remember correctly. You can just finish the event like immediately if you just go buy like 2 or 3 bonds. It's either, I can't remember if it's 2 or 3, but it's one of those. And honestly, 3 bonds to complete the event. If you're into these type of cosmetics, I think it's completely worth it. 3 bonds for this cosmetic, in my opinion, is a good value. Plus, you get all the other stuff in between. I think there's some XP and stuff. Well, we can cover it in detail if you want to on the show. I can make it a news article.
No, we'll talk about it.
All right, I'll put it in there then, just because
should.
this is treasure hunter done, or this is just microtransactions done right, is what I'll call this.
I am definitely joining. I've gotten like 3 fire making levels already.
Nice, very nice. All right, let's see here. I'll put this under. Where do I want to put this?
Does anyone know if the wealth helps with your pet drop?
I don't think it does.
No,
I don't think it does, but I'm going to wear one anyway.
Unless the pet drop is included in the rare drop table, then no.
No, it's not. But I am going to wear one anyway, just because, make myself feel better just in case. Hello, Sora, who is thieving down here with me.
I heard, Pyrn, that if you stand on 1 foot while playing, it helps with your pet drop.
Okay,
chance.
beautiful. I'm getting up. Hang on. I have done over 20 million thieving XP so far and still haven't got my pet, so...
If you stick one thumb up your asshole after each, right at the end, right before each kill, it also increases your luck by about 5%.
Yeah, no, that ain't ever going to happen. I'd rather never have a pet, thank you. Nothing's going near there. I don't even go to the doctor.
It doesn't. Yeah, no, it definitely doesn't. I was just double checking Restream for a second there because I was wondering what's going on with.
Mate, were you checking to try and get the pet mage by sticking a thumb up your ass?
Do that every time I do that every time I kill next. Still no drop. Well, that's when you start getting the drop. That's when you need to call the doctor. I mean, to be honest with you. All right, MTX Done Right. This is Jagex needs to be stricter about certain. Yes.
Okay, Sora says confirmed it doesn't. Okay, Sora, we'll take your advice.
No, I knew it didn't. That was just something.
Okay, Jagex needs to be more strict on harassment. It's amazing what they would mute you for back in the day and like what you can get away with today. It's like super kind of crazy, just the differences between the two. I'm not taking a stance.
Whatever happened
at the moment, but yeah.
Remember when we were trying to get the prestige system in, and Mod Osborne dropped the leveling up pets and NPCs and things?
That got dropped. Yeah.
Yeah, but wouldn't it be great if you got the skilling pet? Once you hit 200 mil, so you're maxed out, then your pet can start leveling.
That would be cool. Yeah, that was one of the ideas, wasn't it? It was like once you were
once you hit 99, you could just start.
You could redirect the XP.
Yeah, but I would rather see it once you hit 200 mil, so you can't gain any more XP, but still to keep your interest in those, especially for people who love a skill so much. Imagine getting 200 mil yourself and then 200 mil on a pet in a skill.
That'd be.
I mean, that's dedicated to a skill.
I think the problem with that would be how few people would actually see the content.
I mean, you're not wrong for sure. The majority of the community would never get there. And you say content, I don't know how much content would actually be there. I think it would be more of a prestige,
cosmetic as
right?
well.
Like
yeah,
it's
that's
just,
right.
You're just kind of being overly repetitive about the game at that point, which is just kind of how people like to play RuneScape, it seems. I'm not against a prestige system, but I would not participate in a prestige system unless there were rewards, and I think putting rewards into a prestige system is probably not the healthiest thing for the game's current, like where it currently resides in its lifespan. But
I would also imagine they did things like your Mojo Monkey turned into a gorilla, or your Herbisaur turned into,
you're talking about Pokemon Evolution in RuneScape? Because I'm down.
What's that?
I want my pets to evolve, especially after battling them with other pets.
No, after battles when they level up. So you have something when it hits 99, something when it hits 120, and then something when it hits 200 mil.
Why is this post called Pyrn 9/11/2016?
What's that?
Oh, is that just when you found? Okay, I forgot you're Australian. Okay, so this post is from today. That's what? Okay.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
These are your posts from today.
Show topics, yeah.
Gotcha.
Sorry.
Scared the crap out of me then when you said
I wasn't sure what was what was on up above, so I just put
That's fine. No, that's perfectly fine.
So I know. Yeah, I forget about that you're the back of the front.
Yeah, it confused me for a second because I'm not awake yet, and then I realized, oh yeah, the rest of the world. Let's see here. We got the PSAs. I'll stick those in there soon. Would you be interested in changing the amount of dailies? We have this straw poll like 8 times, so I'm gonna delete that. It seems we all found that one.
Yeah,
It's a good straw poll. We'll definitely talk about it. And now's the fun part. Now I get to go through these posts. So bear with me. Let me close off some of this stuff. There's plenty more on Reddit, but I'm just going to leave it there, and I'll dig for it for Friday, because it looks like we got a good amount. Granted, most of these posts from Pyrn here are good, then we're probably good to go, and we'll get this show started pretty shortly here.
there was a lot of different hate about the Livid Farm stuff, too.
Are you kidding? I loved it.
Yeah, I'm glad. I don't give 2 shits when anyone thinks about that. I'm happy.
I don't. Yeah, it doesn't. I'm one who completed it before we had double point XPs, before we had the enhancers from Priftinus. I got it all done before then. It's like, I don't care. I completed that stuff then. What I would rather, and people going, oh, I want refunds on time. I want this. As I said, I would rather see them introduce content. And obviously, we'll talk about that if we put one of those posts in there.
I have a pressing question for the audience. Do we have any English-speaking Canadians in the audience? I'd be curious to know if the English side of Canada does its dates like America, or if it does it like the UK. Somebody let me know.
Only America does it that way.
Is it literally? Is it literally only America?
Literally only America now. Yeah.
What is wrong with us?
Canada does it. They use metric as well. They use.
I know they use metric,
and they use it's day, month, year. I mean, I don't know why you would go month, day, year.
Because you forget what month you're in.
Yes, and that's exactly right, Sarah. That is what my point on that is, and I actually posted on one of I made a reply on one of the posts there about that. Introducing some new content for those points to be spent on.
Don't you see though, Pyrn? The thing is that Jagex should never change the game, and we should still be playing RuneScape Classic.
Exactly. That's the real problem. Is the fact that RuneScape ever did anything with it? Those monsters.
Please roll back to Devious Mud.
Oh, I found a video the other day that was like, I think it was posted on Reddit where it was like Devious Mud like development diaries. It was interesting. But also, holy crap, July posted an amazing, or June? Sorry. One of the summer months is his RuneScape name. Posted an awesome video from his he calls it his English, not his first language. He calls it his book documentary. So whatever it's a historical take on RuneScape, and he interviews like so many people, and it's amazing. And he's starting to put it. I don't know if he's putting the whole thing into video form, but he's begun to put it into like a narrative, and it's amazing. It's really good. I mean, he's not the best spoken individual. He's definitely not a radio personality, but the information is so captivating, at least for someone like myself, that it didn't even matter. And I was just like, really, I plan on watching about 15 minutes of it. It's like 40-something minutes long. I watched the entire thing. I couldn't take my eyes away, just because the nostalgia was so intense for me, because it's like, it literally helped me figure out when I created my account. It helped me determine, because when I created my account, the wilderness did not exist, but fishing had just come into the game. So I was able to use that video on that timeline and figure out my account was created somewhere between June and July of 2001. So that is my official time frame window. I couldn't have come into the game before that because fishing was just released, and I couldn't have come into the game after that because there was no wilderness yet. So that's how I was able to determine my account date. So thank you very much to, I think his name is July, but it could be June. I forget.
You would have been happy with one of the announcements about the 15-year cape they made on the stream.
Oh, really? I watched the stream, and I don't remember, so please tell me.
I think I was at the end, wasn't it?
Towards the end.
I may have cut out at the last 15 minutes or so. So what's the news? Or should we wait? Should I wait?
No, wait. Well, we can talk about it in the game. So for people,
might actually be in the TLDW.
It could be in the TLDW. Yep.
All right, I'm just going through these last posts here, and then we can get the show.
And just back to Sora, yeah. I mean, when I store files, I always go year, month, days, so it puts them in a proper order for me. I love that format best, but yeah.
I usually sort my stuff out by day, month, year, but you know, if you're filing, then that's probably a better idea the way you're doing it, Pyrn.
Because that way it'll always keep them in order.
Yes. My cousin can't speak in game.
There's a response from Mod SteveW.
I see that. Yes, we will definitely. Livid, free fun. These are all good. I want to put. All right, should I put the leaving with a bang last, or what should I put last here?
Leaving with a bang is quite funny. The Vindicta RNG conspiracy theory wasn't bad either.
Okay, I'll put that one closer to the end. Then tell me which ones are the most funny, so they can be closest to the end.
Well, those two are probably a good one. The Slayer task profitability can go on top. That's by Mod. That's Mod.
Which one?
The Slayer task profitability by Mod Shogun. That can go up near the top. That's sort of a normal one.
Oh yes, thank you.
Yep.
Oh yeah, I saw that post on Reddit, and everyone in the comments was immediately suspicious.
Freaking,
he was trying to nerf It's like, why? So you can nerf them?
Yeah. First comment was, "So you can nerf them? F off." Was the very first comment.
And there's your PVM community right there for you.
Yep.
Oh, that was really funny. Okay, all right, I'll put that one near the top. All right, I'm just going to go ahead and take these as is and toss them right in.
Yeah.
And we'll see what happens.
Gold Sync Stats, again, is a fairly dry one that can go up near the top.
Gold Sync Stats, okay. Cool. Gold Sync Stats, I'll put that under Boss Stats. Why not? Keep the stats together. Let me lose my voice. The official date-time format is dictated by the International Organization for Standardization. I really hope that's not their name. Like, I know government organizations can be quite redundant.
I hope it is. I hope
Imagine that for a typo. I'm gonna check this out.
I was like, I know how redundant bureaucracy can be, but for God's sakes, that's a little much.
No, you got a partially wrong there, Zenel. It's the what is it? What's from that particular?
He leaves the wiki article right there, so you can you can just open up ISO 8601. But
dates and elements, interchange formats, information interchange. Yeah,
I'm not gonna read this. Okay.
My head's gonna explode if I look at this any further.
And I'll put the PSAs in, and bam. I think we're pretty much ready to go. If you want to feel free to open your links, you can do that. And I'm going to begin dumping this nonsense into the YouTube description. So if you are watching via YouTube, you can get your show notes live right now. And now I'm going to open some links. And then we can put the ticker together, and then we can get the show on the road. So we're almost there. Settle down. Settle down, children. Oh, that link was too short to go with my fancy techniques here. We got a lot of topics today.
Technique.
I hope you're prepared. We started early so we could start on time. How about that?
Sounds good.
All right. Topics are open. Everything should be chatified and whatnot. I'm getting a yellow signal on YouTube. It doesn't like my bit rate, but I'm not gonna stop the stream and up it right now, so hopefully everything looks fine. Okay. It's not an Elite show, so it is the 9th. We were supposed to have an Elite best of today, but
all right, man. Stuffed up again.
No, I've given up. I've given up on him. I passed it along to somebody else who's now dropped the ball. It appears. You only get one chance. So we'll be looking for another one. You don't get a free Elite show and then not produce. So, they'll either produce it or I will move along to somebody else. So if anyone is out there who thinks they have a good sense of humor, who can put together an Elite promo and would like to do so, let me know. You'll get that copy of that Elite show to then send me over bookmark, timestamps, if you will. If you have editing skills, you can make it yourself if you want. That's greatly appreciated, but not necessary. And of course, you get that show for free by providing us the timestamps of where the funny is, so I can then produce the best of. So let me know if you're interested in that. Again, you only get one shot. So if you don't deliver, that's it. You are off of the list of people who have that privilege. All right, so who's on the show today? Parnassus. We have DX the LB. We have Harley. And I think that's about it. Storm's there, but I think he's just text chat.
He's listening, yeah.
Yeah. I completed it beforehand. I don't care. Save the other people to pay. Well, we're talking about Livid Farm, of course. Exactly. You're selfish. If you think that it's a good idea to leave those types of things on the comp cape, then you're just selfish, really.
That's stupid. I mean, I've completed it all, and I have no issue at all with them. What they did.
All right. I think we can begin here. Let me just open a stopwatch. And I was really hoping Chrome was going to fill out the rest of that. Now I'm at goo.ne.jp, and it's horrible. I don't want to be here. I'm not sure what that was, but I'm sure that I violated some law. All right. What am I doing here? Stopwatch. Stoopwatch. Begin. DX or a DX equivalent, if you'd like to PM me 48 minutes, that would be appreciated.
Gotcha.
Oh, are we actually replacing DX with RuneCode on this show?
We're working on it.
With a what?
It's taking
a what?
RuneCode is still unstable because I'm not running my own server, so occasionally it goes down, so I can't fully trust RuneCode. Not that it's probably any more.
RuneCode is a bot DX. It's in the Discord that gives out all kinds of information, like what is currently the minigame spotlight and everything. So we've decided it's a robot replacement for you.
I'll make a pleasant sound for the donation thing, and I'll
like cash register,
so it's displayable. But I honestly wasn't looking at the screen. It's the stream. I will be honest with you. So it's very well possible that it showed up, but I will. I'm learning. I'm learning how to properly tell this. Let's see here. Where's Stream Tip? Stream Tip. It should be a little program that's running on my computer somewhere.
That's really cool, that new tip system that you got on there.
It's more of a pain in the ass at the moment than cool. For me, at least. I'm trying to...
Well, that's because you're only
set
it up.
I'm going to say, you won't be saying that when you're pulling in $50 or $60 a show.
That would be nice, but it doesn't seem to want to stay open. I think that might have been my fault. I think I have to leave the window. Like, I don't think it I don't remember closing it, though. This is really weird. All right, hang on. I'm trying to load the Stream Tip alerter again. And it just says loading over and over again, so I don't know what I've done. And I'm also having trouble signing into their website. So this is turning out to be a great project. I'm glad I invested like 3 hours this weekend setting this up. Nothing here yet. When people send money, it will appear. So it's not listed in recent tips. I'm trying to log into the Stream Tip dashboard here, so bear with me. It may have not processed yet, maybe because it's... I mean, DX was international too, so I don't know. That was pretty quick. Again, Stream Tip might be lagging because like it might be their service in particular, because I can't log into their website right now. It just keeps kicking me back to the login page when I try to log into their website. As I'm trying to log in.
Doing some maintenance now or something.
I'm trying to log in with my YouTube account and it just won't work. OAuth just keeps kicking me back. Which I believe there is a huge glaring flaw with OAuth, by the way. Yeah, it just won't let me log in. That's fantastic. Was working fine a minute ago, now it doesn't work at all. That's typical fucking streaming bullshit right there. Just never fucking works right.
The best streaming bullshit was the DX microphone static last week. I have had so many people contact me about that, just laughing, saying how perfectly timed it was.
I don't remember why.
Right. Everything was going fine. Everything on the pre-show went fine, and then as soon as we go live,
I can't. Something. Okay, finally signed in. Let me see if I can. I do see your recent tip listed here. Oh, now it's loading. Yeah, there's something wrong with stream tip. Let me see if I can. I'm gonna add a sound to it. Oh yeah, and it has to be. I can't do it right now because it has to be an OGG sound file for some bizarre motherfucking reason. So I'll have to work on that later. But your tip did go through. It's says streaming for money blocks, $1.20 from Zenel. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. At the very least,
Explicit tag.
I can read that off. At the very least, I would like some streams. Can I go back in here? Sometimes you can go back in and like make it re-announce. Let me see if I can do that. Resend alert. There we go. So there you go. Now you're on stream. As far as making the note show up, I can just add a tip. Okay, that's good to know. I will try to make it so eventually notes are read out too. I just don't know how to. Also, Nightbot, if it wasn't being a pile of shit, is supposed to read them out in Discord chat as well. It doesn't seem we've made it that far yet, so I apologize. But we will. It'll eventually work right. But we're making progress here. Let me just leave that open. Okay, so that doesn't minimize to notification area. I need to actually leave that window open. So I appreciate you helping me test that, Zenel. And in the meantime, basically once the stream goes on, I'll figure out how to make text come up on screen. We can now finally throw money at Mage Live and get a response. All we need now is a skilling poll, some purple lighting, and we can have ourselves a skill club. So if you do leave a message attached, I will read your message out, by the way. It just needs to I just can't figure out how to get it on stream yet. So keep that in mind for the moment. I will read your message if a stream comes up. But anyway. With that being said, I think we're pretty much ready to get into the show. Am I right? Am I wrong? I don't know where I am anymore. I was about to start a show, right? So why don't we go back to that point in life? 1 second here. I'm like way over where I was. I'm gonna need another PM now. Oh, 53 minutes, preferably. And now, why don't we do a show for real? I need to get the music loaded though. So.
Time to blow your eardrums.
Nope. It's at 30% already.
All right. Nice.
And I actually need to do. Where's my intro music though? Epic intro. I do need to actually make a ticker though, so it doesn't just say pre-show on the screen. So let me do that real quick. But then we can start. Children of Mah Pre-Release. Pyrn's patch notes. TLDW Q&A. The big questions. I don't know what was so big about those questions, except for mine. That was a pretty big question.
And Zenel's, because Zenel asked a question too.
I didn't hear Zenel's question, which makes me sad, so I hope it's in these notes here. I was really only half listening to that live stream. Basically, once I figured out they didn't actually mention RuneScape Weekly, my interest in the stream went way down.
I believe Sora got one in there too.
Wow, really? Just a bunch of RuneScape Weekly stuff. That's cool. Okay, all stats. And more. And more. There's always more. Okay. For real. For real now. I promise we can start. If I can just copy this ticker and paste. There we go. Oops. Did I write a question? Okay. Let's do this. And 3, 2, 1. You're listening to Runescape Weekly for 11/9/2016. I'm your host, Magebit, with over 15 years of RuneScape experience. Joining me today is Pernasius, DXDLB, and Harley. And on today's show, Children of Mah Pre-Release, Pyrn's patch notes, TLDW for the big questions. Did you complete the 2016 Halloween event? Daily poll. MTX Done Right. Jagex needs to be more strict on harassment. Boss stats. Gold sync stats. Slayer task profitability. In real life RuneScape item. I'm a little worried. My cousin can't speak in game. Monsters too deadly. Livid, refund my time, not points. And are people okay with this? Jagex, this annoys me. Birth by fire. Vindicta RNG, and leaving with a bang! Thank you for tuning into this edition of RuneScape Weekly, and enjoy the show! Welcome back for your Wednesday edition of RuneScape Weekly. That means it's the Q&A edition. We have a full panel here today. How you doing, Pyrn?
I am very good, thank you. I broke one of my rules, just actually bought a bond and bought some spins on the treasure hunter.
Hypocrite!
Logged in yesterday, and my 3 free spins picked up 2 of the camouflage outfit pieces, which actually left me with, I think, I had 4 of one set and 3 of another and 2 of another. So I thought, okay, since it's Second Chance Tuesday, I'll just buy a bond and see how I go. And I actually picked up the 6 missing pieces that I had in 10 spins. So absolutely awesome for the second chance. So basically in 13 spins, I completed the entire outfit. So I've got the master version now.
Wow.
So yeah, so that was really, really good. So,
Aren't you having a good week?
Well, I guess it makes up for passing out at work. So
I guess. I mean, really, if you just stop drinking on the job, maybe you'll pass out at work less often. Jesus.
I think it was just a matter because, just with the thing I had last week, I haven't been sleeping very well at all, and taking my medication, I think it just sort of all hit me at once. But it gave me an extra day off today. So that worked out okay.
There you go. So in the end, who really won? Pernasius.
Yeah, that's it.
We also got DX joining us today. How you doing, DX?
Please let this work. Please let this work. Is everything working all right? Is audio coming through?
So far.
Thank God.
No promises.
Oh my God.
Yeah, right. Please don't deafen the audience today, if at all possible.
I've got to say to everybody, that was not me.
We also got Harley as well. Harley, how you doing?
Doing good. Got another episode of Ladies Night recorded on Monday. Hopefully get that out probably tomorrow, I'm guessing.
Yeah, sure.
Been a bit of a ridiculous week, but yeah, that'll come out. And make sure to check out RuneWeek.com and subscribe to the podcast feed if you hadn't already.
Indeed. And when this week's episode goes up, last week's episode will hit the regular feed as well. So if you haven't subscribed yet, maybe you're on the fence, you can grab the episode from last week right in the feed. And if you like it, well, I highly encourage you to go to runeweek.com and subscribe to the feed there. You could pick up the show there, just a la carte, or you can take the feed URL and toss it into your podcast aggregator, or when Apple decides to get its shit together, we'll be in the Apple podcast directory and all that other stuff. I'm working on getting us in all the major podcast directories. It's a lot of moderation from those places, all waiting for them to either accept or criticize me or tell me what I have to change. It's annoying. It took me probably about 2 or 3 months to get RuneScape Weekly into as many podcast aggregators as it is. So it'll be a similar journey with Ladies Night. So bear with us on that. But in the meantime, you certainly can pick it up via the website or add it custom to your podcast aggregator. Anyway, we're going to jump into the show. We have an opening with the update for the week, which was the Empty Throne Room, Children of Mah Pre-Release skilling. So we've talked about this a little bit already.
Just before we do you want to do the PSAs first?
Yeah, I forgot about those. Go ahead and do those.
Yeah, pretend I'm not here. You got that new, Rune Core bot now. The minigame spotlight is on Soul Wars. The circus is currently located in Kharid. You can now get embers in the empty throne room. I know you were about to just jump on the throne room right there. And is this one in Couchy is the first person to get a kill at 1700% enraged at Telos.
Yep. And
usually that'd be go to you got lit up, but not this time.
he got passed up this time. So somebody else got the spotlight, which I think is nice that, you know, somebody else had a chance to get the spotlight. So also we are still looking for emoji for our Discord. It's growing. We have more emoji than we've ever had before. If you'd like to take a shot at making emoji for us, little 32 by 32 bit PNG files or whatnot, preferably PNG. If you're interested, and you can make them, you can send them to show@rooney.com, at RSWeekly, or you can send them to us directly in Discord, which is discord.runeweek.com. So if you want to participate in that, you can do that. Anyway,
that
now
also actually reminds me, if you want to make some awesome album artwork for Ladies' Night, hit us up. That would be awesome. Could use some help with that if you have
Hampshire, you're volunteering.
The guy made. I do need to talk to Hampshire, but for God's sakes, I have we want to get Mod Mark's face, Mod Osborne's face, and Mod Shawnee's face as icons as well. So those will probably be coming once I can get good headshots of them. And yeah,
I gave you an Osborne face.
Yep. Yes, you did. Anyway. I feel like there's more news. Oh yeah, I guess I should probably announce that we are live, of course, if you're watching this live. Our tip.runeweek.com button, or link, if you will, now works. You can put a live tip into the stream. Your name will pop up on stream and all that fun stuff. And if you leave a message, the message will then be read on stream. So we're slowly becoming like every other Twitch streamer out there.
And I made history because I was the first person to leave a tip.
DX was the first person ever to tip saying the word first. So in true internet fashion, thank you for testing it out. It's good to know.
No problem. No problem, Mage.
Yes. So that functions now, and it'll be getting better as time goes on. I'll be adding sound effects and whatnot to it, so it's a little more what's the word I'm looking for here? So I can hear it, basically. I know it happens. And I also would like to get the text to read out on screen and whatnot. So things that will come. The only thing I can promise will not happen is text-to-speech. We're not turning into one of those streams. Anyway. Especially as an...
can I just point out something?
Yes.
DX has told us the circus is currently at Kharid, but your RuneBot says that it's actually at Lumbridge. So you lied to us, DX.
You're right.
Oh my
You're
god.
Fired. You are fired. The bot is actually better than DX.
Lies about where the circus is. Lies about...
I put that information up there 2 days ago, so buggy you. So I was right at the time, so buggy is. Alright, so
broken clocks, right? Twice a day, right?
It's like no. For the circus, it's every 7 days. It changes every
Wednesday.
days.
Every Wednesday they change, right?
Yeah, so it is. It's
being that we do this show every Wednesday, putting it on 2 days ago probably wouldn't have helped you.
Also, that's true.
I was gathering topics and stuff. Thank you.
You know, Mage, having text-to-speech on in general is a bad idea when streaming anyway. It actually gets people banned from Twitch sometimes.
I can imagine.
Racist comments, and then there was just a story about that the other week. Where
Yeah, so that won't be happening. I'm honestly kind of tentative to putting text on the screen in general because of stuff like that, especially with the donation bar being so low. If I could tweak it so it only reads out a donation after, like, if it's a certain amount of money, I might do that, because obviously I don't think someone's gonna donate like $5 to $10. And I shouldn't say this because I also said some things last night that I regret, but it's just like I don't know. I can't say anything is for certain anymore as far as humanity goes. So I probably will. I don't know. Maybe I should rethink about having the text come up on screen, and maybe I should just read the text myself as it comes in. That way we can avoid any incidents like that. That's very true. This is the internet.
The best approach.
Yeah.
The trolls are everywhere.
Yeah, that's true.
Especially if you do want to move to Canada, you don't want any strikes against your name.
That's true. Anyway, so we have the Children of Mah pre-release coming up here, which is obviously already out, but we talked about it a little bit in the past, so let me read the article here, and then we can talk about it briefly, although there's not much to talk about, but we can give it a little, we'll give it its 15 seconds of fame. Anyway, it says your scores will be settled in the upcoming quest Children of Mah, so it's time to prepare. Get to the dig site where Zaros' throne room has been discovered and rack up tasty XP gains, all while uncovering lost secrets of the Zerosian Empire. So again, you're going to need at least level 65 in agility, mining, or divination to begin, and you must have completed the dig site quest, because it begins at the dig site. This new skilling location will let you accrue up to 800,000 XP in agility, mining, and divination by mining, refining, and transmuting its crystals. This works in a similar way to the Nexus, in that you can earn XP by trading at the various skilling spots until the cap. Look out for energized spots, too, to maximize your gains. As well as XP, you will find Centistan relics, which can be returned to Celia in the throne room to unlock awesome lore. This is a perfect opportunity to get hyped for Children of Mah, its context in Gillinor's history, and its upcoming challenges. It's also a perfect chance to level up enough to take on any remaining quests you have to do to get in the Fate of the Gods quest line. Enjoy the new skilling spot, and we'll see you on the 21st of November for the quest's release.
Now, did everybody else notice how much the door to the throne room looks like the door to go into World Wakes?
I haven't even seen it yet. Does it?
Yeah, you're right.
It looks very similar. So is Zeros gonna die? That's the question.
Uh-oh. I don't. If Zeros,
well, actually,
if we lose Zeros, then I quit.
No, it's on the front page of the RuneScape official website. They've actually got a quick poll up there, and you get who do you want to come out on top in the upcoming Children of Mah quest? 58% say Zaros.
Zaros is definitely
neither.
a top.
Yeah.
If Zamorak is definitely the bottom in this relationship.
Yeah. 31% neither. Everyone should just play nice, and 11% want Zamorak to win.
Yeah, poor Zamorak.
I'm just saying, Mah's gonna wake up, kill Zeros and Zamorak, and then it'll be bittersweet.
Well, if they do kill off Zamorak, that only leaves us one of the original gods of the game in.
Only one?
Yeah, and he needs to die too, so maybe he'll get killed as well.
He's the one no one wants in there.
That's true.
When you say original, you're talking about Ceradom and Guthix and
Zamorak.
And Zamorak. Okay.
Yeah, because they were the three original gods in the game, and then they introduced more as time went on.
No. Back in RuneScape Classic, those were your choices. You had red, blue, or green, and that was it. Now we got all these fancy freaking purple and black and cyan, and there's too many colors now. That didn't come out right. Anyway, so yeah, season the celebration of the throne room is the word that I'm looking for here. Yes, throne room's out. If you're not level 75, get your free XP. It's going to help you finish Fate of the Gods, which is required obviously for Children of Mah. So I haven't actually gone there yet, but I will be going there at some point in time. I was going to do it on a live stream, and then I'm being told it's probably kind of a waste of time to do it on a live stream. So we may visit it briefly on like a Clue Scroll stream or something this week. I don't know. We'll see. What's up?
I was just going to say, if they, just for people who are looking at it, it is really aimed at that 65 to 75 level. So the XP rates are equivalent to that level. So if you are sort of maxed, you're probably only going to go down there, get your lore drops for your Master Quest cape or comp capes, etc.
Down with Zeros and Zamorak. Praise Brassica Prime, says Zenel. All right, where am I skipping ahead to in this video, Pyrn?
6 minutes and 39 seconds.
Before we start that, since we are kind of talking about God's deaths here, it kind of does seem to me that someone big is going to have to die for Sliske's endgame to actually have any kind of...
I hope not.
Punch behind it. I don't know.
I don't think Sliske deserves... Yeah, kill Brassica Prime. I don't think Sliske deserves that, personally. You may feel differently. I feel like he's just a trickster. Like, he's not... I know that's not true. Like, we got a kind of a glimpse at him, but I don't want to... any major spoilers, because I don't think Harley's really invested in the new Quest series. But he really shows his dark side in this kind of series, and you realize it's really not all about jokes to him. And Yeah, he
you've
gets.
seen that all along, though. I mean, like in the World Wakes, sure, he was joking, but he also, I mean, spoilers, he also killed Guthix. Like even while joking, he's still doing terrible, terrible stuff.
Yeah, I mean, he does a good job at somehow making out like what he's doing is almost like a lighthearted to him, but he's dealing with some very serious stuff. And with that being said, I mean, he really gets darker as it goes on, so it's possible. But I'm just hoping that if anyone goes, it's not one of the major gods. I feel like that has been a mistake for them to do stuff like that in the past.
They actually admitted that in a thing a while ago that they feel they did make a mistake, sort of killing off two gods, like your Bandos and Guthix, of course. Guthix needed to release the edicts. That was one that was hard to do, but they do feel they made a mistake when they actually killed Bandos, they said. So
yeah,
they did those pretty close together, didn't they? I mean, I feel like that would be the only mistake.
Did do it kind of close together.
I think it was like 6 months in between it, wasn't it?
Yeah, about like 2016 they killed off. 2013, I should say.
Yeah,
because I mean, personally, I mean, the deaths do suck. Obviously, I miss Guthix. He is my favorite god, but it also it gives it some real actual weight behind what's going on. Like if you watch like a Marvel movie or something, and like no superhero is actually going to die. It's just gonna end up with them being friends in the end. And it's like the stuff that's going on right now in the RuneScape lore. You really don't know who's safe, and it actually adds some weight to it.
Do you mean at the end of Batman versus Superman, when Superman died, he's not really dead?
No.
You mean Iron Man didn't kill Captain America in the new movie?
Wow, spoilers.
Oh, they've been out a couple of years. If you don't know it, well, it's not going to bother you.
No, considering, like you said, it doesn't really matter. They always get rewritten,
Exactly.
Like it's that, and that's not to say that they can't eventually bring Guthix back or something like that. But if they did, I think that like that would be pretty jump the shark of them to do so. It's like, hey, look, we brought back your favorite god. Subscribe, money, please. No, like it would be desperate.
Depending how they did it, they couldn't bring him back as he was though.
One Magic title says Zeros and Guthix are the only gods I've ever liked. Fair enough.
Even if they bring him back and he's like corrupted or something, it's still a very played out storyline.
Yeah, what?
Like people.
Not actually corrupted. But he'd have to be very weak and take a long time. I mean, you have to take.
What if his avatar came back, right? But it was controlled by another god. Like, you know how, like, because an avatar is not necessarily the god. It's just their corporeal form. What if someone like reanimated Sasuke reanimates his avatar and then begins using it for evil?
But Nomad already tried that anyway.
That would be like a great year-long or
year-long. Wouldn't that have been a good Halloween event, everybody? How about that for a Halloween event?
Like drops the mic. Guthix is back for like a couple years, and then it's
Guthix is back and he's better than ever. Yeah, that would be great. I mean, it wouldn't be great, like story-wise. It would just be really intense to like play that out. I think that'd be kind of cool.
I think the problem is the people that would get annoyed like in the intro while you're waiting for that reveal. Because I think a lot of people would be like, "Oh, you brought him back. I'm out of this story."
Yeah, I'm immediately checking out. I could understand where that incentive, like that mind frame of just like, come on, when you kill something, it needs to just die.
They did, yeah.
Anyway,
they've done enough of that with Nomad.
That's true. I mean, I'm getting a little sick of Nomad, despite the fact that he's the background on stream.
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
If Sarah Doman wanted to prove himself like actually a good god, maybe he's the one who dies to Saliske. Like he goes to try to like get the Stone of Jazz from him and dies trying to do it, and actually gets like a real redemption arc and feels like less of a jackass than he currently is.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Some people just don't deserve redemption arcs, or who knows? I guess it has to depend on how the writers feel about it, or if there's enough user lash back. Anyway, I'm gonna pretend like I didn't lose the border for my window here, and that I totally can easily just load up what I want, but I can't. I'm just trying. We're gonna go into
absorbs Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
StormSmith here says, what if Zeros absorbs his power back from Zammy and Zammy is taken back to Magerat? Or however you...
What?
I don't know
what
if
if Zeros
saying...
take his power back? Oh, and and Zeros becomes a Magerat again? Is that what you mean?
No,
more like stemming Zamorak.
One at a time, please. Let Harley finish, please.
Zamorak. I believe he's saying Zamorak would become Magerat again.
Well, yeah, that's what I just said. Like he gets.
I thought you said Zeros. Maybe I misheard. Sorry.
But why? So yes, no. So Zeros takes his power back from Zamorak, which would drain him into just a regular Magerat. Is that even possible? No idea. Maybe.
Could be. Maybe because they do need to sacrifice another Magerat on the altar for this next quest, and that's what we're trying to help Couchy with that.
If they kill Zamorak, that's probably the only god I wouldn't care if they got rid of, to be honest with you.
Yeah. Well, even really? Saradomin.
What about I'd say I'd care less about Saradomin.
I care about them probably about equally. But yeah.
I actually liked Saradomin a bit at the start, and then I quickly went.
Once you get to know him,
and then exactly. Then I went no. Yeah. I like that balance type thing better in a god. I don't believe in true good or true.
Saradomin's like that. Yeah. Go ahead, Harley.
I totally liked Saradomin before he woke up. Like back when I originally played the game, I very much liked him when he was just a figure that you barely knew anything about. But the second he woke up, it turned out he's a piece of crap.
Yeah, once you actually get to kind of know him as a person, you learn that he's really not all. He's just really good at making people kind of bend to his will. He's not really out there for the greater good, except more so for his own image. Like, he cares more about his own image than really people, from what I can tell. At least that's what I kind of took away from it. Anyway, why don't we go in and dive into Pyrn's patch notes, shall we? We're going to go directly to the patch notes, since we pretty much we've been talking about Zeros and his throne room and what's going to be happening in the coming weeks. So I'm going to go ahead and bring that window back up now. And we'll go ahead and we will watch this here, so stand by.
Straight over now to the patch notes. And these are again brought to us by Mod William. As always, be sure to submit a bug report should you encounter any gameplay bug or graphical glitches in game. So let's first move on to graphical. A section of the Felidor city walls that was disappearing with the remove roofs setting has been fixed. The Camille outfit no longer disappears when teleporting in the NXT client. Onto skills, D&Ds and minigames. The cost of Livid farm spells has been halved, and the difference has been refunded to those who have already unlocked them. I mean, that's not a bad one. I mean, I know a lot of people don't like Livid farm. I never minded it myself. I would hope that they introduce some new rewards that we can spend those points on, like being able to unlock the ability to make a teleport tab straight to the Trollheim farming patch rather than having to swap our spell books all the time. Hopefully they introduce some things like that there as well with this update. Moving on, the small rune pouch will now protect on death and drops its contents to the opponent upon dying in a PvP situation. Quest challenges and achievements. Captain Tobias's pay and talk options are now working in the correct order during a void dance. The Ark. A planters section has been added to the Ark Journal, which, when seeds are planted at the Twilight Academy, displays their current status. An unlimited teleport to the Quartermaster in Port Sarim has been added to the Ark Journal. The Ark Journal teleport can provide an access to any Ark teletabs previously purchased without needing to carry the teletabs in the backpack. This feature is purchased from the Waco reward shop for 1,000 chimes. This unlock is a completionist cape requirement. Players can no longer hide from the malignant entity in Goshima by opening an interface. Sojibo's Combat Contract XP rewards now scale with a player's chosen skill. No changes have been made to skilling contracts. There is now some feedback stating how many chimes or taijutsu were received from Fortunate, Bakami and Origami. Just that unlimited teleport. I'm not sure how, if that was really necessary. I mean, we've got the ports book that teleports there. You've got a lodestone right there at Port Sarim. There is also a spirit tree you can grow there as well. So there's a lot of teleports to Port Sarim now. But anyway, let's continue on to other updates. The Herd Burner is now reclaimable from Diango at no cost. The activation chance of Raid's armor has been halved in PvP combat. The diminishing returns drop-off for stuns in PvP combat has been lowered to 7.2 seconds. Reflect will now reflect 25% of damage received back at the attacker in PvP combat. The information given on the reflectability tooltip has been improved. Goliath gloves and spellcaster gloves no longer interrupt in PvP. A bank pin check has been added to the Wilderness Sword teleports. Players can no longer damage Slayer monsters outside of their Slayer level with certain abilities. The players will no longer be spammed with messages by quickly removing and re-equipping the zombie outfit. An issue that was causing some tradable treasure hunter items to not appear on the Grand Exchange has been fixed. The Sprout bonus XP message shown on login for players that have no remaining plant sprays has been removed. The tooltip for XP lamps warning message in the gameplay settings interface has been corrected. Benedict Encumberyak has taken up a more permanent residence by the gate at the South Varrock entrance, and Balthazar has left Burthorpe, returning to the circus. And that bank pin check to the wilderness again is another good one. Just another safety precaution to protect players. If you have that equipped and teleport out there, if someone hacks your account, they won't be able to drop your stuff now. And of course there was last week's hotfixes. You can no longer keepsake the Hellfire Bow. Players no longer appear to still have the Hellfire Bow equipped on exiting the wilderness. Players can no longer telegrab the Hellfire Bow. Players can no longer grab the Hellfire Bow by standing on the edge of the wilderness while bound and reach over the wilderness boundary to pick it up. Players can no longer attempt to loot a bird nest with a full inventory, and the Elite Desert Thieving outfit no longer functions as the Master outfit. So that is it for your game updates and patch notes for the 7th and 8th of November 2016. Hope you all enjoyed that. Hope you all get the gains you require. Remember, go and get that Celebration of Fire finale done. They're a nice one when you can earn everything in-game. In the meantime, I will see you all next week. Happy RuneScaping all.
There you go. Your patch notes for the week. Right on. I got my freaking sensitivity has gone through the roof here, and my microphone is dying badly. If anyone can pick up, please feel free to.
Yeah, okay. I just want to discuss the ARC updates. They've had some really good ones in the patch notes this week. One thing, I've almost completed the ARC. Basically, I've got one message in a bottle to find and just a few of the seeds. Now, once I have finished it, there's not a whole lot to sort of go back and earn chimes for. And, you know, when they introduced it was going to be a whole separate economy and such, I'd love to see things like some buyable scrimshaw, different scrimshaws to the ones we can make, but buyable ones like what we had with that Mimic Boss, where you could get the scrimshaw of aggression and things like that are purchasable. Once you've unlocked everything there, you have an ability, sort of have a trader down there that we can trade things with and buy some of those items like that from him. What would people think about that type of thing to keep the ARC sort of relevant as we go forward?
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, one of my worries when they first announced the fact that they were going to do a closed-off separate economy was the fact that there wouldn't be anything to go back to after a certain amount of time. And I feel like, yeah, that currently that threshold is reached pretty quickly. I think it would be good if they added a ton more items in the next couple of months here, just to give people reasons to keep going, and like you said, stuff that's actually going to get used up and you have to go back and get more of.
Yeah, has to be degradable stuff. You cannot have anything just buy it once and off you go. And I was sort of thinking about it because they did have. Scrimshaws are obviously from ports, and that was dropped from the Mimic Boss, the Scrimshaw of Aggression and things like that. I just think little things like that, just to keep it relevant and keep you going back there. And it's not somewhere you're going to sort of spend all your days, but if you go back there once a week or once every couple of weeks to earn things and get your chimes and such, I think it'll keep it going in-game sort of for a lot longer. I was expecting to take a lot longer than this to unlock everything. And I was sort of amazed that, you know, I've already just about got everything done other than, as I said, the seeds. And even I'm not going down there every day to do it and such. It's sort of, you know, 2 or 3 times a week I'll head down there to do the seeds. And I keep forgetting about the messages in a bottle. So I'm just missing one. But yeah, I think they need to look at something like that.
Yeah, I think that's definitely it's the hardest thing about trying to create a brand new economy, because I mean there's there's not a bunch of history of things. Like if it was gold based, of course you would still go there to earn gold because you can use gold everywhere. But because it's not, it's like, well, what do we do? I mean, maybe honestly, I know it would possibly ruin the set of having a closed off economy, but if they had some kind of exchange rate, even where you could just trade in your chimes for gold, you know, at a certain rate or something like that, and maybe it's only
like a stock exchange or something.
Yeah, something like that, where maybe it would only be like 1 mil an hour equivalent in skilling, but it would give kind of a different way for skilling to make some money if you've already unlocked everything. I don't know.
Interesting to see what they do come up with over the next few months. And I mean, they're obviously still showing the Ark a lot of because of all these different things that they're doing. You know, the ability to access your tele tabs just by having the book now is fantastic, I think. You know, just those extra little unlocks and things that they have. You know, the planter in the planter thing in the Ark journal is great, except that it tells you, because I had one and it told me that my plants had sprouted 15 hours. I thought, oh, great, they did it in 15 hours, because it tells you they have already sprouted. They need to just word that a little bit better. I think they sort of messed that up a little bit, because, oh, great, so I ran down there to get my new seeds and then realized, oh, no, it's 15 hours before I can get them.
Interesting.
Just out of curiosity, right, what's the best way to get taijutsus and stuff like that? Because I always seem to have a rough time getting them, because they always seem to come along really slow to me.
Do all the message in the bottles? You'll get one for every one of those. And large islands, just keep island hopping. You'll find chests there. You'll get heaps off.
Yep.
Yeah, I think about one in every 5
remember,
islands.
the only resource that actually produces them is ornate turtles. They will actually produce taijutsu on occasion. So,
right,
if you don't hate Hunter,
very rarely.
I've gotten. Every time I do a plot, I get about 1 or 2.
Do you? I've only had 1 in about 20 plots.
Well, you were getting shafted, my friend. I don't know what to tell you.
That's okay. I'd rather get my treasure hunter items and
go.
Just go island hop and get
just
my
go
taijutsu.
Suck on a wet sock. Anyway, shall we get into the big questions? Which are
and now that you're back, they're
kind of big.
We stumbled through that a bit.
It was fine. I just badly need a new microphone. I can't mute myself or adjust my gain without it crapping out on me. Don't have the whatever. Let's continue on here. So we have some delayed announcements. At the moment, it says they've delayed updates because they didn't meet the needed expectations. So November and onward into 2017 will be catching back up. Expansions require delivery at the right time, and will have more focus to avoid any potential delays. So I don't know what exactly they're trying to say there about expansions, but it sounds like delaying an expansion is a bad thing. I mean, go ahead.
They were basically saying they don't want to have any more delays and things like that.
Well,
but
nobody
to myself,
does.
Exactly. But to myself, isn't it better to have a few weeks delay and get it right than put out something
I have the perfect example.
Is broken? Yep.
I mean, look at No Man's Sky. It was delayed for a month, and thank God it was, because it's the perfect product everyone wanted. I'm sorry. It's not. But continue.
Oh, God. I thought you were actually being serious then.
No, not at all.
I've never played it, so I know a lot of people are complaining about what the storyline was and such. But yeah,
you mean
the
lack of storyline? There was no story?
That's right.
There was nothing? It's just an empty game? It's a tech demo? Anyway, I'm sorry, continue.
No, that's okay. But they're saying we've delayed because they didn't meet the needed expectations, and that's fantastic. That is what, to me, a good game will do. Hey guys, and because they are always so transparent with us and telling us these problems, I think they earn a lot of kudos for that. So I would rather them see that continue and make sure things are right than trying to deliver something that's half done. There's problems with it, and people are just going to hate on and can be detrimental long term to that content.
Yeah, absolutely. The launch and sticking the landing, if you will, is almost more important than the long term. So I agree. A strong launch is important for the longevity of the content. Because if you take too long to then fix the broken content, there is a point of no return where it doesn't matter what you do; it's just too late for that piece of content. Anyway. Achievements, they will help new and old players get started and explore the game, the in-game content. So, again, just a little reminder that achievements are coming in 2017 still.
They threw that. One of the questions was, and I think it was from one of our clanmates, Pony Moni, who said, what are they doing about trying to attract new players into the game? And they said, we have achievements, and,
I don't think that's a very good answer.
No, they sort of skipped over, you have achievements that will help players who have come into the game, but what are you doing to actually get players into the game?
Yeah. Fair enough. They don't reveal a lot to us. I think one of the things was like, what are you doing to market the game? That was a big question. It's like, how are you advertising RuneScape? What are you doing to market RuneScape? And they didn't really have a great answer for that.
And again, maybe that's still being worked out with the new owners and such. And,
could be.
Maybe we'll see something there. So,
expansions, which will allow us to finish storylines and start new ones. Expansion number 2 will likely be brought up at the Summer Summit, but we don't want to talk over Menafos, which I think is probably a good idea. Is don't overshadow the one that's the initial launch with the next one, killing us thunder effectively. Menafos. Yep.
Sorry, just to say something. I would really hope that they don't even bring it up to Summer Summit. I would love to see that withheld until Menafos.
Are you trying to kill RuneScape Weekly?
No, but I mean, in all honesty, people are going to say, "Oh, yeah, great," and they're all hyped about Menafos. Then they talk about the next thing, and all of a sudden, Menafos is just going to be forgotten, and it hasn't even been released yet, and everyone's going to be worried about the next update.
We don't need full-on like a design document for it before the release of Menafos, but I would like some teasers, some things to speculate on, some teasers things to play around with.
Teasers I like.
Something a little more than when pre-construction release, they said you'll finally be able to sit down. Like something a little bit more than that, but something less than a freaking design document. Because you got to keep in mind that when they keep things in the dark like this, they get zero feedback from us. So it could be the biggest piece of shit in the world, and they won't know. They won't know until it's too late. That's another big problem. Like there's two. It goes both ways, right? It's a two-way street as far as this being a problem. It's a huge problem on the fact that if you overly rely on feedback, nothing gets done because you're constantly trying to appease everyone. But on the flip side, if you tell literally no one and you're not Blizzard, then it will go horribly wrong. Like that just seems to be the case if they tell us nothing, that they'll get no feedback, and that could possibly make it content we don't want. But again, that's also just a possibility. It's not a guarantee. So,
but when you think about it, for basically 12 years of this game's life, that's the way they did do things. It's only been the last few years they've been sort of really open and telling us what's happening. I'm actually probably a bit longer than that. Probably started with.
It started with MMG, hands down.
Yeah,
that's when it started. He was the one who started the community engagement movement. It was his direction that kind of opened up he was the one who's like, we're gonna do live streams, we're gonna do Q&As, we're gonna do development diaries, we're gonna start communicating with the listeners. That was all his master plan, if you will, like that. He's the one who at least laid the groundwork for that to come into place. And now that he's gone, it seems like they're regressing. They're going backwards, and they're starting to hide stuff from us again. And And it's fine if they want to add some mystery to the game, as long as we don't stop seeing the development diaries. And it sounds like we're gonna stop seeing that stuff, though. Like with expansions, there will be no more development diaries. There will be no more. How can you have a Q&A on something that we know nothing about? How do you tease content when nothing can be talked about? I mean, to me, that eliminates all developer Q&As. It eliminates development diaries. It eliminates any speculation whatsoever. There isn't such thing as too much mystery, too, if you ask me.
Yeah, they've got to walk a very fine line. I don't like how much information we get at the moment, because like even with the when they were talking about the new
need to give us like the rewards,
such,
right?
they gave us us like every reward, and they just told us virtually everything. And it takes that enjoyment of, I never read what the rewards are for a quest. I just like to go through, do it, and see what I get at the end. And there's some good items you're going to actually get from that quest that would have been nice to have as a mystery. And even if we didn't find out, they told us on the day, rather than sort of three or 4 weeks in advance. That they do need to walk that fine line. And yes, I agree. We do need to sort of have a bit of information to know what's coming out. To prepare, to get our thoughts together on it, and to drop in some suggestions where they can sort of improve and such. But
they may claim that they're going to do development diaries on stuff that impacts the game, Sora, but you can't tell me 2 major expansions that are being released don't impact the game. Like, they can say, it sounds nice on paper when you say stuff like that, but if you look at the reality of the actions that are happening, 2 major game updates, the 2 largest game updates of 2017, are completely unknown. So you can't say that, unless they do release dev diaries. I'm not thinking they could actually release dev diaries as it gets closer. If they do that, I'm fine with that. But
we're talking earlier about things they're doing to bring in new players, and I don't know that this is actually part of it necessarily, but something that actually could bring in new players is doing expansions the way they are, because the one thing it's going to do is it's going to create much more buzz when they talk about a new expansion. Like, the fact that we don't know all the 2017 schedules means that, like, in June or whenever we get the next expansion knowledge, it will create a big buzz and potentially actually get news sites to pay attention to RuneScape for a few articles, which helps get new players or even players who haven't played in like 5 years, 10 years back into the game. Yeah,
definitely. There are good sides to it for sure. I'm not completely knocking the expansion system at all. It does have a hype generation level to it, where when things are kind of kept under wraps and kept hidden, there's definitely more of there's more buzz that will appear around it because of the nature of people want to know what it is, why is it special, if it's being hidden, it must be special, that kind of mentality. So yeah, I mean, there's definitely pros to it. I'm not completely against the expansion system. I want to see that hype build. I want to see news sites pick that up, but to do that, then leaks have to happen, teases have to happen. I love the fact that a company can leak its own stuff now. Like, that's considered a thing. It's like, well, no, that's not how leaks work. Those aren't leaks. Those are press releases. I love buzzwords.
Yeah. Well, I feel like what it's going to do with expansions and everything is we'll get the info probably a little bit closer to when it comes out, but you can still do dev diaries, because
I hope so.
Basically around the time that Menafos comes out, we'll find out about the next place, so they can start doing dev diaries once they actually announce it there. It will have like 3-4 months until it's out.
If there's a good 2 or 3 months ahead of time that they start doing dev diaries for expansions, then that's fine. That gives us plenty of content to work off of. It doesn't leave people in the dark. It gives people something to speculate about, something to leave kind of, very high-level feedback on as to whether or not it's a good direction to go in. I'm fine with that completely. Just don't keep us in the dark until, like, the week before. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's their intention, but, Good.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot up in the air right now, so it's hard to tell what their intentions are. But I also feel like things with the Q&A can transition. I mean, like, there's still going to be a lot of small updates coming into game, right? So the QAs will just talk about that, and maybe they'll bring back, Ninja Quickfire, which has kind of died out in the past few months, but that could become a prominent thing in the QAs again, which I think most of us would be completely happy with that. And maybe it'll be more Ninja focused stuff, more small updates that they'll talk about. Until the expansion's here, at least.
I hope so. Sorry, I got a text message in there. Did anyone want to respond or continue on, or shall I?
No, I think that's
continue along here. Okay, sorry. People are beginning to wake up in my area of the world, and I'm getting text messages. I'm getting lots of text messages about
to be expected.
Yeah. Anyway,
about that thing which shall not be named.
Yes, indeed. Next up, this was actually an answer to my question that got answered on the Q&A. Just like to remind everyone that I only ask the big questions. That's how I got into the big question Q&A. No, I'm just kidding. Anyway, Metaphos will be great. It will be a great reward for skillers since it will be profitable and provide quote-unquote many rewards, whatever that means. But that's cool to hear that Metaphos is going to have profitable skilling in it. You know, it's going to hopefully give some life back into skills that may not be very profitable right now. They don't give any more detail on it, but you know what? That's how they want to run things now. So we can just speculate at this point, you know, how can you breathe life into these old skills and make them, you know, worth money again without ruining other systems? I'd be interested to hear that.
I'm glad that they brought this up again, because at RuneFest they hinted at this, and I seem to take that away from their RuneFest talks about Metaphos, but I know there was a lot of indecision in the community as to whether or not that's what they said. But now that we have a clear, actual statement from them that is the goal of Metaphos, that is definitely a good thing.
Indeed. Yeah. So if Metaphos is to become this like a new skilling hub, where skillers can actually make money off of what they do, then I am even more excited about Metaphos. And as I dream of this now, I will eventually think of things, you know, and how I would like to see it happen. But as of right now, I'm just kind of happy to know that there is a possible relief coming to skillers in some way, shape, or form. And hopefully it will be done, you know, in a way that it will require input from skillers, but will also, you know, not require PVM. So, you know. Moving along, the theme of expansions allows us to market the game and attract new players. We pretty much already covered that, so I do agree is you can get much more hyped over an expansion than you can over just a regular old game update. It seems like the only time you see RuneScape on MMORPG.com or MMO site is when they have RuneFest or they've done a major engine overhaul or something, and a lot of the times those articles are even very kind of snarky and backhanded a lot. Like they seem to never give RuneScape the true. They're almost like rolling their eyes like, look, remember this old thing? It's still around. So
actually, just to go back to that last point, StormSmith has brought up a very relevant point in the Discord chat, who says, bear in mind it only has to make 1 GP an hour to be termed profitable.
I really hope we're not playing that type of semantics game, but he's not wrong, you know. He's not wrong. You could say that, you know, this is a profitable job, and then you give me $1. And I said you'd profit. I didn't say how much. Also, then with them not telling us how, etc., it stops people from merging items and hoarding. That's very true. That's very, very true.
That's why I hate it when they release dates in advance on Double XP weekend. I like the old days when they used to, the Wednesday come around, say this week we're having a Double XP weekend, and just bang, and then everyone had to try and rush out and get it in those 2 or 3 days.
Yeah, exactly.
That just causes monster inflation in those 2 and 3 days, though. I mean, I think honestly,
but at least you can't be ready for it, you know. At the very least,
earlier it hurts the economy less, I feel like.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? I didn't even think of it in that sense of the term. It's just like you can cause damage by not giving people the chance to stock up on things, and then whoever happens to have those items becomes kind of rich at that point.
Yeah, but people, I mean, there's less hoarding.
If you give 3 days, like people, like the prices could easily like double and triple, because it's like, you know, there's 3 days warning.
Yeah.
Buy. But if you have a month, like especially with this most recent Double XP weekend, we saw it. There was really like the only time that items were really expensive was like the first 2 days after they announced Double XP weekend, and then like it tapered back down to normal. And even like during Double XP weekend, the prices were pretty reasonable for everything.
I found a lot of things during those weeks crept up a bit, but but the thing is, people are then stockpiling and hoarding, and then, you know, people are doing 12 hours a day of one skill, whereas if they only had the 3 days, I think it makes it a lot harder to just sit there and just hoard those things and gather them up over a month. They have only the 3 days. Okay, this is what I can afford to do. Bang, that's what I do, and then I can train this skill, and then I can train that skill.
You certainly can't build up a surplus over
that's
time.
What I mean. You can't just have all that.
You can't have it quote unquote banked for 99 or something.
Exactly.
I get that.
So I just prefer that sort of. I just prefer that surprise type thing.
And I think it's. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, I think it has an effect on the economy for 3 days, but I think the other way, where people are hoarding, and then you see for weeks and weeks afterwards all those, all the things like your.
I think it impacts the economy either way
and all that. Yeah, but I think they impact it more long term, as in afterwards, as in all those herbs and all those potions and stuff start being dumped on the economy because people have made so much of it because they've had so much.
And you don't think those potions would have been made anyway?
They would have, but to a lesser degree. I mean, I don't think, because if people have got a month, they're gathering up, where they got 3 days. Yes, there'll be some people who have got the money to buy that amount, but I think the majority of players would perhaps only get 20% of.
Are we talking about
ultra rich? And we don't need to help the ultra rich.
Yeah, are we talking about like bonus XP weekend, or are we just talking about bonus announcements in general?
No, bonus XP weekend. So if you sit there and they just announce 3 days before. On the Wednesday, when they used to do their updates, this weekend's going to be the bonus XP weekend. And back then also it was 2.7 at the start, and it's sort of a tapered
scaled downwards.
Scaled downwards. But I think that long term would have less effect on the economy because, yes, there'll be that top 0.5% that could buy all their way to 99, but the majority of players would only be able to buy enough supplies for a few hours, and they have to work on other things. So there'll be less of those.
So you only want to support the super rich in that situation, being the ones that are going to be able to afford it.
But they're the ones who are going to lose all their money too, and put that money out there.
But that's what money's for, isn't it?
It's going to. But the thing is, then in
what else are you going to do with your
money?
I'm
making potions. In 2 weeks' time, I'm making those potions, but I'm making nothing out of them because for that month, everyone's done it. And all my potions and such have crashed 25% because
you didn't follow the market. You tried to go against the you went against the flow of the market.
No, because I went to play the game rather than worrying about that type of stuff.
But bonus XP weekend is part of the game.
Yeah, that's right. But I think they give too much notice, and I think double XP for the entire weekend.
They don't really give us any notice anymore. They just don't change the dates. Like, it's been the same dates every year.
No, they still, last time they gave you 3.5 weeks notice last time.
No, but what I'm saying is it's always in February and it's always in September.
September, yeah.
So if we know what month it is, it doesn't matter what day it is. Just be ready before that month.
But I think they should start mixing it up and just doing it as a surprise thing.
I mean, I think you can tell now that the community in general is getting prepared over much quicker amounts of time, or much more amounts of time. I mean, like I said, the economy was way less affected in the leading up to double XP weekend than ever before, from what I've seen. Like, the items changed, but it wasn't like before where they would shoot up like drastically. Like, as somebody who didn't prepare at all, I barely spent any more money than I would have if I hadn't prepared. If I had prepared beforehand, like, it didn't make a big difference.
I have to say, like, the bonus XP weekend certainly affected me after the fact, right? I mean, it really did hurt.
It hurts big time.
It hurts skillers after the fact, certainly.
Yep.
Which is not,
and that's exactly what I'm talking about.
And I don't like that about it. Like, for a while after bonus XP weekend, I can't sell my goods. Like, yeah, that does suck. However, I feel like that would still be the case, whether or not we knew when it was or not. Maybe it would be a little bit less of the case. But I feel like what people are tending going to do if they don't know when bonus XP weekend is, but they know it comes at least once a year, then they're just going to save up those items beforehand, and they'll just wait until whatever day it happens to be. Like, if you truly want to be prepared, it's like, now that we know bonus XP weekend, because back then, that was a new thing, right? Back in, like, 2010, is bonus XP weekend was just like, oh, we're going to do this. And people were like, what? Okay. Like, it just kind of happened, and they only gave us a few days' notice. Whereas now, it's kind of like a guaranteed thing. It happens every year. So if you know it's going to happen at least once a year, then all you have to do is gather your items and then just wait for that one time that it happens that year, and you can basically replicate it without knowing when it's going to be anyway. So does it really change anything?
Which is true, but how many people are going to do that? Really? How many people are impatient?
I think most people.
Most people stock up for double XP weekend quite far.
It blows, and it's and I agree with that your outlook, Pyrn, because I think it's silly that people do that, but I talk to so many people that are like, yeah, no, I have 99 banked. And I'll be like, oh, like, what, you're working on max AP. They'll be like, yeah, I just got this, but I have 99 banked in this, this, and this. And I'm like, good for you that you don't actually have having 99 banked and being 99 do not equate to the same thing in my mind. Whereas with a lot of people, they've seemed to have equated, like, I have 99, I have 120 summoning banked. I'm like, that's cool. You don't have 120 summoning, though.
That's right.
But that's how a lot of the people. I'm sorry, I just want to finish my point here. That's how a lot of the people are looking at it these days, and they're waiting for those bonus XP weekends. Go ahead, Harley.
The other thing is that releasing it 3 days beforehand, announcing it screws over anybody who has to work weekends. Like that's another reason to pre-announce.
That's
like,
true. I mean,
people have jobs.
I mean, it's your fault for having a job, but no.
That's right. I mean, I work weekend.
That's how I'm starting to feel. That's how I'm starting to feel here. It's like with the arguments, it's just like, I don't know. I'm done.
No, I mean, giving people time to. It doesn't have everything to do with buying in-game things. Is my point. It also has to do with
real life situations. With sure, SDX is saying is like I've missed double XP week. It's not because of anything except that I had real other life engagements that I had to attend, and I may know when bonus XP week it is, and I may have 120 summoning banked, but if I missed the weekend, it doesn't matter, does it? I gotta wait a whole year now, or 6 months, right? Because we were pretty certain that it's every 6 months, but you get my point. Maybe. Zen'll, stop licking your money. You're gonna give yourself like nickel poisoning or something. Zen'll says licks 723 million cash stack. Listen, buddy, if I didn't have 120 prayer banked, I'd be right there with you. Lol.
I mean, StormSmith brings up a point too that it doesn't just hurt skillers; it hurts everything. Unique cash drops also get hurt, which is honestly kind of a fair thing about double XP weekend. Like if you want to buy weapons or armor, buy it after double XP weekend.
It's a great time.
Before it happens.
Yeah, because everyone panic sells to have the bank ready. That's true. Yeah. So good point. Sarah says it also hurts poorer players. If needed on double XP weekend, I can buy things at 50% more, and it doesn't affect me. A poorer player might struggle to afford it. A little humble brag there, but yeah, for sure, things can go way up. Or if you're poor and you're trying to make money after a bonus XP weekend, you're pretty much dicked for at least a month. I held on to.
Or you wait till after the double XP weekend and buy all the stuff you need.
Yeah, for the next one. It's the best time to get all the supplies ready for the next bonus XP weekend. Is after this one ended. No shit.
And the best time to buy potions is in the middle of double XP weekend. You want to get some really cheap half-price Ceradome and Proof Flasks?
Yeah.
Buy them on double XP weekend.
Absolutely. So I mean, there's definitely pros and cons to double XP weekend. I think we've done a pretty good job of looking at both sides of double XP weekend, as far as what it does to the economy, what good it does, and what bad it does. Licks mages, cash stack, and future prayer master cave.
That just sounds dirty.
I feel like for the long-term goodness of the economy, giving people a chance to stock up and then burn all those items in one weekend is actually good because it removes a ton of items from the game, which I think is a good thing. Like removing a ton of herbs at once, removing a ton of logs at once for fletching or dragon bones. What? No, never mind. Prayers and double XP, but everything that is, I think that's actually good for the economy as far as getting stuff out of it.
I have to say that I think bonus XP in today's thank you for the $1 tip from Anonymous, who says, I love the show. I thank you very much. I appreciate that. Where was I? Yeah, I think that bonus XP weekend has become a necessary evil, unfortunately. Just in today's economy, every major MMO that I know, I can't speak for World of Warcraft, but like most of the free-to-play style MMOs that have similar systems in place that RuneScape has in place. You're not kidding, DX. $1 closer to a new microphone. I was literally thinking about that. Like,
it's certainly.
But yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Pyrn.
It certainly does bring back a lot of players, those double XP weekends. You see the increased player base who log in for those double XP weekends compared to a normal day.
I suppose.
I love the buzz around it. Honestly, you see so many people around doing so. Like the world just feels full of people, unlike it does most other times.
Thank you to One Magic Turtle, I suppose, was who that anonymous donation was, by the way, since they're telling me to check RS Weekly. But again, thank you very much. Harley, your point? Did you want to continue that, or were you was that made correct? Okay.
That was it.
All right. Anyone else want to bring up any other points here? 4chan just donated. Funny. Or shall we continue? Because we're not even halfway through this document yet. That was quite an in-depth discussion on double XP weekends, I have to say. Spurned out of purely just expansions and whatnot. Anyway, want to talk about free-to-play in 2017? Apparently there's a small block available about free-to-play. Yeah, right. Screw them! It's 2 bullet points here. We plan to make more members content available to them, areas and quests, etc. Mining and smithing achievements, bank rework, clue scrolls are all updates that will affect free to play. I've been having serious word troubles lately. I don't know what's going on there. But yeah. So again, those are all things that are going to affect free to play, so it's kind of like they're almost getting content. But anyway. Let's talk about a holiday event. Holiday event examination. Christmas last year was a small quest with the feeling that you completed the event by doing it once. Halloween, if you performed actions, you're done, and continue to train if you wanted. It wasn't required. Quests like Broken Home or Swept Away add to the theme, but would take the place of another update, being as they're, large and technically challenging to create. Which again, when you think of content, right? No, I didn't do an anon tip. Seriously, check it, dude. Okay, I will check PayPal. But yeah, if you I totally lost my train of thought there, but I'll log into PayPal real quick. What the hell was I saying? Somebody help me. Throw me a life.
About the Christmas events and Halloween events and holiday event examination.
So let's see here. Oh yeah, things like Broken Home, Swept Away was great. I liked Swept Away a lot. But oh yeah, they complain about these things taking actual development time. But remember when past events did take development time as well, and actually were complete stories and quests and whatnot? And nowadays they're just grinds. I don't know.
But that's what they were talking about. They're getting back to more of that sort of that quest feel where you've got that type of thing for those players. Then there's that bit where you can go back afterwards and do a grind if you want to. And I think, again, with this Halloween event, they got that type of thing right. You can go back and keep doing it if you want to. It was a nice little quest that you had to do. I quite enjoyed this Halloween event. I loved the Christmas event last year where you just had that quest and you could go back again and do it. I prefer that little quest feel. Some of the older events did feel a lot better, but we've got to remember also they were made in a lower engine. There probably wasn't as much graphics needed to go into those, but that's why I also say is they need to reuse some of the stuff that they've already created.
Yeah, what's wrong with bottle quests, right?
Exactly right.
They also weren't putting all the good rewards into an MTX event. Honestly, I think part of the reason that a lot of these holiday events suck is because they come out beside an MTX event, and you look at the holiday rewards, and it's some silly hat and a spider, and then you look at the MTX event, and you have a full outfit and this awesome walk, and that used to be what you got from actually doing the holiday event. I think one of the things they need to do is they need to not do treasure hunter events around the the classic holidays, like Easter, Christmas, Halloween. Should all just be in-game events. You can leave Treasure Hunter alone for 3 weeks out of the year. It won't freaking kill you.
But
Go ahead.
Sorry, kick on. No.
But I think that would really I think that's why players got so angry at the card event. If you look, the card event did take a while, but if you look at it and cancel the right tasks, you could save yourself a lot of time, for getting the zombie outfit. But I think players got so annoyed because the Halloween rewards were just so crap, and the event itself had a kind of cool underlying story, but the bad thing about it was it all took place in like one room basically, and then it did. Even though they had this area outside for you to explore, it felt like it had no real depth to it.
Yeah, I mean that part, it didn't have a lot of depth, but again, it is only in there for the 2 weeks. But the card event was totally doable to prestige up to 5.
We're talking about the Fledgy Parchment?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, yeah, so it was tied to Treasure Hunter, but again, it wasn't one that was...
How many brain stamps did you use on that, if I may ask, out of curiosity?
I got my 2 free a day.
Which ones did you skip? Or like, which tasks did you skip?
The skipping tasks, I did the zombies, the gold keys, using those gold keys. I think I skipped a lot of the do 5 dungeons. I think I did 2 of those, and I skipped 3 of those because I prestiged it all 5 times.
Yes. Let me get my phone.
But you know, I mean,
sorry.
No, but it was totally doable, and I probably spent 3.5 hours a day doing it. I had one day where I just went and I just basically would cut a whole lot of the blisterwood tree, and then every day I just had them ready to go, bang, 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 bang. So that was easy to do. I skipped on the last day. I think I had about 7 of the brains left over that I'd one-off spins and things. So yeah, I don't think it was egregious, that one. I think it was I think it was pretty well done.
Yeah. Oh, very nice.
I agree with you. It was totally
doable.
Shit.
Holy fucking shit. Can we just stop the show for a minute here? And I just want to say we just had a $280 donation from I assume One Magic Turtle. If that's the case, like, holy crap, man. Like, thank you so much. There's a new microphone right there. Like, that is ridiculously, insanely generous. Thank you so much. It's almost, there's your new mic. Exactly, Dex. Yeah, holy crap. Like a moment of freaking silence. That is insane. Are you sure you didn't add an extra 0 in there by accident? Yeah, explicit tag incoming. Oh, yeah, like we can totally replace this freaking microphone now. Oh my god. But before I spend any of that, I need to just make sure that wasn't an accident. Because
Merry early Christmas.
Seriously, thank you so much. I won't say your name in case you don't want your actual name revealed, but I seriously appreciate that. That is an insane help towards a lot of the things that we need for, especially now we got to get a new microphone, we need to get a new chair, we need so many things here, and that is a major help, especially moving into the holiday season. Yeah, I beat my, I got a new job making almost 6 figures at 21 years old. Congratulations, Magic Turtle. You've certainly changed my day, and congratulations on the new job. I hope it goes well for you. But again, thank you so very much.
Mage woke up to something that turned him very salty, and you've just turned that frown upside down. Thank you, Magic Turtle.
Indeed, I will. I'll be tweeting this out and whatnot, and I will. There will be a special note in the episode today. So thank you so much. I am literally beside myself at the moment. Anyway, I will do my best to regather my composure here. And let's continue on with the show. I think we definitely owe that much. Is definitely to put together a complete show here without Magebit having a nervous breakdown. Okay.
So back to
go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was trying to say that I'm sorry. The Fleshy Parchment event. I mean, yes, it was absolutely doable in game. It had super high level requirements, but whatever. My point isn't any of that. My point is that it came out with the Classic Holiday event. I feel like that is the problem with it. It doesn't matter how doable an MTX event. When it comes out with the Classic Holiday event, and the Classic Holiday event rewards, especially when they feel it hurts the image of the game. And that's why I feel like I said, just the 3 Classic Holidays of the year that RuneScape has almost always celebrated, not having an MTX event for those 3 weekends, at least not, like, fine, do an XP event, do something that's not related to the holiday, but you don't need to tie it into an MTX event into the holiday. You need to, what you should be focusing on is making the best rewards possible for the players who are going to do that event, not on making an MTX event for those weeks.
But on the flip side of that, I mean, the MTX team is separate to the other developers, and also that is probably their 3 biggest weeks of money making when players are on doing those, doing things. So they've got holiday time, they've got things going on. So, they are probably the biggest money making times. I mean, that's like saying at Christmas time, stop putting out all the gifts to attract the kids at a shop because the kids say, "Mum, I want this. Mum, I want that." That is their busy time. So
I don't agree there. I guarantee they make much more on like a double XP weekend when they have the skilling stuff that's in there, or like a Hearts of, or not a Hearts.
Well, you can't guarantee
XP.
that because you don't know. But I'm saying if a lot of people are on there buying those type of things at Christmas time and such, you've got more players on at those times, then there's more chance of those people spending on that type of stuff. I mean, we're not privy to their figures, so we can't say you guarantee.
I'm a little behind on this discussion. I apologize. I've been tweeting out and social media and whatnot. Can I get a basic recap?
Harley was saying that she'd like to see them stop having these treasure hunter promotions at sort of those holiday event times, Christmas, Easter, Halloween, etc. My thought is that while in essence I could agree, the practical side of me says that they couldn't do that because that it will be their busy period too. That is when there is more players on, so there's more chances of making money in that. Yeah,
morally, I agree. I'm 100% on Harley's side here. From a business standpoint, they would be shooting themselves in the foot. Definitely, it would really make them out to be the bigger company. That's for sure. But even like Blizzard really kind of takes advantage of holidays and whatnot. Like, I like how anytime I have to look at like industry standard of like or what would Jesus do? It's like you look at Blizzard, right? It's like what would Blizzard do? And I mean, because Blizzard I think has done some of the best microtransactions of like all time. I'm still floored by how much I don't care about the microtransactions in Overwatch and have an amazing experience regardless. But they take advantage of holidays. They even took advantage of the Olympics. Which RuneScape
you could still easily do events. My argument is primarily that you just shouldn't tie them into
the
holiday specifically necessarily. Back in 2006, I have a full skeleton outfit that I got from the 2006 Halloween event. But the full outfit this year they put into an MTX event.
Yeah,
and last year they did the same thing. The Count Drainer outfit from last year's MTX event was also put into, like I said, MTX, while the Halloween event most people hated. Although I liked last year's Halloween event way more than this year's. I know
you also really liked that Ectofundus. Let's be honest. I did. That was why you liked it so much.
But also, I mean, the outfit was totally earnable in game. It wasn't that you had to spend.
No one can argue that.
Yeah.
If you had the time.
So if it was,
I don't think that's Harley's argument, though, is it?
Yeah, no, but I mean, still,
that's that.
But it's got to be.
It's also that outfit was earnable if you were near max level and had done a bunch of quests. Like it required the sun.
It had a pretty crazy.
Required tons of high levels.
That's for certain.
I couldn't have done that event without doing
that's the whole max blinders does really come into kind of play there. Is like people like myself and Pyrn, we don't think about the requirements as much as other accounts, because it doesn't cross my mind if there are quest requirements or level requirements on things.
Yeah, I will give you that then. Yes, definitely on that one.
To me, I agree that this event in complete theory was a very fair event, and I have no problems with it. I just have problems with the fact that it was on Halloween. Like that is my issue, and that it was a Halloween outfit. Like they can do as many of those events as they want. It's just when I think there was 3 rewards this year for the regular Halloween event. You got a title, you got a pet, and you got a silly hat. And then you look at the MTX event, and it's a full outfit.
Yeah, a good-looking outfit. Yeah, it's sad when the best rewards are locked behind paying money. When Jagex is famous for their fun. Holiday events is the word I'm looking for there. Yeah.
I mean, I can show you my 2005, 2006, 2007 holiday rewards. They're some of my favorite items. I have a full scarf outfit from, I think it was 2005 Christmas. That was a great event. But and this Christmas, I think is potentially going to be something like that cool again. But it's just sad when those events happen. And I think that's why the community gets so angry, honestly, why there's so much backlash. Like, the community flipped out over this event, which I didn't understand, because I agree with Pyrn. It was a relatively fair MTX event. But the main thing that makes it feel bad is the holiday tie-in.
I understand where you're coming from, and I really would like to see them not necessarily remove microtransactions from holiday events, but I would like to see them not put what is traditionally given to the event to Treasure Hunter. Like, I completely agree that there should have been, like, that whole Walk Like a Zombie event should have been the holiday event. And if anything, on the flip side, the whole invention of disaster thing should have been a Treasure Hunter event where you had, you know, like kind of like one of those kind of like with the current event we have where there's like a progress bar and only certain things could be done each day to build the monster or whatnot, but you could do it faster on Treasure Hunter. And then those few things that weren't the best maybe went to Treasure Hunter, but the real stuff should be available for everybody.
Or even the outfit itself should have been in the event, and then, okay, the zombie walk, that makes complete sense. That's a Treasure Hunter thing, potentially. You know, like, they haven't set a precedent of having walks be in holiday events, so
sure,
make that
but outfits for certain. Yeah. And we got a little bit.
Maybe they could have done the upgrades to have the actual base outfit drop there, and then you could do the upgrades with the yeah,
that would have been good too, honestly. Totally,
that would have worked. Yeah.
I mean, and I
do apologize because I was sort of forgetting about the quest requirements and that type of thing.
It goes over my head too, personally. So
yeah, and I know a lot of people made a ton of money. The Shades of Morton, as the X said in chat, Shades of Morton World was active 24/7. It was fantastic. I didn't even have to do much building. The only time you were building was just to get your points back up, because you didn't have to try and keep it built. You're just going down there, getting your points. Filling your flasks, off you go.
It was a great time for low-level players to do that quest.
Sure, definitely. Yeah, it was a good time to get it if you needed to do, what was it, the Shades of Morton quest or something crazy? I forget what it was called, but yeah.
I think that's what it's called.
Yeah, because that quest is like impossible to do. So if you needed it done, now was a good time to do it. Anyway, we can continue on here if I can get my show notes actually back on screen here. So bear with me for like 2.5 seconds here as I just flip back over. All right, has my topics gone to sleep? Have I lost?
We're up to invention. Would you like me to read it while you?
Yeah, go for it. I'll take the Ninja Fix block. You can take the invention block.
So invention. Most players are mainly in the lower end of invention currently. We plan to use 99 to 120 as a reward space. It could have been it could have more significant additions with expansions. We made invention go to 120 instead of 99 on release, as it would add on to being an elite skill. Internally, everyone agreed this was the correct decision. However, we should have brought the discussion to the community.
So, yeah, they should have brought the discussion to the community, but they didn't.
And still,
I just want my automation machines. God damn it!
Yeah, I know.
Sorry,
and it's
out of my system. I'm done.
With what they presented to us, I think most people would have said 120 was the way to go.
Absolutely.
But the problem is they half finished it, and they've left that big gap there. Now that's why people are saying, it should be 90.
Nobody asked for 99 to 120, but don't fill 99 to 120, right?
Yeah, that's right. Exactly.
They every time they talk about this, they seem to just dance around the actual problem, which is the fact that you canceled half of the freaking content.
Yeah.
And giving no actual reason as to why they canceled it beyond that, just like, we wanted to do other things. It got pushed aside. Like,
that's right.
But you have a half-finished skill now. So what do you do about that?
And what they're saying, there's going to be some significant addition with expansions. I am happy to wait until expansions if it means we're going to get those extra things where we're going to have our skilling machines, we're going to have the other tech trees and that type of thing. If they tell me, okay, we did plan to bring it out sort of early 2017, but we've had to push it back 6 months or 9 months or even 12 months, I would be fine with that. When you just tell me, oh no, we've cancelled that type of thing, we're not going to do it anymore, and now we're thinking of something else, that's what has pissed me off, and that's what's pissed a lot of the community off. I think they need to it is a skill. It is an elite skill. You need to finish it. If you want to lock things behind rewards and such, fantastic. Give us a skeleton of it. Give us some basic things at least, and then you can build on that with those things in the future. But don't just stop it at 99 and say, okay, that's it. Wash our hands of it because we've got other things going on. And then say, oh yeah, we should have brought it to you guys to talk about whether it went to 120 or 99. Because I can guarantee the majority of people would have said, yes, take it to 120. Because this is what you're offering for it. We're going to have machines to clean our herbs and machines to make our pies and all this type of stuff. People would have been excited for
That's
that
what got me on board initially was the whole automation machines. I was like, you're going to make my skilling life that much easier. Do you have any idea how many hours I pour in to cleaning herbs? Like, I'm one of the scrubs who actually cleans their herbs before they sell them because it's worth like 200 GP more.
Yeah, I do the same thing.
So
but that's exactly right. That is what hurt. Yeah, that is why people are now saying it should be 99, not 120. Not the fact that it was 120 on release. It was the fact that they half-assed they half-finished the skill.
They did half-finish the skill. That they'll even admit to that.
That's right.
I totally agree, Pyrn. Yeah. I would have gladly accepted we're going to delay this update. We're not going to release batch 2 for a year. I don't even care how long. Just if you have to wait longer, but don't just straight up cancel it and say no piece of reward space now.
Yeah, that's right. And just on that 120 skill, they actually talked about 120 Slayer as well, and they are now looking, they might actually bring that to the player base to ask them what they think, because they're getting a lot of complaints off comp capers who are saying, oh, it's too hard, it's going to take too long. Well, A, they've given you about 6 months to prepare for it anyway. B, these are comp capers who are worried about losing their capes. It's extra content there. If they don't want it, screw them. They lose their comp cape and go back to a max cape.
This is something I honestly hate. Like, if you are a comp caper, expect to do everything in the game. That's literally,
exactly
literally in the name.
Yep. I've got a Rots kill and the 2 raids kill to go, and I have got my comp cape. I could just rush out and do it, but I'm not ready to do those yet, so I'll just take my time doing it. And I will be happy if there's another 6 items added to the comp cape before I get it. Well, so be it. That's what happens, because I want new content in the game. And if it took me 6 months to get these things done and then I get my comp cape and there's no extra things added, I mean, you're going to feel ripped off in the game. People are going to complain. And it just frustrates me when they get these complaints from compers. And it is these compers who are complaining the most about, we don't want these extra things because it's going to be more work for us. Well, then go play a different game. Yeah. Get rid of the comp cape altogether. Take it off.
If you want a cape you won't lose, then just get all the skill capes and then stop, because you're guaranteed to have those.
Yeah, go play free-to-play. It's easier to complete. Anyway. So I just want to read StormSmith's comment because I like it. It says, if I ordered a pizza and the chef brought me half and says the other's half's coming, and then a half an hour later brings me a salad saying he got bored and wanted to make something else, I'd kick off. They effed invention.
I like that analogy.
Yeah, exactly. He's like, if I order a full pizza, they come out and have the pizza, and then in a half an hour, they come out with like a souffle, and there's like, I got creative. I'd be like, no, I'm not paying you for this. It's not what I asked for. Or maybe, maybe I try the souffle, and I'm, maybe I do like it. But no, the point being, no, that's not how business works. I like how I gave a theoretical proverbial chance to the souffle that I just created in my little analogy there. I'm like, well, maybe I like the souffle, but no, Magebit, that's not the point.
Well, that's right, but they haven't given us anything in that
exactly. There's been no souffle. Jagex,
yeah, that's right.
Give me my souffle.
They bought you out half a piece and come back and said, yeah, we got bored, we didn't want to make any more.
No, they brought us a pizza.
Bill, go home.
Yeah, and then they came on and brought us the mother effing bill. Yeah, exactly. we didn't get a salad. We didn't get a souffle. We just got the bill, and some excuses. Anyway, go ahead. Continue. Go ahead.
I feel like them saying like, oh, so few people are at 120 or at past 99. That's why we don't have content there. It's such a cop out. Like, of course, skills take forever to train. You can't judge if you should have content in a skill just by how many people aren't maxed in it. It's like a 6-month-old skill.
That's right. And the thing is, a lot of people have slowed down now because they know that, there's nothing beyond it.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I did. I got to 99 from my max cape, and then it took me about It took me months. It took me literally how long? Like last month? Yeah, last month. I got 120 invention last month, and I didn't give a shit because why? There was no reason to rush. There was nothing there.
I just imagine them using that reasoning for like Prif. Like, oh, we're gonna cancel batch 2 of Prif because nobody's in batch 1. You know, it's only like 10% of the community.
Right?
Like, what?
Can you imagine if there was only half of Priftiness right now?
Well, actually,
it wasn't even the good half.
It annoyed me.
Yeah.
Yes.
It wasn't even the good half of Priftiness, though. It's like we like batch 1 of Priftiness was fine, but it like batch 2 was way better.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Same as Yark. Batch 1 was, but batch 2 was really good.
It was fun. It was funny. When I was watching the live stream of the Q&A from last night. The first comment was something about just like, something about the art comp requirements, and then someone was like, screw Avernick. It's just like, geez. Well, it's not Avernick didn't literally create the content, Anyway. So you want to finish up the invention section, and then I'll...
Yes. That's it. I read it.
Was that it? All right.
Yep.
I'll move on to ninja fixes then. At top 10 list of ninja fixes would essentially be each week's patch notes. We want more transparency with ninja fixes in the backlog. If we display all of them, then players argue over priority and individual preference. Many players suggest minor impact problems and solutions. The ninja team focuses on large, impactful updates that changes the game for everyone. The focus is meant to improve the user experience for everyone. So the ninjas are kind of getting re-rolled, if you will. I don't know if that's the best way to word it, but they're going to be used more towards larger projects, it sounds like, in the future. There is a portion of the team that's working on smaller fixes still, but I believe how they posed it is like, we'd have like a couple teammates working on like bank rework, and then the rest of us would be doing like other large update, expansion, if you will, which is not the initial intention of the ninja team, but it sounds like they're being repurposed to kind of fit this expansions model. Go ahead.
Yeah, the ninja team has grown since what it originally was, and also what they're saying, it's more quality of life type stuff, and not all of that is just small, little, quick, 2 or 3 week fixes. Things like the bank rework. It's not a major game changer, but it's a quality of life thing. But it needs to be done, and that's one of the things that they're working on and such like that. So I can understand what they're saying there. I mean, you don't want this whole team working on just those little fixes. One thing I did find was quite funny. Some of the things people are screaming about it's sort of just the same 5 or 6 people crying about one little thing that affects no one else in the game. But people have this me attitude and, expect their one to be done straight away. When he was talking about that, I found that quite amusing.
Yeah. All right. Raids too? No. If I ignore this, will it just not happen?
Well, pretty much it's not.
Yeah. So...
so I'll say the story after this at the end.
Okay, so Raids doesn't compare well against other updates according to the 2017 survey, so we're unlikely to see Raids 2 in 2017, which I honestly think is for the better for the game. We had a very 2016 PVM-centric year. I'm still holding out hopes that 2017 is somehow going to be Year of the Skiller. So, nothing against PVM or Raids in general, but I just want to see some PVM content. I'm sorry, I've seen enough PVM content. I just want to see some skilling content.
Yeah, I think with PVM, they sort of stuffed it up by bringing Telos out so close to God Wars Dungeon 2. He should have been brought out about now, so they had that sort of 6 or 8.
You're not wrong. He was, I get like he was part of God Wars Dungeon 2, but he was like next, whereas like next she was released quite a while after. Yeah. God Wars Dungeon 1, so Telos.
Not 3 months.
Yeah.
One of the funny stories when they were talking about the raids, they said, some of the JMods are really doing it, and some of them are actually working on it in their free time and bringing them ideas. And I think it was Mod Oz once said, it's really sad because I got this great ideas which will never see the light of day.
Yeah, right.
I just love the way you said that. It's just like, no, raids is not a priority. There wasn't enough people on their survey did it, and they said they had 50,000 odd replies on the survey, so that's a fairly substantial number, but it was a lot lower than I thought would have answered it.
We're Magic Turtle. We're actually going to be talking about bosses killed on average, so we'll cover at least my speculation into why that is the case very shortly.
We'll see. I also think the thing is that the raids are honestly still relatively new. I mean, they came out in 2015. I think the latter half, it's not like raids are dead, and they didn't even say that. It's like just no raids next year, which I think is totally fair. I think we'll honestly see some more raids, but we just don't need to see them quickly.
They seemed a little apprehensive to release any form of a second raids at RuneFest as well. They seemed kind of like people aren't crazy about it, which there are people who are rabid about raids, but I think it's a very small vocal community.
I will...
Well, I think killing the bosses are obviously popular according to the stats that we'll talk about later. But
it's funny because I got the exact opposite from those stats, and I'll tell you why later. But yeah, go ahead, continue.
I just think that it needs more time. Like, we need more people to get up to raids 1 and into doing it, and then it makes more sense to bring raids 2 out. And it just 2017 doesn't need to be that year.
So basically, the more people whom acclimate themselves to raids 1, the sooner we'll see raids 2. So what this tells me pretty much is everyone needs to get together and get me 100 Yakamaru kills under my belt, so they will release raids 2. That's the plan. I'll make sure of it. But let's see, because what they'll say is oh my god, Magebit has 100 Yakamaru kills. Obviously something has changed, and raids is amazing now, because he would never have touched it in a million years, let alone get 100 kills. And then they'll change their development courses. This is not a ploy to try and get free Acto off of people at all. This is totally a legitimate strategy to push raids 2 for the people who want it. I promise you that. All right.
What I would like to see is, if you saw the old school raids plan, I would much rather see our raids 2 be more like their plan, where you don't have to worry about just have your 5 people or 10 people go in there. There's skilling areas and there's all that type of thing. I think they're doing a really good job with their raids update that they're bringing in over there.
Oh, and old school?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would, I'm curious.
You need to take a hunter, you need to take fishermen, you need to take people with skills into their raids. It's not just everyone who's got the best PVM arm and go and kill a boss. You have to actually raid a dungeon. You're going in there, you've got to go through. You don't know what's around the corner. You've got to, make your own food. You've got to, cook your own stuff and all that type of stuff. And I think that is a much, much better and more interactive thing than grab 5 people, go in here, do that. Now, so saying, if I can bring up in complaining about these multiplayer bosses,
okay,
I did get taken to Virago on the weekend by Entry Tank, who is now Entry Vit. I think he changed his name to. Absolutely awesome time. I got 3 kills there. Really had a lot of fun, but he had a really good team. There was no one abusive. I knew you were learning. It was really, really fun. So there you go, everyone. I did a Virago, 3 kills, about an hour I think we spent. So it was really good.
You heard it here first. Pyrn's becoming he's living up to his name and finally becoming a PVMer.
Becoming a high level PVMer.
Yes, a high level PVMer. Excuse me. Moving on from those dark beasts. Anyway, where were we? That's raids 2. We have a miscellaneous section here as well. We will continue to aid. Yes.
Do we just want to insert the boss numbers topic now?
We can.
It's kind of on subject.
We can do that. So I will attempt to put this up on screen here if you bear with me. But yeah, absolutely. So we were looking at most bosses killed on a daily average. I believe this image is for. So bosses killed most often in the past 12 months for daily average. So this is a year of averages put together for daily kills on boss. And this image
just before you do, good night, DX. Sleep well.
Just gonna rescale this image slightly. This is not ideal, but it'll work for whatever. It keeps resizing itself, and I don't know why. So I'm just gonna let it be. I'm not touching it again. So number 1 is a Raxor. Doesn't surprise me much. With 3,526 kills per day. Beastmaster Durzag with 2,451. Vindicta 2,339. QBD at 2,091. And Yakamaru at 1905. So You don't see any of Nex or any of the God Wars Dungeon 1 bosses up here. You see one from God Wars Dungeon 2, and then you see your your most farmed bosses probably being Araxor and Queen Black Dragon, I would say, depending on your skill level. And then you have the raids bosses, both making it into the top 5, one at number 2 and one at number 5. Obviously, probably showing more so their difficulty level than their actual, who wants to kill it. It's easier to kill Beastmaster than Yakimaru, I would assume, as to why those numbers have such a disparity to them. With that being said, these numbers were not impressive to me at all. Like, people say how big the PVM community is, and then we get numbers like this, where there are 3,500 kills at Araxor a day, yet there are literally at any given time between 30 and 60,000 people in the game. What are they all doing? I mean, you also got to consider, exactly, you also got to consider that 3,526 kills is just how many kills per day. One person could be 200 of those. I know that I'm not talking, that's a little ridiculous, but you know what I mean. I'm being hyperbolic here. Is one person could be 12 of these kills, 5 of these kills. So is this really 3,526 people? No, it's 3,526 kills.
I mean, I would say you could consider on average it's probably like 5 kills a person.
Okay.
I would honestly say.
I think that's about fair, yeah. Except for maybe raids, which is like there's no point in killing it more than once per couple of days.
Yeah.
So
Isn't
that's
it twice every 2 days?
Yeah, it's every 2 days. It's every 2 days.
Yeah.
You can
every 2 days, yeah.
Yeah, you can loot it once every 2 days, correct.
To go back to Araxor though, I mean, when I do my Araxor kills, I do 4 or 5 in an hour, and that's it. And I know there are a lot of people that I speak to who, do 2 or 3 hours down there when they go there. So,
I know people who can easily bang out Araxor at 300% Enrage like it's no joke, and it's just like their freaking hobby. And I struggle at 0.
I would say, average kills would be more like probably 10 rather than 5, because as I said, when I do it, I do 5, and that's just 1 hour, and I'm out of there. That's sort of enough for me. But I know most people, when they do those type of bosses, do spend 2, 3, 4 hours there.
Yeah. So, and again, 2, 3, 4 hours at some bosses is not even that much, considering the average Araxi kills like 10 minutes, between 10 and 8 minutes.
That's right. So say 5. I generally get 5 in an hour.
Yeah,
I get 5 in an hour. So,
and that's also considering that you don't die. Like, I could say, if in a perfect world, I could probably fit about 3 Araxi kills in an hour, but I'm probably gonna die like 2 of those 3 times. So,
well, see, I don't really feel that these numbers are that low. I feel these are about what I would expect. It's just there are so many bosses that it's going to be spread. People are spread out killing different things depending on their skill level or what they prefer to kill. I imagine most God Wars 1 bosses are probably over 1K a day. It's
probably.
And that's probably where the most people feel comfortable. It's just people kill racks more because it's more money, and I think the most elite players are the only ones who are there. I mean, obviously the only ones who are there because it's a freaking hard boss to kill.
Yeah. So, I mean, yeah, and that's to not say that there aren't plenty of other people killing other tiered bosses that don't make the top 5, for sure. I wish they would expand this list out, but it just, to me, says, okay, sure, we have a PVM community. It's clearly healthy, but it doesn't account for like most of the online player count. So
that's it.
That's all. That's the only point I really wanted to make there is not necessarily a good or a bad thing towards PVM at all. Just remember that there is a huge player base that are not falling into that, niche per se, yet we seem to be unfairly represented in the vocal portion in the writing of the posts, in the complaining of the Reddits, if you will. There just seems to be. Go ahead.
I agree there, but I think that the 80% of the PVM community is the Slayer community, or just normal monsters in general would be.
I think that's a fair argument.
Bossing is like, Bossing is the arc of PVM, I guess you could say, in some ways.
That's the end game of PVM.
Yeah.
But yeah, we had that thing up on the main page. 45% of players boss, 55% don't boss. We've seen that before, but Slayer would be the most popular thing because of how much money it brings into the game. So
I also think
now go tell that mod your top 5 most lucrative Slayer mobs so he can fix that for you. Go ahead, Harley. Sorry.
Oh, no problem. I also think we don't know how often people actually play. I think the people who come to the live streams and those of us currently recording the podcast can play RuneScape a lot, but I wouldn't be surprised if like the majority of players are maybe at 10 hours a week max or something like that. I don't even know what it would
I wouldn't.
be.
Yeah. I think the average playtime is about 2 hours a day. So.
And yeah, we had that thing last year. It was about, I think they said 2.2 hours a day a week, and it was I think 3.5 on the weekend.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah.
Slightly larger
off
on
the
the
top
weekend.
of my head. Yeah,
I don't know. The number 2 just came to my mind. I just remember like, the weekdays.
it was
it's about
2.2 for the weekday, and I think it was 3.5 thereabouts for the weekend.
So I imagine the people who play less like that probably have, like maybe you go to Araxi like 1 or 2 days a week, and then the other days you're doing some kind of other stuff. So that's also kind of why the numbers, it's not like it's 10K kills a day or something.
Sure. It'll be interesting to see this broken down instead of in averages, but literally, in a heat map or something like that, where it plots out every single month, and you can kind of see where the spikes are as far as where in the weeks or where in the year. It would be really interesting to see that data too, but I think it's also probably a lot easier to just take this higher level data.
Very rarely.
Huh?
What? When I first started doing Araxor, you used to have to buy a room because there's always someone in there. Last few months, I have not bought a room once.
So yeah. I mean, that's another thing. Is like, so is PVM on the decline, or are people just shifting as to where they're, where are they actually fighting? Or maybe more people are just doing solo encounters and whatnot.
Well, I think. Sorry, part of that I think is just because Telos came out.
That's exactly where I was going. Yeah.
Yes.
And that's what I was going to say. And that surprised me that Telos wasn't actually on here. I thought there would be more people doing Telos.
I
think people are just dying at Telos instead of killing them.
Yeah.
They're all doing Telos, but
Telos is doing them.
Yeah.
Anyway, shall we continue on here and into the system updates category, or is there anything else anyone wants to bring up in regards to bossing numbers here?
You forgot the others.
What about I did the miscellaneous section. Oh, did I not? There's others in this section. I'm sorry. My bad. Yeah. Jagex will continue to support and help the old school team grow and expand. Congratulations, old school team. That's good. They just took on Mod Merchant as their community manager. It's clear that the old school team is growing, and that's not a bad thing for Jagex. And of course, we will be getting on the 15-year Veteranscape soon. No announced plan, but I assume January or February that should probably launch.
They actually did say the date it was approximately on the stream. I'm surprised they didn't put that in.
I would assume it would be January, because that's when they launched Pay to Play, and that's their first recorded dates of actual, like, when they started, because you have to kind of keep track of when somebody is paying you money. So I got Pay to Play pretty much day one. Which it all makes sense now as to why I was home and calling my mother from work trying to get her to wire money over to Jagex. And it makes sense that I was right around the holiday season there. We probably we're still on holiday break. That or I skipped school. That's completely possible as well. But
I do like when they were talking about old school, Jagex will continue to support them and help them.
Yeah.
And it is our money that is supporting that game. I mean, our MTXs and all that type of thing is what keeps old school alive. They are putting more people over to the team all the time to sort of keep that going. They say they've got a flourishing community, which is great and all that. But I would like to see a little bit of appreciation from the old school community to the true RuneScape community on the support that they do get to keep their game online.
I found it pretty funny in the post where Ian Gower had left the game recently. They're like, Ian's leaving and he's our engine developer, so we're trying to hire 3 people to replace him. It's like, that just shows how much that dude knew about the game.
Well, that's the thing that sucks about Luz. Like, he pretty much crafted that engine. You have to understand he's been there so like he knows everything about it. He basically, it might as well be like he's freaking married to it at this point. So to have him leave, you're gonna need like 3 people who don't know anything about the engine just to make up for the fact that he knew literally everything. Yeah, that sucks for Jagex. I'm happy for Ian that he's getting to work with his brothers again. But, you know.
Oh, I'm so excited for hopefully what comes out of that, to be honest. I could not be more excited if they're all working together.
Yeah, so that's awesome. Sort of.
It's like when when the combat mod, I forget his name now,
Chris
left
L.
and they replace Chris L, and they replace him with 12 others.
Yeah, they replaced it with an entire council.
Combat council.
Yeah. Need an entire council of people to replace Chris L, who, by the way, is happily working at PlayFusion. Go ahead.
It seems kind of poor planning on their part that they didn't have a second engine dev following Ian around when he was still there.
Like a protege or something.
It's gonna be hard to catch somebody up without somebody like him there to train them.
I hope that they were working on that in the final months or something. Like, quick, learn everything you can from this man.
Magic Turtle never expected the game to go for 15
Magic Turtle's
years.
got a pretty good comment in regards to our previous topic here. Real quick, I just want to bring it up. PVM breeds competition more than skilling, and because it's competitive, people are more vocal. Skilling is just more laid back, so skillers just don't speak up. And I think that's very valid and very true. Because that's how that's the only reason why I've begun speaking out, is because I feel like skilling needs more of a voice. Because I've been mainly taking that approach for over the years, is I just kind of sit back and report. But I've recently kind of taken on a bias towards skilling because I feel like it's not being fairly represented by the community. And who am I to do that? I'm just some dude with a microphone and an internet connection, but hey, someone's got to do it. You know, it doesn't make me special is what I'm saying. I'm just trying to give some love to skilling because I feel like they're not getting it. And I think it's working. I think Runescape Weekly is making somewhat of a difference. And maybe that's just me wanting to feel that way, but I don't know. We've gotten questions on the show. We've gotten to talk to mods about it, and it seems like it's been their plan all along to do it anyway. So maybe I'm just taking credit where credit's not due. But hey, you know, welcome to RuneScape Weekly.
We will do that. Yes.
But we will. Anyway,
if we don't toot our own horn, no one else will do it.
I need to feel somewhat legitimized in what I do here. So you know. Anyway. Let's talk system updates, shall we? But you are a special mage. Thank you, Sora. I appreciate that. Clan updates. We have been in contact with clan leaders and plan to do so again to gather feedback. So, Pyrn, how was your personal meeting with Mod Osborne?
Yeah, I was going to say I missed out on that one.
You haven't been a clan leader long enough. Sorry.
Yeah. No, I think it's that they actually have a clan forum for clan leaders.
They do. If your account is a clan leader account, you have special access to a forum. So it's probably Pern's fault for not keeping up with his clan leader duties, to be honest. No.
Very much, yeah, 100% on that one.
we all know who really runs the clan, and that's Joy.
Yeah.
Joy does, yes.
Who runs the world? Joy does.
Yep.
Yep. And I mean, you know, there's also, of course, we all play an important role. Pyrn is there, and then you know.
No, I said to Joy
I give away money,
run all that because she is on at those sort of the time of the days when most of our clan is on. So she
can you imagine if I was in charge of handing out promotions? Can you imagine what that would look like? First of all, I'd be much richer, and there would be a lot more admins in the clan.
Pyrn is the puppet figurehead.
Basically,
that's right.
Yes, yeah. He's the pretty voice, the pretty face. You know, he's just the front.
As I've always said, a good leader knows how to relegate and pass on in duties to the people to make it. Mage is good when he pulls out the avatar because it means I get XP when I'm doing things.
Yeah,
and I can have.
I haven't pulled the avatar out fairly recently because no one else does it. I've been trying to encourage other people to do it. Death Star was doing it for a while. He's good at it, but I'm trying to get people to pull the avatar besides myself. And it seems like, and it might just be a time zone thing, it seems just like in the first 8 hours of the day, nobody wants to pull the avatar, which is generally when I used to pull the avatar, but...
It's funny, Mage, because you and I were both pulling the avatar quite a bit for a while there, but I stopped because I'm mostly PVMing now. And
I stopped because mainly I was hoping someone else would pick it up, and also because it's just like I have the Willow Pet now. Okay, I want to see the Willow Pet. I want others to know I have the Willow Pet.
You also want to use your whatever that extends the divination.
It also makes AFKing a lot easier to have a Nightmare Muspa. Yes, for sure.
Yeah, that's what it's called.
Yeah, no, and having Nightmare Muspa is great for not having to pay attention as much because you basically have 2 inventories to fill, which is fantastic. So yeah, that's great too. Although, would I be getting more XP per hour if I had the avatar out? Probably. So I am sacrificing a little bit of XP. I have to tell you though, this double XP weekend, don't you worry. I will be avatared up the entire time. But, I can't believe there's another XP weekend coming in just a few months. It's crazy to think about. I'll definitely have my, yeah?
You better make sure to wake up early, otherwise the avatars will all be missing.
That's very true. I couldn't even get an avatar last time because I wasn't there in time.
I can. I just have to do a recall and just take the one I want.
I can recall. I could just recall someone's avatar, but I'm not an asshole.
Can you recall it?
Yes.
Can you recall at that level?
No, you can't recall at my level. But let's just say I know people who are in higher places, and I had them enable it on my account, so I have the ability to recall avatars.
That's a great way to get people to stay in the clan. Most definitely. Just recall their avatar.
Yeah, exactly. No. So I only ever recalled an avatar from someone who was logged out for more than like a few hours, and all the other clan avatars were busy. The only problem is then you have to guess which one's been logged out.
That does remind me when the next double XP weekend comes out, remind me the week before to post that if anyone does log out for more than 15 minutes or sit in the lobby for more than 15 minutes,
you know what we should do?
It will be recalled.
You know what we could do? This is just a thought. Feel free to like just totally trash this. But we could like have signups for it beforehand where people assign themselves blocks of time that they're allowed to have the avatar. If there's too much... You know, if multiple people want the avatar, more than 3 people want the avatar, we could always sign it out.
Well, I want the avatar, but if someone else has already got it, I don't care. You just go and work in the...
Without that 6%, that will cost me a lot of money. Because you have to understand, I'm doing a buyable. So... Yeah, it's going to cost me 6% more if I don't have the avatar.
And that's why, things like sitting at the portables. I took one out and we had 5 or 6 of us at the portables doing Herblore, doing things like that. I think we sort of say,
before,
what Bible are you doing?
It was prayer.
Prayer?
120 prayer.
Then again, we say, okay, well, we're going to have one in the prayer area and just, everyone goes to that world and can work on it and things like that.
And before Magebit just buys off all the avatar wardens.
Well, the other thing is that in the only time it was honestly an issue during the double XP weekend was like the first 10 or 12 hours. After that, there was always at least one available.
Yeah. My problem is I literally need to be on for like 15 hours every day to not even finish 120, but come close enough that it won't cost me too much money after the fact.
But the other good thing is about when you do take an avatar out, you are holding it out there for several hours, so people know, okay, we can train here, and they know where you're going to be and things. Yeah, it's the ones they pull it out for an hour, disappear, come back, and grab another one out, and jump to a different world and that type of thing. The 3% to me is good enough. But if I look around, you train.
I'm good with that as well. Sora, you can just follow me around with the avatar. That way, that's like that's a level of luxury that I don't feel like anyone should have. It's like, no, I want an avatar at 6% and a familiar. So I have someone follow me around with the avatar.
I used to do all my other stuff beforehand, and when Mage logged on, I'd go and get ready for divination, just head down there, pull out my Muspa pet, and get the avatar.
Actually,
I had the best of both worlds.
Yeah, right? Yeah, I know. Right? Yeah, you used to do that all the time. You'd come down and do divination with me just because I had the avatar out here.
Yeah, this is why you need alt accounts. So also, that way your alt can have the avatar out, and then your main can just be skilling.
Wouldn't that be? Yeah, it's like you just invite your alt account into the clan, then you secretly promote them behind everyone's back, and then, there you go. Problem solved. Actually, thank you for bringing the avatar here because I actually needed to pay my my dues. But anyway, let's continue on here, shall we? And go into system updates. I didn't eat this morning because of all the pre-show nonsense. So I'm like slowly dying here. So bear with me. I'm trying to keep my energy up. I may have to eat something though at some point in time if we go too long here. Anyway, clan updates, right? So we talked about that. Certain updates may not be completed if they're too complex. Kelby cleared some space to help clans next year. What does that all mean? We don't know yet. Maybe we'll actually get an interactable notice board where we can post custom messages. That would be nice.
the ability just to sort of allow certain things for lower people or clans without having to increase their levels and give them access to things you perhaps don't want them to do.
More granularity.
That is the biggest thing for me. Yeah,
more granularity on permissions in clans. It's ridiculous that someone has to be an admin to be avatar warden. That's stupid. You should be able to be avatar warden when the clan leader wants you to be avatar warden. Exactly. I know plenty of admins, not necessarily in this clan, but in the past, who have not handled avatar privileges very well, whereas there have been people below there that when they finally were great. Like, you know, rank does not necessarily imply responsibility.
We had some people who have left now who abused some of the other powers they had.
Yeah.
And they were good avatar wardens, but they did abuse some of the other powers that they had simply because, you know, they were given that for avatar reasons. And anyway, we won't go there, but
sure.
You know, they did some things that shouldn't have been done.
Anyway, moving on to dailies. They're gathering feedback on dailies and what we want to do and what the community's feelings are towards them. They plan to tackle this issue soon. TM. Grabbing items like daily pineapples aren't a focus and would either be generalized or ignored. They're looking at more of the overarching dailies that are, you know, I guess more so in the distraction and diversion department than anything else.
Yeah. They did talk about, you know, maybe locking away, doing sinkholes rather than
quest rewards. Quest rewards were another one where, like, instead of having to get your buckets of sand and things every day, like making maybe an automated system that takes care of that for you.
Or you can do it once a week.
Or you can just do it once a week.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying about that's what I said about the sinkholes. You can do the sinkhole once a week. You'll get the same XP drop, but it's just in one big chunk. So it's a weekly one rather than a daily one.
They got to be careful with
which
that.
I think is well, that's right. I said that's exactly what I thought. I would probably, if they did that, you give it the same as what 3 sinkholes would be. And you do have the chance to do the double and things like that.
Yeah, like if you want the grid, like this is I would allow you to be like when you go into an event that is a daily, it gives you an option of doing it the daily or doing the weekly. So you can do daily if you want and get granular with it and get more efficient XP per hour, or you do the weekly, you get one lump sum of XP and you don't have to worry about it for the entire week.
Mm-hmm. The only thing that I kind of worry about is one of the things they were kind of talking about is potentially having.
Lost you there, Harley.
Only available. So I think it's
I lost you there for a second. Could you repeat that? Sorry.
The one thing they were talking about was potentially making the weeklies only available one day out of the week, which I think is a terrible idea.
That's a horrible idea.
Limits the amount of players who can actually participate.
That's what we make Tuesday. Yeah, that's what they said. We make Tuesday the dungeoneering day, and Wednesday. And that's I totally agree there. Yeah,
don't do that.
I also feel like honestly, dailies aren't a terrible issue in my opinion. I just feel like people need to not think they have to do every single one.
Yeah,
that again, it's
a psychological issue.
Oh, everyone's doing it, and I have to do it because I'm not going to get as much XP and things like that. Well, then play the game, enjoy the game. That's what it is. It's a game. But
it's literally a psychologial issue. Good.
So they brought up daily challenges and how, like, if you don't do them, like, you're leveling at a much lower rate than everybody else. And I will tell you, I almost never do daily challenges because I freaking hate them. And so I basically ignore them.
I ignore them out of more out of laziness than contempt, but I ignore them as well. It's just I don't know. I
hate being told what to do.
What?
You just hate being told what to do.
I do. I'm extremely anti-establishment and being told.
That is.
But I also just don't like dungeoneering. It's mainly that's my main issue. Is like sinkholes is whatever. It's still dungeoneering. It's dungeoneering light, if you ask me. So I still don't like it. The game mechanics are too similar. At least with like Big Chinchompa or something, at least you're doing something different and something that doesn't require as much annoying AFK-ness. Like there's a level of 100 that's like it's AFK enough that you can't pay constant attention to without ripping your eyes out, but you also can't look away too much because you're constantly resetting traps. Like that very majority. Yep.
Sorry, I feel like the worst thing about sinkholes though is that you do them and you bust your ass and you get number 1, and then you get screwed by somebody else's card.
Yeah, it's RNG, and that's a whole other argument that is specific to that minigame. Yes, absolutely, is RNG is fucking annoying, which is another reason why I don't like sinkholes. Is that mechanic? Is it makes me do dungeoneering, and then basically it doesn't matter who actually wins. It's who has the better card that they've been holding on to. So that could be very frustrating as well, which is another reason why I just completely avoid it. But, on the flip side, I'm still stuck at 114 dungeoneering because of it. So, yeah, Jagex. If Jagex could make a weekly version of sinkholes, I think I would actually do it. Because then I would at least only have to subject myself to it once or twice a week. So, there you go. What happens to daily D&D reset tokens? Do they all become weekly? Who knows? But that's a thing that's on the table. I think it's for the better in the long run would be to just scrap the current D&D system for a more spread out one for sure. But when I do my dailies, my actual dailies, right, it only takes me about a half an hour. And I say only because, okay, fine, I do end up playing for about 8 to 15 hours a day. All right, you got me there. So 30 minutes isn't a huge, allotment of time for me per se. 30 minutes could be a big deal to somebody. And I'm sure it's a big deal to more people than I'm giving it credit for with that statement. That being said, to me, I've whittled down the available dailies, and I only do about 30 minutes worth of dailies because that's what I want to do. That's what I feel comfortable doing. Beyond that, I feel like I'm wasting time. I feel like I should be skilling or something.
Well, to me, I think, honestly, that the diversity in dailies currently is a good thing. And I think the problem is the players who actually think that they need to do every single daily. It's like, no, you don't. You need to pick the ones that you like, or the one skill that you're working on, or the 2 skills you're working on. Focus on doing those for a while, and then switch it up. Like,
Zenel, don't bring logic into this. Sorry, go ahead.
Like, trying to play every piece of content in a game, it just makes no sense to me. It's like you don't try to do all 28 skills a day, do you? Like, you got to make sure you do one of each skill.
Unless you're trying to get all your golden rocks or something.
Yeah, I mean that's like one of the only reasons, I guess, to do it. But I'm saying it's not like that's the part of the mentality. I think I don't really want them to cater to the mentality of, oh no, I got to make sure I get all these rewards in time. It's like I like the fact that if you want to focus on dungeoneering, you can get good XP from sinkholes in a daily. If you want to focus on the divination one, you can get that XP. But like maybe you don't have time to do both, and I think that's totally fair.
I mean, that's life right there. Sometimes you just don't have time to do everything you want to do. I mean, that's the story of PAX.
That's what I love about this game. You can't really do every single thing in a day, really, unless you've got a lot of time. You've got to pick and choose. Like, I want to do this, I want to do this. I'm going to concentrate on this week, and then tomorrow I can do something else. It's that diversity that makes the game unique and different.
Yeah, absolutely.
Indeed. And that's one of the reasons why I like it. But on the flip side, I wouldn't care if they made these weekly events, although it does feed a little bit into the min-maxing side of things, for sure. But I'm also not hurt by the fact that there are dailies that I don't do. There are monthlies that I don't do, which is kind of silly if you think about it. Like, I don't do god statues, which is great construction and prayer / I should start doing it for the Slayer XP. Holy crap! All right, adjusting that. But point being, there are just certain things that I just don't bother with because, as far as I'm concerned, they don't interest me.
Yeah,
and that's how I play the game. That's very counterintuitive being a completionist, but
Yeah, that is absolutely how I play too. I am a player who likes to do whatever I am fancying at that moment. So like dailies, weeklies, monthlies, none of them really click with me because it's like maybe I'll do some sinkholes because I feel like it at this moment, but it's probably not going to be half an hour past. It's like probably not going to be half an hour past the time. I'm going to not be at the right time, so I probably won't do it. And 15 minutes later, I won't feel like doing it. It's like today I feel like woodcutting. I'm going to do that. Tomorrow I feel like doing Slayer. I'm going to do that. Like, I'm not going to base my play style off of min-maxing.
Yeah, and you shouldn't have to, You shouldn't have to. You should be able to play the game the way you want to play the game, but unfortunately, there's just so much focus on XP waste, and you have to be efficient, and you have to be constantly moving, though. That's just kind of become the unfortunate norm. Definitely not the.
I guess, but do you think it's actually the norm, or is it just the norm in the part of the community that
we're part of?
With?
Yeah, that's interesting. That's I don't have a good answer for you there because I don't know how to look outside of the current community that I'm a part of easily. I would say like, oh, that would be a great straw poll, but would it? Because you're only going to get people who answer. The only people who are going to answer you are going to be the people that are probably part of the community that are the min-maxers. Really, you tend to get the vocal responses from the people that are part of the active community. So how do you? I guess the only way you can properly know that really is to have the internal stats. That might be a good question for Jagex, actually, for a Q&A.
If you just look at the people who are doing dailies versus the amount of people who play the game in a day, it's a pretty easy way to tell, how popular they actually are.
I suppose. I wish we had access. I know they can't be this transparent because it would probably be bad for their business model, but I wish we could have data like that. It would be really interesting to discuss. Probably devastating for the game, but it would be really, really interesting to discuss. And I say devastating for the game not necessarily because the information is going to reveal bad things, but because people don't know how to handle information like that. It can be overload, and then people see a number that they take the wrong way, and then they freak out. Yeah, it's like, oh well, only 3 people did that on that one entire day, but like you don't take anything else into people get a little silly.
Yeah, absolutely. I totally agree. I mean, even we can look at the bossing topic we had earlier, where if you look at those numbers straight up, it's like, oh, bossing's not a popular thing. But if you kind of think of, how often people actually play the game, do people boss every day who like it, all that kind of stuff. It's how many bosses there are. There's so many factors other than this is the raw number of how many people actually did this today.
Yeah. Anywho. Any more thoughts on dailies? Are dailies in need of some love? Enough that they're looking at it. Personally, one way or another, I mean, would it be nice for my XP count to have dailies go to weeklies? Personally, yes. But I also understand the implications that kind of produces as a side effect, meaning that's more XP in the game overall. But
do you think that you would actually do them more if they were weeklies?
It depends on which ones we're talking about. There are certain ones that I would just never do. I'm not going to do Big Chinchompa no matter what until I go for 120 Hunter. It's not on my radar. Whether it's weekly or weekly, monthly, daily, doesn't matter. It's not part of my current goals, therefore I have no interest in doing it. If they made Divine Caches a weekly, yes, I would absolutely do them. 2 times a week I can handle. 2 times a day I can't handle, so I just don't even do it at all. Dailies can lead to making you feel like you have to log in and do them. It keeps customers coming back. It's annoying, but it's a smart business idea. Yeah, we actually covered the psychology behind it at one point in time on a previous episode. That daily content and daily login bonuses are there to keep you coming back. So the mere fact that they're looking into kind of changing it really speaks against the current paradigm and the current system in place. So I mean, it's kind of progressive of them to look away from these things. But again, they have Treasure Hunter and Daily Keys and so many other things keeping you back that I don't feel like it's overall going to hurt their business too much to maybe make some of these things weekly opposed to daily. They're just overall they have so many things that keep you coming back on a daily basis. Taking some of their daily D&Ds, making them weekly, in my personal opinion, doesn't really detract from the amount of other things that keep you coming back on a daily basis, that are available. So that's just my 2 cents on that. Let's see here. So minigames, we can talk minigames. Everyone's favorite. This when I was watching this port, it actually kind of made me sad. They really made it sound like minigames are pretty much a thing of the past. And I know it's kind of true, and maybe not even kind of true. It probably is completely true, but it makes me sad. It makes me sad because I loved minigames. I still do love minigames. But and then you say, well, Magebit, well, why you're not playing any? You can't love them that much. And it's like, yeah, all right, fair point. But on the flip side, there's no reason for me to play these minigames. So I kind of had no other choice. And not only that, even if I wanted to, the communities are all dead anyway. Go ahead, Harley.
Exactly. I would absolutely be playing minigames if I could actually find a community around it to do them. Like, I would love to do Castle Wars, but you try to do it, and like 3/4 of the people there are just AFKing. Like, and if you're lucky, if there's actually even 5 people there doing it. So it's like, I don't even myself necessarily care about rewards as much as I care about actually having like people to do it with.
There's one trim cape requirement they should be dropping. They did Livid Farm. They should be doing Castle Wars next.
Oh, I totally agree. I think that's only hurt Castle Wars.
Yeah.
So much.
That's what I mean. If they got rid of that, I think people who want to play it will be actually playing it properly because they'll be able to find teams.
I think one of the fantastic things that they talked about doing was potentially making it so mini games are more XP giving focused, which I think could very potentially bring people back into doing that, because considering the community in and of itself right now is pretty much XP, that might actually help.
That's right. If you had XP drops given, combat XP drops given in Castle Wars, as well as having points, you have to do so much of the activity. If you just sit there and get and do nothing, then you get no points from it. Much the way they do in pest control. I mean, you only need 5,000 points in pest control. It's a 10-minute game, and you can do that in sort of 3 or 4 minutes. But still, you've got people participating. If you had a participation thing in these mini games and cut down these trim cape requirements, I think you would find that would help the community, because you'll get people actually enjoy Castle Wars going to Castle Wars.
I miss Heist.
Oh, yeah, I like Heist.
Heist is one of my favorites, and you can't even play Heist for the bonus. Like, you can't even boost Heist anymore, to be honest with you. Like, finding people who just want to boost it. It's just to get the bonus XP out of it. Like, you can't even find people who really want to do that anymore. And I'm like, why not? It's a great minigame. It's fun. It's fun even when you're not playing it legitimately, I'll be honest with you. The cooperation that's required to cheese the game is still kind of remotely fun. I don't know. I agree. I think the same goes for Stealing Creation. Whether you're playing Stealing Creation legitimately or for the points, that's actually still a fun game to play, whether it's for the points or not.
I enjoyed Stealing Creation, yeah.
I love Stealing Creation. Whether it's combat enabled or no combat enabled, I think Stealing Creation is fantastic. There are so many great mini games out there that are just not used. And Stealing Creation actually gives you good bonus XP. But, I mean, it's probably one of the few ones that you can probably still maybe find teams for. I think Fast SC is still technically a thing. I don't know how alive they are. Because just considering that there's so many other ways you get bonus XP in the game these days, even bonus XP seems to be, from minigames, seems to be underwritten by the bonus XP you get from Treasure Hunter. So,
one of my fears is that, like, kind of like what's happened with the PvP community in RuneScape is that they've just ignored it for so long that there is no easy way to revitalize it. It's like these kind of things you have to work on. Like, you can't let it fall behind. But like, minigames are so dead now. Like, what do you actually do to even fix that? Like, that just seems like such a hard thing to actually figure out, because like, even if you make the rewards great, are people actually gonna come back? Like, I don't know how you do it. And you even look at like old school, where like even in old school minigames are mostly dead. Like,
is that the case?
Yeah, that's I haven't played a lot of them, but that's what I've heard from people, and from the few that I've seen and played, they are pretty much still empty. So it's not even like an RS3 issue.
Sarah says, I hate Stealing Creation with a passion. Back in the day, I had to get all the tools for all 99s, which was just weeks and weeks of Stealing Creation. Me too, and I look back on that with fond memories. It's funny how two people can go through a similar thing and look back on it very differently. Because I loved that. While I was getting the XP for all the 99s and all my combat skills and whatnot, I became an anti for Stealing Creation for a while, just because I was there all the time anyway. I just got into the community. I was having a good time. I love Stealing Creation. I don't know. Just wanted to kind of bring that up, because two similar paths and two very different people looking back on it. I'm like, yeah, that was fun. And Sarah's like, I never want to think of that again. I just think that's interesting. Yeah. We can have two very different outlooks on the same type of life event. Anyway, continue. Anyone else have any more points?
That's definitely something else I love about the game. Is I mean, you have so much different
Sure.
content that some people hate parts of it, some people love that part, and it's totally fine. Whatever, do what you like. But I think honestly, like, I don't know, like mini games, I think they need a complete overhaul. I think you almost need to remove every single mini game that is currently in the game, and then make new ones that are based on modern ideas and mechanics.
Think about, I mean, I agree that they completely need to be revamped. Like a remake of a lot of mini games, I think would be great, and then removal of some of them as well. Like stealing, mobilizing armies can just be thrown directly into the trash. Like, don't even try to fix it. I mean, don't even try to fix it. Just yeah.
See, I think you throw every minigame into the trash and you just start new. Like, okay, what should a minigame be in 2016 or whenever they can get around to this? And then honestly do an expansion in like 2018 or something that's just like, here's 5 new minigames and we removed all the old ones.
I don't know how I feel about that. I'm not crazy about the idea of just removing all of them at once. I think it's worth looking at remaking them. The only reason why I could get behind the removal of Castle Wars is the trimmed comp requirement. Is if it's gone, then obviously that requirement's gone. But you said it yourself, Castle Wars is really fun, and it's also based on a very antiquated game. Like it's Capture the Flag, one of like the original, team-based, games that has been around longer than computers. So I mean, I think that is at least a testament to show that there are old mini games that can still be fun, but are not played because we're not here to play Capture the Flag. We're here to play RuneScape. So that brings up another argument: is okay? Yes, Capture the Flag / Castle Wars is fun, but does it belong in RuneScape? Should that be a fun orb thing more than a RuneScape thing, or mini games in general? Like, maybe we just
speaking of dead things? Yeah,
right. Well, maybe here's how you rebuy a fun orb. Right, you take all the mini games out of RuneScape and you dump them on a funorb.com. By the way, stupidjavagames.com is about to expire. I don't know if anyone remembers that joke. I don't think we're gonna renew it.
That was I remember that one.
That was like a year ago, at least a year ago, because that's when it's expiring now.
I think
it was LS3.
Shadow was for that one too.
Yeah, I believe it was LS3 who funded that, if I remember.
Well, it was LS3.
I think. So that's funny. But stupidjavagames.com, which I believe redirects to Jagex.com. This is going away. Speaking of Fun Orb and bad Java games, just take all the mini games, dump them into Fun Orb, put an advertising campaign on Fun Orb, resurrect Fun Orb. Welcome back. It's 2004. It's all over again. Everyone, just keep eating. Just keep going along with it. Just keep feeling like it's the past. I don't know. How do we fix mini games? Do we fix mini games by killing mini games? Is that what we do?
Maybe what we need to do is combine mini games and dailies, and that's how you fix them.
Well, yeah. So did I direct it at Fun Orb? That's great. So unfortunately, it's like $14.95 for the year to renew stupidjavagames.com. So I don't think we're gonna do it, despite the fact that it redirects to Fun Orb, which is hilarious. Anyway, yeah. So any final points that we want to make on this mini games section here? Make them now, or forever hold your pieces. All right. Let's continue on. They did mention again, of course, that let's actually go back to one more point. I just thought of something that we didn't mention here. What about making mini games that run with any amount of people involved? So Pest Control starts leaving with 2 people, 1 person, doesn't matter. It leaves whenever the countdown finishes and goes. Castle Wars, as long as there's 1 person on each side, the match starts. Heist, as long as there's 1 person on each side, which makes no effing sense, but whatever. Game starts. I mean, I guess you can play Heist with 1 person, but it would be very short games. So, I mean, is that a viable option, is to keep minigames in the game? We just let them start with any amount of people, so they can at least be started. Shades of Morton is another one.
Well, Remember that post a while ago where he wanted Jagex bots in the game to be running in mini games, and then as more players join, the bots drop out, and
then Pyrn's audio drops out.
Oh,
Say that again? Yeah, say that again.
We had a while ago. We had a post where we were making fun of the guy where he wanted bots in the mini games. Jagex run bots.
We made fun of him.
And that's right. So you've only got one in there, but you're playing against 5 bots, and then as people join, they just sort of drop out the bots, and you get real people in there. But at least there's games running, and people can join in and things.
Yeah, and like you can pull a Mass Effect Harbinger and just assuming control of this character, and then there you go. Sorry, Mass Effect on the brain. Excited for Andromeda. Continue.
I mean, honestly, I think that would be a good way to do it there. Like what Pyrn is saying is honestly to have bots, not in the hate RuneScape sense, but as in like fake people who take up space in the game and are doing the mini game. I think that would be a fantastic way to handle some of it. I also think that they could. I think if you redesigned minigames in such a way that, I think one thing you could do is like shard them, and so that you can be on any world, and if you join, you head into a minigame, you are brought into the exact same place. That way people would actually be brought together, and then make every minigame actually join in progress. So like if there is a Castle Wars match going on, you can join into the middle of that Castle Wars match rather than starting your own or waiting for the timer to be up.
Every minigame should be on a shard world.
Yeah, agreed. That way you don't have to worry about matchmaking and whatnot. Just take the new death matchmaking system and just apply it to all other minigames.
The other thing is, as we've said, over and over and over again, they need to really look at rewards on these mini games and constantly update them and do different things. Make good rewards there that are degradable, that keep people having to go back and doing things. Don't just sit there and say, okay, here's this, there you go, bang, and and expect 10 years later for it to still be good and wanted by people.
Yeah. I think that's the trouble too. It's like I don't even know what do you qualify? What would be a good enough reward to make you play a minigame? I don't even necessarily even know what.
Well, that's where I sort of, when I said a while ago with like things like fishing trawl and that, you have a fishing outfit that's going to give you bonus XP, chances to catch rare fish, that type of thing. But now they're going to be putting these skilling outfits into game from Treasure Hunter. That sort of probably kills that off again now. So it's hard to.
Sorry, if you make like high-powered degradable versions, that would be one thing. You only get like 6 or 7% from the elite outfits. If you had like an outfit that gave you 15%, but like had like a 5-hour degrade on it or something like that.
You got to keep going back, or have an attachment that you can put onto these outfits that you earn in game. So you get that, and you play this. It gives you extra XP and chances for other rare things. But it's hard. But the thing is, you've got to keep revisiting. You can't do it and just leave it alone. You have to. That's the type of thing that needs to be, if not every 6 months, at least every 12 months, revisited to update and make sure those rewards are still current and desired.
Another thing you could do is like I said, we talked about making them give out better XP rewards, but you could also make them just make gold in what actually a viable money-making method. That might honestly help. If you could make 3 mil an hour playing Castle Wars, people would probably do it.
Yeah. I just want to see, and I don't know why this isn't the case, as to like bonus XP. Like there are mini games with good bonus XP. Why aren't people taking advantage of that? Is the bonus XP not good enough? Like the fact,
so much.
I literally got like 6 million bonus XP, maybe even more than that, slightly in both, like 6 million in one, 6 million in the other, in both Hunter and Thieving. And I did that at Heist, obviously, and it took me about a week to do. Maybe a little bit longer. Maybe a week and a half. This was a long time ago. Hard to remember. But point being, like, to get to 99, it made my journey to 99 that much easier. And for Hunter, it's like you might say, well, you could just spend the same amount of time just training the skill. But for Hunter, I would rather be AFK for that time than having to work on Hunter, right? So I thought bonus XP was great. So I don't know honestly what you could give people to make them happy enough. I don't know.
I mean, things like that are kind of why I think that you possibly need to just remove all current mini games and just start rethinking how you do them completely and introduce them slowly back in again as different things. Whether it's like whether you make some as remakes or not, I don't know, but I feel like part of the issue now, even just like what we have with the PvP community, is just people are so used to not doing them that, like, I don't know, you could make it the most ridiculously OP method in the game and people will still ignore it. Like, I mean, the Wilderness has some of the best training methods there are. The Wilderness Agility course gives you ridiculous XP, but like it's not like it's actually increased the popularity of it.
You're right.
That's the Wilderness.
Yeah, I mean, there's that as well as there's danger.
Well, sure, but there's people out there who would say, well, yeah, mini games aren't played because they're mini games. Like, you don't like PvP, but there are plenty of people who do want a lot. It's built into people. To some people, like a lot of the community, to not like it. But I feel like that's something you have to combat if you want these things to actually be popular again.
Yeah, well, again, and I think Zeno brings up a valid point here. It's the mentality of XP waste, the no XP waste. Is how do you get past that mentality of no XP waste and get back to actually, like, people wanting to play the game for playing the game. Like, so the rewards are good enough that you don't think about the fact that you're XP wasting. Like, and how do you do that without devaluing the other training methods, right? Like, I don't know. Heist is awesome bonus XP still. I love to do it. The problem is the people who do it are set teams. You can't just do it with randoms unless you are lucky on Spotlight. Yeah, and that's sad because it didn't used to be like that. That's the problem we're trying to figure out. Why have we gotten here, right? When we had a perfectly good minigame there, Heist was great. It was a good minigame. It gave you good bonus XP. Why did it die? Why is it dead? The XP is good. There's bonus XP in a skill that's very monotonous to train. 2 skills that are very monotonous to train until you get to Elf City in one of them. But I don't honestly have a good reason as to why Elf City, as to why that minigame doesn't get more attention than it gets.
Do you think they just need to make minigames give out straight up XP? Like, make a minigame, like...
maybe. Maybe people need to see that XP per hour.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a maybe. I mean, it makes sense, and it's sad to think that, but it may be the case. And if that's the case, maybe minigames need to just die then. I don't think that's what minigames are supposed to be for. Maybe I need to change my own thought paradigm about that. Maybe that's what minigames are evolving into, and I need to be a little more open-minded. I don't know.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. I think that they obviously need a new focus of some kind. Like I agree. Like, that's not what minigames were originally, but like what they were originally obviously just isn't appealing to most people anymore, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's a shame.
Perfect idea.
Okay.
Earn treasure hunter keys or earn rune coins for mini games.
I'm down.
That is, yeah, absolutely.
Anyway, so there's mini games. Are they dead? Yes. Is anything going to be done about it? We don't know.
Pest Control is about the only mini game that is not dead, Sora.
Storm, by the way, energy's ready whenever you want it.
And even Pest Control is only alive at peak hours or on Spotlight. Like, it's not like it's running 24/7 like minigames used to.
Yeah, that's very true. Spotlight is but a spotlight in time. Anyway,
we used to be able to go to almost any world that was and go to Pest Control, and even though it wasn't sharded, there'd be people there playing it.
Sharded. Yeah, no, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. You don't have enough summoning energy. Well, then I'll drink a potion. Yeah, I mean, minigames used to be super populated back in the day. Back in RuneScape 2, I remember there was never a time that Pest Control wasn't busy, Castle Wars wasn't crammed. But again, we know that already. It's how do we fix it now? And I don't, without thinking about it, yeah.
The problem is also the mentality of the players now. A lot of people do like to play singly. Yes, it is an MMO, but I think a lot of people they just want to go and do what they want to do when they want to do it. They don't want to, be stuck to a schedule and I have to go and find players and have to join these people and that type of thing. I think a lot of people do just like that sort of, I go and get my max XP. I don't have to sit there and wait for a game to start. They just want to get in there and start doing things straight away.
They just get on in there. Yeah. Well, I want to move along. Keep going. We have so much more to cover, and
already... I might actually go to bed once we finish the TLDW because it's 4 a.m. here already.
Yeah, I don't blame you. We have a buttload more to cover here. So, NXT and more. There will be new graphical features in 2017. Make sure assets are delivered quickly and that requirements are kept lower. They will not be going 4K. We are looking at our material system, they say, and expanding our feature set. Volumetric lighting will be a thing. It'll make things look pretty. Metaphos and other expansions will make use of it. Most machines would suffer if it came out now. I say bring it on, but whatever. I can wait. Normal mapping is another thing they're working on. An awesome example of normal maps in God Wars Dungeon 2 and Heart of Gielinor. Looking how we can ship that elsewhere without it being a distinct difference. They're also looking into UI scaling. We're looking to keep ways to keep it customizable but better represent on high-res monitors. We are looking for a solution, but it will be solved eventually. So we don't even get a soon, we get an eventually TM. Player model rework as well. In order to do the rework, we'd need to change every equipable item individually, so that's probably not something we're going to see. This is that we are trying to better structure this issue, but it's a massive effort. Might not see that in 2017 then. Tick system, of course. We will always consider reworking it and constantly look for this just sounds like a bunch of PR and mumbo jumbo. Like he had this ready to say. Once we find a solution, we need to make sure the feel of the game isn't changed. From there, we can look at taking advantage of a better system.
Just one thing you did say, if the tick system, because the game has been built around it, by changing it, they would be breaking about 80% of the game.
Yeah, bring it on. I mean, they did that with EOC, and they didn't have a problem with it.
I don't think EOC made stuff unplayable, though.
It did for a little while. It depends on who you were, really.
I wasn't around for the transition there, but
it was bad.
This would literally break how you interact with different things in the game.
Yeah, I know. No, this literally breaks. Like, a lot of things are tied to the tick system. Besides combat, it's not just combat that's tied to the tick system.
And I also, and I mean it's like stuff you don't think about of how you interact with the world. And I also totally agree. Like one of the things that I've said about the tick system before is that it would literally change how the game feels to you.
And I'm okay with that because it feels like shit right now moving around. Continue.
I don't know.
That's a personal preference.
You say that, but they could change it, and it could make you not like the game anymore. Like
it could. That's what betas are for.
Changing something that big in the game changes how people perceive the game, and it can lead to mass exodus.
It can. It did with EOC. It could definitely happen with the tick system. I will definitely not argue that. But I think it's worth exploring and putting out some beta, like non-committal betas that may very well lead to nothing. As far as actually moving on from a beta, I would just like to see them try, is all. Is it worth the effort, though? It might not be worth the effort, depending on, like, if this is literally going to take up all resources for, like, the next, like, year or something, then now is probably not the time to research that. You know? I mean, maybe someday, but again, we don't know what RuneScape Remastered is. We don't know what's coming, what they have in the pipeline, so they're not really telling us. There could be other things that make the tick system not even relevant anymore. If they ever make RuneScape 4, and again, we don't know what RuneScape Remastered is, it very well could be RuneScape 4, it could be a completely different product that's completely unrelated and unlinked in any way, shape, or form. We don't know, but, if they ever redid the engine, and they didn't do something about the tick system, I think it would be a little silly. But, when they redo the tick system, it's not like it's just adjust a number, for sure. A lot of code has to be changed, and it affects the client and the server. Unlike with NXT, it's just a client. This is the whole kit and caboodle that needs to be kind of rejiggered, if you will. So I get it. Big product. Probably, big change would probably cause a lot of problems for a lot of people in the short term. But in the long run, is it worth it? I'm not really qualified to say that, but I think it really depends on where the development of the game is going.
I think even more than EOC, it's a gamble. Like EOC, you're right. It did cause an exodus, but the thing is also, it only affected one facet of the game.
Yeah.
Like there are plenty of players who barely do PVM, so they barely even notice the fact that EOC was a thing. And when you're doing the tick system, there's literally no person who would not see the difference. And it's literally like the thing is they have no idea what it would do to the community. Like it's a huge gamble to change, because maybe it makes a ton of people leave, maybe people don't care. But you have no idea until you actually launch that product, and then like a year later your subscriber base is crashed, and then RuneScape dies because they removed the tick system.
That would be really ironic, considering everyone wants it, and then it's the thing that kills the game. That would be ironic, but it could totally happen. So you're not wrong. You're not wrong. And this is obviously something that needs to be dealt with very carefully, which is why I say like a non-committal beta or something where it's just like, here's what the game could be like if we reduce the tick system to more, closer to real time. And if everyone's like, holy shit, this is horrible, hopefully they would be like, okay, see, we told you this was a waste of our time. But do we want to waste all that development time to get to that point? Of course, right? Like
the tick system comes out and we get RuneScape 2016. It's just that version of the game now. It's just like the old school version that popped up. We need the tick system back.
Yeah, right. It's like, now play with the tick system. Yeah, it's no more. Anyway. Let's continue on here with PVM. We got combat gear. Do I have to talk about this? Alright, so nothing is stopping us from introducing high-tiered equipment, but we want to give gear more uses. Currently, better gear allows you to defeat existing mobs at a faster rate. That's a weird sentence. What's planned is to raise mob difficulty that puts a heavy incentive on using better gear. Raising Slayer to 120 allows us to raise the mob difficulty to accomplish this goal. We will continue to release a boss each year that provides gear to defeat a new tier of Slayer creature. So that's, there's some symbiosis there. I like that, where it's kind of like the bosses are kind of geared towards the new Slayer creatures and whatnot, so you can constantly be kind of keeping a one-up. Obviously, this is going to lend some value to the tier 92s that are at the moment not very represented in the game. A, due to their rarity, and B, due to the no real need for them, and being tier 90s pretty much gets the job done. So this is going to be changing that. And how do we feel about combat becoming more difficult in 2017? Anyone want to chime in on that? Because for me personally, for someone who doesn't do combat, I don't have a huge opinion on it, but as someone who wants to get into combat, this does frighten me a little bit, but I understand the need.
Yeah, the thing is, they are talking the high end. You've always got to challenge those high-end players, those end-game players, to keep them in game and give people goals to go for. So, like just now, I'm now fighting a Raxor. Telos I haven't gone to yet, but he apparently is easier than a Raxor on under 100% rage. But the thing is, you've always got to have that goal to go for. When Queen Black Dragon first come out, that was that was my aim. I had to get there. And then she's easy. You've got that next tier. You've always got that next tier. So it's always going to be harder bosses coming out. What I would like to see with the new gear that comes out, is it only being allowed at higher end bosses? I think
they don't mention that.
Yeah, I know they don't say anything about that. But what I think, the gear we've got now, it just makes a lot of the sort of older bosses so easy to do. God Wars Dungeon 1's pretty much AFKable. Even with T85 plus at God Wars Dungeons 2. They're not that difficult. As these new stuff comes out, you don't want to be sitting here one-hitting Bandos. You want to make, so I think maybe as they get into higher levels, and they were talking about sort of 105 tiered equipment and such, I would hope that you can't take those into those lower end bosses to save those one hits and sort of, ruining them even more than what they are with their drops and such.
I mean, I feel like that would hurt the value of the armor though, because it would limit the amount of pool of people who would actually want to buy it. If you do limitations like that, it makes it so that people don't want to buy it. And I mean, I honestly think, like, you look at tank armor versus power armor. Like, tank armor has uses in very few places, so it's super cheap, when power armor is expensive. And it's expensive not because it's rare, but because of the fact that it has so many uses that everybody wants it.
But that's the whole idea of having these. So you can, from your Axors, your Teloses and above, and your Rage, you can use this new tier of weapon, which will be good against those. But you can't take it to God of War's Dungeon 1. You can't take it to QBD, the Mole, or those type of things where you can one-hit things. That will give more versatility, and it may help stop the price drop on that older equipment, because every time something new comes out, the older equipment drops in price. I mean, you look at it, you can get a full Bando set, for 5 or 6 mil. I remember when I bought mine, it was close on 30 mil for the entire set. If you have things which you can't take a T95 sword and chest plate, 2 Bandos, you can only go up to whatever it is now, T92. That's it. But these new ones, you can take it to God of War's Dungeon 2 and above.
Sounds like a lot of work to put those checks into place.
That's kind of my point, is that I think it would have the opposite effect of what you're saying. The more limited you make an armor, the less people who buy it, the cheaper it is. It's not just based on like how many drops there are. It's also based on if people want something or not.
That drop, they're going to want it because it'll be the best in game for those higher end bosses. And they're the ones.
There is a smaller percentage, not a huge percentage of the community does those higher end bosses. Is my point. Like,
well, you were just saying all those people were before. That's a high number, 3,000 kills. What I'm saying, I'm not saying limit it to that. I mean, you're going to have those new Slayer creatures and all that, which are going to have higher end things in them. That's where you want to be aiming new items for. I mean, it's going to be pointless bringing in T80 or T95 equipment, going down a Bandos on one hitting everything, because
the thing is,
all the other armor below that is just going to drop because people are just going to be using that.
Not everybody, because not everybody will be able to afford it.
I certainly can't afford tier 92s. I don't know about you.
Yeah, limiting tiers in armors to specific places literally just hurts their value. I mean, like I said, look at Port's armor. It's worth nothing because it's pretty much useless to anybody who does a lot of PVM.
But it's pretty.
It is pretty. It's very pretty armor.
So, making monsters. The one point that I wanted to bring up, we're probably way past it at this point, but I'll bring it up anyway, is just the fact that, remember, monsters used to be a lot harder than they are now as far as the damage that they dealt and the life points that they had back in the day. Then EOC came along, and all of a sudden we got this crazy increase to our ability to damage these monsters, and a lot of them did not get reworked for this process. Some of them did, most of them didn't. Slayer mobs have had some loves over the years, but a good chunk of Slayer mobs are just too effing easy. When you can just AFK an Abyssal Demon task that requires 85 Slayer, that's a pretty high Slayer level as far as, leveling is concerned at the moment. The fact that you can just AFK through those with no care in the world, to me, says that something has gone wrong. The Dark Beasts are completely AFKable. These monsters were not meant to be completely AFKable. They were not meant to be horribly difficult, but they were not really meant to be indefinitely AFKable. So, I think this buff is really more so to bring back the game difficulty into alignment where the game difficulty used to be for the average monster, as well as bringing an actual use to EOC as far as like, okay, well now your abilities really mean something, opposed to...
The problem is they tried that last November with our Slayer mobs and all the hate they got, and I mean, the one-hit mechanic at Ripper Demons is a pain in the neck, but people just don't do those type of things because they want to just go on AFK.
In relation to old bosses, coming from the Twitch side of things, Wolf of GE asks, but other than pet hunting, why would people be at those old bosses? Like, you know, why would
They're
they
still
waste their gear at those old bosses?
They're still fun.
They're still fun. They're still farmable. I mean, if you're,
Yeah,
you probably shouldn't be bringing your tier
farmable.
92
Yeah.
gear there either way, because that's kind of you're not going to make enough money to upkeep it, right?
I mean, that's another
Yeah.
point too that I would make is that you don't really need to limit where armor is used, because the thing that limits where armor is used is to grade cost. Like if you want to waste your tier 92s on a giant mole, go right for it. You can kill him really quick, but you ain't gonna be.
If you want to waste, yeah, you're
But
full.
you're still making at God Wars, at Bandos, and at Zami, you're still making, you know, 2 or 3 mil an hour quite easily there.
Yeah, but that's not very much money in the course of the game.
It's
like
very good when it's AFK, and if you're then one hitting them, if you're taking them down in one hit, you could double that quite easily because of the time it'll take.
Take yours,
If you're getting a 10-second kill every time on those monsters, especially when you buy a fast room and they spawn straight back virtually, you could quite easily make that 5 or 6 million.
Yeah, you very well could. So I don't know. I mean, I don't think restricting armor and weapons to monsters is necessary. I think if you're gonna waste, I mean, you're just inefficient. You're just making yourself inefficient at that point by wasting money when money doesn't need to be wasted. But if you want to go for overkill, like if you're bad like me and you want to go for overkill, I think you should be allowed to go for overkill. Anyway.
Yeah, but I mean, wasting money is what we want people to have several sets of armor, and that's where with the smithing update, I mean, you know, things like that, we want people just having several sets of armor for different things, not just having the highest tier every time and that's it. Because that's why smithing and that has died, and that's why we're trying to do these type of things. I don't know. I mean, I'm just spitballing things here.
Sure.
But, I mean,
I think Sarah brings up a valid point as well, and it kind of is talking about what we're talking about here. Is just she says, I've said this to others, you can't make things more difficult than increasing the loot. It's like, I'm happy to spend money on food and potions and more expensive gear, but you can't expect me to make 1.5 million an hour when I'm spending 100 to 200k in cost. So yeah, there's a definite like break off. That's why I'm saying like you'd be stupid to bring tier 92s to God Wars Dungeon 2, because you're gonna make 1 to 2 million an hour with that type of drain on your armor is silly. Like, you just wouldn't do that. Why would you do that? You're handicapping yourself at that point as far as your money making. You may not be losing money, but you're gonna a lot's coming off the top because of, you know, the boss you picked. You're not gonna bring tier 92s there. You should maybe bring tier 80s if you're feeling, you know, like you want to just AFK or something. And then if you're bad, you bring tier 90s, but you really should never need any more than tier 90 if I had to really think about that. I mean, I always say that because I'm guilty of bringing tier 90s to God Wars 1. So I have to kind of include that. Go ahead.
And I think some of what Sarah is talking about is definitely true. Like, some monsters, drop tables would need to be adjusted. The other thing to realize is the best way to make money with Slayer was never intended to be by getting a task from a Slayer master. The whole point of Slayer is you get a task, you get to 99, and then you have every monster unlocked, and then you go farm that monster for money. You don't go and keep getting tasks. Like, sure, some people want more XP, but you should not expect your best money to come from the XP getting method. Like, that's not the way any skill works, and Slayer shouldn't be any different there.
But it is, isn't it, huh? Like, it's one of the few where that is the case. And is it a unique?
Your best money from Slayer still isn't, like, if you want to make your best money from Slayer, you pick the best monster you have unlocked and you go kill that endlessly. You don't go and get XP for it. You just go straight for the money.
I suppose, but there's also certain monsters that, when on task, can be very profitable, and when off task are not. So, you know,
that's why I like the unique drops locked behind tasks. Like
I've always thought that was a good
dragons and things like that. I reckon that was the best idea they had.
Yeah, I've always thought that was a good idea. It keeps value. Whereas if you could just farm it endlessly, that makes it a Slayer reward. Whereas, you know, if anyone can just, once they get that Slayer, would do it, then it's not really a Slayer reward as much as it is just kind of like, it's slightly a Slayer reward, but not as much. It makes Slayer a much more exclusive skill, which I think, despite the fact that I don't like Slayer, I respect that, and I think more skills should have exclusive rewards like that require you to participate in the skill, not have just necessarily completed the skill.
Some monsters should be that way, but not every monster needs to be that way. A big part of Slayer is literally unlocking a monster to make money. Like that, it is meant to be a reward.
No,
just like in...
Slayer is a skill, so the Slayer is getting your XP for Slayer. What you're just talking about there is standard
not if you're
PVM.
99. There is literally no point except for when 120 comes out and going past 99 is skill. Some people like to do it, but there is no point beyond wanting a cosmetic cape.
Well, that's when you start then doing the you do bosses at that time. I mean, that's why getting to 99 in your combat skills is for that, and that's what Slayer does help you get to. I think.
But was Slayer meant to be a grind for money ever, or was it meant for you to like raise your combat skills on? Like Slayer, in my mind, in initial conception of Slayer, is a skill that
gaining XP
is about killing monsters. It's about assassinating creatures. Assassination might be a strong word. Maybe I have some things on my mind here at the moment, but killing these monsters that are maybe not killable by your average, fighter, if you will, PVM. I'm trying to use layman terms here because this is not necessarily a RuneScape thing, and more necessarily a mechanics thing here. So like the actual skill is about saying, like I've gone out and I fought these monsters that are difficult to kill, right? Like that's the whole allure of Slayers. It means that not only are you good at combat, but you're good at like finesse in combat, and you know what to do when you see X monster or Y monster. It's a lot like you're just, I don't know exactly what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to make in my brain allusions to all these other games that I'm like, well, if you've never played that game, well, then that doesn't work, and if you've never played that game, then that doesn't work. But point being is Slayer, in my opinion, is a skill for combat. It's a skill that makes you a better combatant towards monsters, and therefore when you hit level 85, for instance, you get access to killing abyssal demons, which used to be great money, and it's still not bad money. But you can just kill them flat out, and you just get their you always get their drops, right? But then we have these newer tasks like Edemus and whatnot that when you're on task, they drop pretty expensive items, but when they're not on task, those items don't drop. Which I think is interesting, to say the least, because it kind of goes against what Slayer, I think, initially was for, meaning it was just kind of saying that you were better at killing monsters than maybe the average person was, who was just trained in, like, PvP or something. Again, not talking about actual human skill, but in the game sense of just like, oh, a Slayer, he can fight crazy beasts. He doesn't just, kill chickens and cows. This guy knows how to properly salt, a rock crab or whatever. I don't know.
The point of a skill is to train it up to unlock the rewards for that skill. Like you train up Slayer to unlock a monster so that you can make money from it. And yes, there are some, and I think it's a good thing because it gives diversity. The fact that there are some that have their rewards locked behind only being on task. It's totally fine. It's great to have diversity, but not every Slayer monster shouldn't have every rare drop locked behind being on task.
Oh, we're not saying everyone, but we're saying...
Oh, I know you're not. I'm just saying that in general.
I like having...
when they you guys of that.
I think
when they brought out the Ripper demons and things, they were going to do those with, their drops were only going to be on task, and then they changed that. I disagreed at the time. I think it is now a good idea that they've done.
I think it goes against the concept of Slayer as a skill, but I don't think it's a bad idea.
The other problem is, these new creatures that they bring out are harder to fight, but that's why people don't like fighting them, because they can't AFK and make $2 or $3 million, 2 or 3 million GP an hour by just sitting there clicking on a monster every few seconds, or just putting on an AoE ability and just having everything attack them, and they don't have to do anything. That's where we need to get away from. These monsters that are 85, 90, 95 need to be a lot tougher and need to actually require you to do things.
I mean, that's the thing is people like hate them. We call them skipper demons, and there are definitely, like we said, the one hit mechanic there is definitely something that's like the one of the 4 monsters. That's the one mechanic that should probably be changed. But everything else, it's like you get great XP an hour, and you get the potential to make great money. So why are you complaining?
One thing with the Ripper Demons, the only thing the one hit mechanic even I don't mind so much. The problem they have down there, you'll be fighting one, another one will walk on top of it. It'll jump to the roof, but you don't see it because there's still another one standing there. And the next thing you know, it's dropped down on top of you because you haven't noticed that, all of a sudden it's jumped up because there is another one. They shouldn't allow these things to walk on top of each other. So there's two in the same square. That is probably the most frustrating thing down there. I mean, I've died twice last couple of trips I've had down there for that reason. I'm sitting there fighting the things. Another one's walked on top. It's jumped to the roof and I haven't seen. And all of a sudden it drops down and one hits me. I'm going, hang on, where did it come from? Yeah, they're the type of mechanics they need to fix up on them.
Yeah, I agree.
So, I mean, it's like Sarah bringing up some points in the Discord chat. Mainly in regards to, like, Edmus and stuff. Like, those aren't even fightable off-task. My apologies. I've never fought them. I'm 114 dungeoneering. Yep. Not even a fightable monster off-task. Like, you have to be on task, and they have some great... Blood Shard is, like, really good money if you get that drop. And I think that's a fairly common drop for them, considering you can't fight them off-task. Makes a little more sense now. That's an interesting, thought of just, like, what would that do to the Slayer skill? As far as profitability goes, if Slayer-exclusive monsters, all of them, all of a sudden, were only attackable on task, but on the flip side, they drop some pretty sweet loot. Would that be is that a good trade-off? Well, that's an interesting trade-off. She also brings up the point of, if you're not getting Slayer XP, you're not training Slayer, and therefore it's not Slayer. So
I mean, and I don't agree there at all.
It's PVM in that regard.
Yeah, it becomes PVM.
Yeah,
which at a technical level, I'll give you that at a technical level.
Reward that you're getting the advantage of, like.
Well, it's a Slayer reward, but it's not the Slayer skill once you're not getting it.
Yeah, it's just a reward at that point. And then rewards are still part of the skill now. Keep in mind, you're just not training the skill anymore.
But you also...
I've never said you're training it. Obviously,
exactly, that's why I'm getting into semantics here to try and clarify your point. I'm partially on your side here. Go ahead. Pyrn, were you in the middle?
Okay, yeah, I was just trying to say, I mean, they're not the only monster they do that with, though. You've got things like ice strike worms, which are fantastic for birds' nests.
Yep.
You can only get those on Slayer tasks as well. So, and I like that fact that they have a few of these monsters. And we're not saying, do every monster that way. And we're not saying do every monster has a unique thing. Yes, that you are training up your Slayer level to be able to fight these creatures to make money and such, but it's not Slayer once it is there. It is then just PVM. Slayer is where you're earning XP for that skill
if you're training Slayer.
But and as you said, the reward is from getting your Slayer level up to be able to fight those creatures and such.
Can you be partaking in Slayer without training Slayer? Perhaps,
absolutely.
That's PVM. It's at that case, it's PVM.
Okay, is PVM?
You've unlocked the reward.
Is PVM not part of Slayer though? Are they not intrinsically tied together? I'm also moving towards a hidden agenda here that Slayer isn't a skill.
No, it's not called. No, Slayer is a skill because you're earning things and unlocking things.
Yeah, so is Dungeoneering
for rewards and such. Well, see again though, Dungeoneering, there's nothing really you're unlocking.
Yeah, it's
other than a couple of resource.
It's literally an entire reward shop that it unlocks, just like.
And that's what I say. But that is like a mini game reward shop. There's nothing.
Yeah, and what if those things were handed out at levels instead, though? Like,
yes, then I would probably see it more as a skill then if it was done that way.
All I'm saying
rather
is
than in tokens.
You're just applying the reward in a different fashion is all. It's like, what if Ice Strike Worms, you had to pay to unlock Ice Strike Worms? What if you had to pay to unlock every Slayer monster? I mean, that's the only difference really between the two, is one is a reward shop. They both actually have reward shops, let's be technical about this, and you only have to unlock certain monsters in the reward shop, but Slayer literally has its own reward shop too, and there's plenty of stuff in the Slayer reward shop that impacts the game that it's not just directly related to fighting Slayer monsters. There's rewards that affect...
You're just a Slayer,
No, I mean, yes, but, I'm trying to create an argument here that will hopefully make people think about the fact that we can still have Slayer. There's nothing wrong with Slayer. In fact, a lot of people like Slayer, and I think it's a valuable part of the game. I'm just trying to, prove that Slayer is not a skill. That's all. I'm just, that it has no impact on whether it shouldn't or shouldn't be in the game. it's about what Slayer truly is, and Slayer is very similar to Dungeoneering in the sense that, in my opinion, it's more of a distraction and diversion for combat, a very, very intricate one. That's all. And I know a lot of people are going to disagree with me, and that's fine. But that's where I'm at.
Well, it's obviously the best skill because they are putting it to 120. It's the first, it's the first new elite skill. Let's call
not
it.
an elite skill. You don't know what an elite skill is if you're calling that an elite skill. An elite skill requires.
I'm just starting an argument with you now because you were trying to do one with me.
You're burning show time. We got 30 minutes left in this show. We got like 800 topics left, and we're arguing about if Slayer is a skill.
I think we'll be saving a lot of these for Friday's show.
Yeah, a lot of these are gonna. Well, I'm probably gonna do the next 2 straw poll. I'm gonna run until 1 o'clock, and I have things to do today. Unfortunately, I might come back later this afternoon for some clue scrolls and checking out the throne room if I can get back in time. But I do have some stuff to do. 4 hours is plenty for at least round 1 here. Anyway, where were we? Why don't we move on? I don't even know if I want to move on to any of this because this is all just. We're not talking about
Slayer. We're not talking / combat stats to 120.
We're not talking about that.
No. I do want to bring that up. They were saying they're not sure if they're going to poll it or not. Slayer to 120, or they're going to include it to expansion.
Oh, yeah.
So they are actually looking. Slayer to 120 may not be a thing coming in.
That's
now.
very well true. Yeah, you're right. I forgot about that. Yeah. That's I threw that in Discord last night when I was watching this. I was like, holy crap! There's still hope. There's still hope out there.
Which I found.
What did they say? I must have missed that part.
They were talking about Slayer, and they were talking about that they may actually still throw it to a poll because, there's.
They seem super unsure about Slayer to 120.
2/3 of the players want it, but there's a lot of people who don't want it. And again, this is where I brought up about they got all these complaints by comp capers who are saying it's too hard. Why should they have to do Slayer to 120?
Here's how you get
this was the complaint by the comp capers.
Yeah.
And they were saying, they may look at polling it. They may look at just putting it into one of the expansions where you have 3 months to get it done, or until the next expansion to be in. But they did poll it. They put it onto.
They did. They put it into the survey.
They had 50,000 people answer it, and it come up as the 3rd highest.
See,
so
50,
as far
in
as
my
I'm
opinion,
concerned,
in my opinion, 50,000 is not enough. We got to go. We got to get at least 100,000.
But you put it into an actual in-game poll, and you get maybe 20,000, 30,000 responses.
All right, but so let me say something here. So here's how you get me on board with saying yes to Slayer to 120. The only thing that I require is that if you bring Slayer to 120, you will then look at every individual skill on it.
And that is what they said. They would be looking, depending on the success of this, they may look at other ones as well. They sort of mentioned that in passing. I will totally vote yes on a Slayer to 120. I will absolutely vote yes if it means that we can look at 120 in everything. It doesn't mean 120 in everything overnight, but over time. Go ahead, Harley.
We should literally be looking at mine and smithing to 120, considering that we're doing a freaking rework on it.
Yeah. That is the most ridiculous thing I had ever heard when they said no to 120. And again, it was from the compers who were complaining that it was too hard. They didn't want to have to, sit back there and take time to earn their comp cape back again. But, how many comp capers are there out there, and how many, normal players do you have, non-comp capers? I mean, you've got a lot more who aren't comped than you are who are comped. So, let's look at the majority in that, not just the vocal minority again.
Yeah, I think at some points Jagex relies way too heavily on polls, because it's like they can only tell you a little bit of information, because you have to realize that no matter how successful your poll is, it's probably never going to be the majority of your community.
Yeah, unless you force people to vote on login, right? Like, you can't go any further until you vote, which would piss people off in its own right. And I wouldn't be. And if you want 120 Slayer, I wouldn't be afraid. I think 120 Slayer is still going to happen. I'm going to be honest with you. I think 120 in every skill is eventually going to happen. You just got to keep wearing them down.
I'll be pissed off if 120 Slayer if they now change their mind, because especially after we got so many people voting for it in their 2017 survey.
I'll tell you why I'll be pissed off.
it's going to bring in more monsters into the game. So you've got expansions there. I think it is probably the best skill to start at 120 because I think it would be that it's got the chance of the most success, and then bring the other ones into line with it over the next few years. I think mining and smithing should go to 120 when it comes in as well, and give those compers their 3 months to get their cape back.
That's what it takes.
If that's what it takes, I don't care. Give them 6 months.
Give them a lollipop with it too, if it makes them feel better.
I don't care, but if it's for the longevity of the game is what we need to think of. People need to stop thinking about themselves and being selfish. They've got to think about what's best long-term for the game. What is going to keep this game? It's been here for 15 years. What's going to keep it here for the next 15 years? And that is extending our skills and bringing more content in.
I think comp capers should feel lucky that they're even getting 3 months. Because if you ask me, you shouldn't get any time.
I agree with that.
Just be ripped.
Yeah. Oh, I totally.
But I'm willing to
The update
concede.
comes out.
Yeah, like I completely agree, and I mean I think it.
Yeah.
What kind of completionist title gets handed out when you're completionist, but we're gonna give you a few months so we can catch up, so this can actually mean what it really means. It's like, no, you're not a completionist at that point.
The next skill better.
You're a whiny elitist. Yeah, 120 farming, I'd take it. I'm already 114.
Yeah. I'd be happy with one. I want to see every single skill in game go to 120.
Me too. And I think it should. I think each skill should be looked at an individual basis to pick the best XP rates per hour for that type of skill. And some skills may need no content added to 120. Some skills it might need to be. I think Slayer is one that absolutely needs content to 120. I think a lot of the gathering skills wouldn't need content added, or would need very little content added. Maybe some copy paste content, they
were talking about earlier. Invention is a reward space. If every skill was 120, you'd have a giant reward space.
Tons of reward space. Yeah, I would love to have 120 in every skill. And again, it doesn't have to be an overnight venture. This is something that could be taken over the course of multiple years, where we pick, 1 year, it's artisan skills. 1 year, it's support skills. 1 year, it's combat skills. And you slowly go through the list until all groups of skills are at 120. And even then, you don't release all skills to 120 in all artisan skills to 120. No, you go, first 3 months, we're releasing crafting to 120. In the next 3 months, we're going to bring out fletching to 120, and so on and so forth,
Even if they did hand in hand a gathering and an artisan skill together. So you do
ones that work in
cutting
tandem
and fletching together. You do mining and smithing together. You do cooking and fishing together. They could do that quite easily and just do one each year. And there's plenty of content and the longevity.
You know why there's no you know why there's no skill to pair Slayer with though, because Slayer is not a skill.
Because Slayer's all encompassing.
All right, fine. I tried.
I'm pretty sure Slayer has
I'll let
5
you pick
skills to pair it with, Mage.
Well, that's the that's the thing is it's not you can't it has no skill you could pair it with because it requires pretty much a ton of skills to do, including other skilling skills. But anyway, you're right. I think the show might barely make it through this freaking Q&A. Still live, champion. We're trying. It's
4:34 a.m. I said half hour ago I'm going to bed.
I think you should just call it quits at 5 a.m.
I'll just go to the end of the there's not that much left to go.
That's sort of true. Are we looking at the same document here? I just had to do 5 scrolls.
Yeah, I'm reading over what it is. There's probably not going to be a whole lot we're going to be arguing about and getting big discussions about.
This is why I was confused by some people who were disappointed in the Q&A yesterday, because I felt like there was so much interesting stuff. The conversations we're having out of this kind of proves it to me.
Yeah. Yeah,
this is probably one of the best I've seen.
It's a good Q&A. It's funny because a lot of people were like, I had a few people PM me be like, good luck with the Q&A, it was boring. But maybe it was boring to watch, because I actually tuned out 20 minutes before it ended, but I was also super ready to go to bed. It was my bedtime, basically.
I mean, DX also ruined part of the fun for you by making you think there was going to be a mention of
yeah, that really kind of ruined my evening, I'll be honest with you. Where I'm like, oh my god, it's finally happened, and then my dreams are just shattered. And not even shattered immediately. He let me think that for a good half an hour.
DX is lucky that I warned you, because I can't imagine how angry you would have been if you would have gotten to that part.
Oh yeah, I had already known when he told me. Yeah, because Harley was nice enough to PM me. I'm pretty sure I PM'd you some things as well. Yeah, that was whatever. People make mistakes. Sometimes people are mistakes. What can you do?
I honestly can't blame him. Like I said, I totally heard RuneScape Weekly when he said it too. It was only like when I was paying super close attention for the next minute that I realized it was Wiki.
Hashtag blame Sean. Yeah.
Because he said it the second time. Because my head flicked around and goes, did he say RuneScape Weekly? And then he said a second time where he said, and RuneScape Wiki.
In my opinion, I feel like my opinion on this, I feel like doesn't matter because I knew going into it what was happening. So I feel like, to me, it totally sounded like Wiki or Wiki at worst.
Yeah.
But
Wiki is what
I was also,
But that's because he was talking about where players get their information on, and the RuneScape Weekly, it just sounded like Weekly, and that's when my head flicked around.
But then immediately after, he's like, "Yeah, I've been helping them out a lot, giving them models of things that haven't been released yet, so they can help build their database." Like, when do we? Yeah. What? We don't like. Well, you would think that immediately after you'd be,
Exactly. As soon as, it was just that split second. I thought, no, he didn't.
Yeah, I'm guessing DX tuned out for like the next 5 minutes.
I think he immediately closed the stream and just started tweeting at people.
He got excited. He got jumping up and down. I'm going to tweet, and just didn't listen to anything else.
DX is scampering through his house going, "They mentioned us! They mentioned us! They mentioned us!" Brother's like, "Shut up! It's 3 in the morning." Yeah, go ahead. Microtransactions, is that what we're talking about next?
Actually, no? just one thing.
PvP community, sorry.
They said an increase in healthy PvP community would be good for the game. The Wilderness, BN and Bounty Hunter updates, Deathmatch and Bounty Hunter updates were made to see if we could build a community. If it doesn't work, we will fade away from PvP focus. So this is its last chance.
Until the next chance. Yeah, it took them long. I mean, yeah, right. You should wait another 5 years. I really hope though that this does give PvPers something.
Yeah,
I really
I hope it works. But if it doesn't work, they do have to stop focusing on it and start.
I don't think it's gonna work.
Why do you say that? Like, PvP has literally gotten 3 updates, 4 if you count the Demonic Skull in 2015, in like the past 5-6 years. Like, it's not like it takes that much time. People are so angry that PvP got updates. It's like, yeah, okay, it got 3 updates this year. 2 of them were supposed to come out at the exact same time.
I was completely like open, like saying like, cool, we can if we can revive a community, cool.
Yes,
I don't even if I don't like that community, whatever. It's more people playing the game.
Yeah, but I think that they keep putting time into something.
Yeah,
that
it's eventually time to give up.
Back. And that's what I mean. Do
you defibrillate somebody until they're a charred corpse, or do you give it like 5 or 6 tries and then pronounce them dead?
Well, to me.
Go ahead, Pyrn. No, both of us have cut you off.
They have put a ton of work into Deathmatch and Bounty Hunter. And, we even see they've had to delay Bounty Hunter because they're still working on it. There's a ton of development time going into it. If this doesn't work, that's it.
I want to bring up one point here is I agree that a ton of effort has gone into it. I don't think a ton of resources have gone into it, though, because I'm pretty sure, wasn't it a TAP project? I think the reasoning as to why it keeps getting delayed is because it doesn't have a lot of resources readily available to it in general. So when the 1 or 2 devs that are working on it find something wrong with it, it sets the project back a lot because I think there's only a couple people working on it in general.
Okay, well, fair enough. If that's the case, then I don't mind so much.
Well, I think that's the case. I could be completely wrong. Go ahead, Early.
You can't ignore, like, EOC came out and they never fixed PvP from what that did, and you can't just ignore a piece of content for years and then throw a few updates at it and they don't revive it and say, okay, never mind. Like, that's you have to.
But has the boat sailed?
We were talking about minigames and how that would need constant work. It's the same thing with PvP. Like, you can't expect the community to come back right away when you finally release updates.
But when they're not coming back at all, is it a boat that has sailed? It's gone. There's
I hate this comment.
It is possible. But it takes. I still think it takes more time than just 3 updates in a year in a few month period to figure that out.
Oh, that's terrible.
I also think that I think that possibly one of the things they need to do if these updates do fail is rethink how PvP works in the game, because the wilderness is a big area, and I think one of the things that it may be time to do in RuneScape 3 is get rid of the idea that you drop your items on death. Like, if the wilderness worked where
I saw the best comment the other day. Can I interject real quick? You just reminded me of this, and I apologize if this interrupts your flow here. So I saw a comment the other day where someone was like, "Remember the good times back when there was a trade limit and we couldn't trade things to people?" They were completely serious. Sorry.
Oh my god.
I thought you might appreciate that. That's the only reason why I brought it. I saw that comment and I thought of Harley. Because anytime you get a chance to bring up the free trade restrictions, you're like, no, that was the worst.
Yep,
and I'm like,
absolutely.
yes. And then I saw that and I was like, this person is real. This is a real human.
Yeah, I mean, I'm always amazed when I hear people talk who are like, I came into the game when like free trade restriction was a thing, and I'm like, oh my god, how did you even enjoy the game? Like, But I mean, there are plenty of people, I suppose. Like, I mean, if you started the game when there wasn't free trade and then it got brought back, I guess I could see you feeling weird about that. Of course, I would completely disagree with you, but I could see it. Anyways, I think that what PvP may need is rethinking how it works. You know, in RuneScape 3, we have rethought how death works. You know, now death isn't dangerous anymore. You're not going to lose your items. You're just going to have to pay to get them back. And it may be time to do that in the sense with the wilderness where you don't drop your items on death anymore. Where instead, you know, players can kill you, but you just lose your dignity. You spawn at death. You have to pay death. You know, you would honestly probably lose more money if you had to pay death instead of having to, you know, drop, because nobody wears like expensive stuff in the wilderness, because it's, I mean, a very few people do. People who are doing warbands and aren't crazy will sometimes wear T90s, but if everybody was in T90s and dying in the wilderness all the time, it would honestly take more money out of the game than it currently does, where, you know, where people just don't wear expensive armor in there. And I honestly think it might help revitalize too, because if people could wear their best armor into the wildy without having to worry about losing that armor, it might make them more willing to actually do PvP. Honestly, if you had a system where, like, if you die in the wilderness, instead of dropping your items, you just drop the amount it was going to cost you to get them back from death. You know, so like if you're wearing stuff that's going to cost you 800k to get this back from death, then you drop 800k on the ground.
And you keep your item instead.
Yeah, exactly. And
what happens if your money, like, you don't have the money to pay for your death?
Well, I'm not necessarily saying the money should come from you. I'm just saying the money should be dropped, and then you have to pay death, right? So, like, the money is dropped for the player just from Magic Wallet.
That's a bad idea. That's a gold injection. That's a dangerous
how
game.
Though?
How
because
is that?
You either have to pay. You either have to pay death that money, so the money has to leave your wallet, or your items will disappear from death, which means even more money will be removed from the game.
I guess. I feel like there's a way to get her to abuse that, but maybe not.
You would have to remove gravestones from the wildy. That's the one thing that you could definitely use to abuse it. If there was somehow a which I don't think there aren't even gravestones currently in the wildy.
If you choose not to claim your items from death, then that money is injected. I mean, you lost the items. Which it runs into the same problem that the original loot share system had, where providing a proper price for the item at any given time was a huge issue, which broke the loot share system and would probably, I assume, break the PvP system at some time. And people might be able to merchant items, causing their price to artificially increase to a level, and then you could kill that person for that item, causing that issue. And on the flip side, if you make it so items don't adjust via the economy, then you can get some really whacked out values that way too.
So maybe you just make entering the wilderness, you have to stake a mill or something. Maybe that's the way to do it then. You know, like if you want to go into the wildy, you have to stake a mill, and if you don't die, then you keep that money. But if you die,
I like the idea. I
I
like some of your ideas. Like, here's how I would work it. Is I would say when you hop over the wilderness wall, the game can do a couple of things here. This is just like early, like I just thought of this right now, but I'd like it if it said, all right, you have X amount of money in your coin purse right now. You know, on death, you're worth X amount of gold. You're going to drop this money out of your coin purse, and your gear will be destroyed. Like, your gear is always destroyed. Your account is given a worth, and again, this also sounds like it could be abused. So I don't.
If your gear is destroyed, it doesn't take away the risk, which I think would be a good thing. If they took away the gear risk from the wildy, I think it would help PvP because people would feel.
Yeah, I see what you're trying to do there now with the whole not losing your gear thing. And the only way I could think of that is putting money in, I guess. There's too many ways that I could think of that could possibly go wrong. People are too fucking smart. Like, that's the problem, is I don't trust people to not find a way around. It's a really interesting concept, and honestly, maybe it is waterproof. I just feel like
maybe it needs more fleshing out, but I think an idea like that would be good.
It's not a bad idea, but I need to see. I would need to see its inner workings more before I personally would back it, because I've seen similar systems come and go and fail because they were basically just abusable because of they were that. If that system is influenced by other outside influences that are then in turn able to be influenced by the player, then by proxy it's influenceable, and that's a problem. If you can find a way to make it solely self-reliant, if you can make a way for that system to not take influence from the actual player base, then I'm cool with it.
Or you just like you make it so you have to go into the wildy, you have to always have the demonic skull equipped. So therefore, you're always risking 500.
Who's to say PvP or PKing has to be what PKing is right now, and losing items on death maybe is not the best way to go about PvP in general, and it's more along the lines of when you hop in the wilderness, you put a bounty on yourself basically by entering, and you just have X amount of money that you've put up for stake while you're in the wilderness. And the more money, and again, that also brings the problem of, that's also, still who delegates the amount of money that's that's put up on your account, and is that just another way to trade money between accounts? Like, there's all other issues that I think is worth discussing, but maybe not at the end of today's show.
What Harley just suggested then, though, I think it would probably be a nice way to work it, like the demonic skull. Have some sort of system there where it's going to cost you, depending on your level, if you're going out there in, T80 gear, you'll have to have a skull you've got to buy for $1 million. If you're going out there T90, maybe a skull that's worth $2 million. You can't jump over the wall. When you try and jump over, there'll be a vendor there who says to cross this wall, you need to purchase this first. Bang, go out there, you die, it drops. That's what the PvP gets. Yeah, and maybe he has to pick up the skull and then take it back to that guy and sell it back to him to get the money back.
Yeah, and now going in a little bit of like Dead Man, where it's like now you're more valuable because you're carrying other people's skulls.
Yeah, that type of thing. So
pretty interesting.
That might be a way. The other problem is EOC and PvP are a very hard mix. In legacy mode, PvP seems to work quite well. In legacy mode, it is a lot more difficult.
They're
with the different abilities and such. Yeah, and it'd be interesting to see how they do it. Yes, with a lot of the...
Yeah, they nerfed a lot of abilities in this patch week with regards to PvP. So I think that's definitely an issue, is that EOC has not been balanced for PvP yet because they've ignored it for so long.
Yeah. Oh, exactly. And that would be something that they would have to look at. But I like that idea of having some sort of skull that you buy and go over there first, and then the person... I think that would stop a lot of the... a lot of the chances to game the system. It may also help a lot with luring too, going over there. Okay, I've got to buy this now. I know if I go over there, I'm going to be dying. I'm going to be risking this much. That might not be... I mean, that I think is actually quite a good...
most of the worst EOC abilities are far nerfed in PvP specifically. For that, David's quite correct about that. And they just made another whole round of nerfing 2 abilities in a fairly recent.
And that's exactly what they need, and that's probably why it's been delayed till this week to get all that right. But I can still see it. Yeah, I still see they'll have to be doing a lot of patches over the next couple of weeks to try and fix it. But we'll wait and see what happens. I mean, I really, really hope that this works well for them. The other thing is, though, Bounty Hunter is only available. Was it on 2 worlds? They've got a PvP world. An EOC world and a Legacy world.
Yes.
Anyway,
shall we continue on here? We haven't even gotten to MTX updates here.
I know. I thought the PvP one would just be a really quick one.
Sorry, I had to air my brilliant idea.
No, that was
for a while.
that was brilliant. I like that idea.
Yeah, that was worth the time spent on it. Anyhow, MTX updates. What we plan to do. General gauge. We currently just make the purchases worth the reward. We want to now also reward those who invest the time, which I think is very much important. We've been saying this for months now. Maybe they are listening to us. I don't know. I'm a little skeptical. Make sure content from game updates looks just as good graphically as microtransaction promotion content. That's a big promise to make there. So
that's what they want to do.
Yeah, I mean, no, that's a big promise.
That wasn't a promise.
That's true.
That wasn't a promise. That's what they want to do.
Okay, want. You're right. Changes need to be made, and elite skilling outfits are a start. Sorry. Can you grab the next section, Pyrn? I'm getting some messages here that I need to respond to.
Elite skilling outfits. Monday's update will allow you to obtain the following outfits in game while skilling. The rune crafting, you'll be able to get the rune ethereal outfit, and mining the gemstone golem outfit. Into other MTXs, the celebration of fire promotion allows you to train regularly rather than somewhere else. The zombie walk tasks were too difficult, and we will tone it down in the next similar promotion. Tradable elements to clue scrolling. They want to make it more part of the core experience. So I think they pretty much covered everything there that sort of everyone says. I don't think there's a whole lot that can be said about the MTX unless you have something there, Harley.
I just would reiterate that I think it's good that they're finally listening to us on this, and this is why the community, keep holding them accountable is all I would say. Don't shut up just because they're actually starting to listen, because the only reason they are actually making these changes is because the community has been complaining for so long, and it's a good thing to keep holding them accountable and keep talking to them when they make stuff that we feel like isn't unfair, because I think the biggest thing this shows is that they are actually paying some attention to us.
That's right. But I think also, as you said, there is talk to them. Constructive criticism, constant abuse doesn't really benefit anyone.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
But the talking and constructive criticism, tell them what to do, I think, that is what is needed.
Totally agree.
Yep. Okay, on to planning. Researching other MMOs. We interact with CCP, developers of EVE Online. We look at other MMOs such as WoW, Guild Wars 2s, and numerous other smaller titles. Seeing how big MMOs adopt the free-to-play model. Look at what they're doing with story elements, the fantasy setting, and much more.
So this is like a shared research project they're doing with other MMO companies?
They're just researching with others, and they interact. I remember they had that meeting in Germany not so long ago where they were talking with some of these other developers. So I think they're just sort of doing more of that, and they're sort of studying what these other MMOs are doing, and sort of pulling out what's right there, what works, how to make more money, how to make sure, the free-to-play model works well and things like that.
All right. Sorry. You can sit to finish up here. I've got some behind-the-scenes business.
Harley, anything to add to that bit?
Nope.
Okay, so development cycle. We work in a scrum and have been for a few years, and will continue throughout 2017. 2 weekly cycles. A development team gets together and decides what they can achieve in the next 2 weeks. The team works to accomplish these goals. At the end of those 2 weeks, they bring it all together for a big review. We go through what changed and add feedback. We tweak the development cycle, a scrum where needed, and slowly improve the cycle. During the feedback discussions, development diaries, design documents, or forum threads allow us to communicate ideas on updates. Planned discussions upcoming are clue scrolls, achievements, bank rework, and Menafos. And on the old school and RS3 update relation, there is nothing wrong with either of us sharing updates. We want to add some breathing room between similar updates so players don't compare the two. And they sort of bought up the Monkey Madness 2 quest, so it looks like that will be coming to RS3 eventually as well.
Sarah's asking, what exactly is a scrum? It just sounds dirty.
Okay.
A scrum is a type of software development environment, if I remember. It's like a project management system, I think. I've never worked in...
It's more like... It's just a way of managing your teams. It's just like a kind of an ethos for how you... or a plan for how you manage your development time, basically.
Okay.
So I forget exactly how it works, but it's basically like...
Yeah, I've never worked in one before.
Yeah, you'd have to watch the QA to understand it, because they do go in depth into explaining it there. But it's just a management system specifically designed for programmers.
Okay, good to know. So there you go. It's just a type of management system specifically used for programmers. Anyway, are we done here? Well, what else we got going on here?
And I just want to say with the old school and RS update relationships, as they said, we will eventually get Monkey Madness 2. Things like they're bringing out Fossil Island. It's something we will probably still get in game eventually, but they're not going to sort of bring them all out close together because they don't want that comparison.
Gotcha.
I find it funny, like, as someone who played World of Warcraft, there are two different allegiances in there. There's the Alliance and there's the Horde, and they both have different races. And I find it kind of funny that in RuneScape we have Old School and RuneScape 3, and those are the two different allegiances.
Silly. All right, so that's the development cycle, feedback, discussion. We've pretty much gone over all that before.
Yeah,
Old school.
We're up to Other now. Yep.
We're in the other section now. So API, no plans to do anything with the APIs at the moment, which is sad because the APIs suck. And I'd like to see them add more robust features to it so we could have cooler, Discord bots, and Zenil could write better programs and stuff like that, or more robust programs. And
I would love an actual API, a good API for the RuneScape client, so we could actually get add-ons.
Yeah, that's for sure. That would be awesome. I was only thinking web API, but yeah, an actual game API would be fantastic, and probably never is it going to happen. Documentary is still soon. They said they're actively working on it. Osborne sounded a little pissed, to be honest with you, that it was brought up. Like, inconvenience, like he's really sick of hearing it. It said they're actually working on it instead of just making decisions now. They said they're reshooting a few scenes, and we are aiming within the next few months. Shawnee was really pushing for him to say that it would come in before the end of 2016, but he would not commit to that. So it's possible we won't get it this year. He did not seem overly confident in a release.
By the end of the show, no.
Yeah. Fan sites, everybody uses RuneScape Weekly, even people in Jagex. And Shawnee, of course, everybody loves RuneScape Weekly, so we recognize that fan sites are super important and want more increased API. Fuck you all. RuneScape forums... We are trying to update the forums where needed. The more vibrant community has moved away from the forums and social media. They basically kind of said that the forums are dead, and if you don't like the future, then too bad, because the forums are probably
Instead of whinging, move back to the forums and start posting and bring it back alive yourself. Otherwise, that's where everything has gone to.
What we really need to do is bring back BBSs. Like, I'm not sure why those ever went away. Can we just move back to the 90s internet, please?
I know. I miss having to actually physically dial up a BBS.
Yeah.
Like, those... I hate it that I can just log in and go to websites now. It's stupid. I should have to wait like 30 seconds to initialize any connection, and halfway through my browsing session, I should be disconnected and lose everything.
I'm also really, really worried about the state of the RuneScape MySpace community.
I don't know if anyone lived in this time of the internet, but when you would literally like type your documents offline in like a text document in fear of losing the web page, going offline and losing your form, or just Windows Millennium Edition just straight up blue screening on you. Like you would just like, you never would you write anything in like a forum box. You'd always write it in a Word editor first. So
I do. Also, as StormSmith says, I miss my mom yelling at me to get off the internet so she could use the phone.
Oh yeah, I miss my mom picking up the phone while I'm on the internet and ruining my game. You know, disconnecting my game that took 8 hours to set up. Everyone's sitting on there. Is your modem listening? Is your modem listening? My modem's listening. Why isn't the phone ringing? Ah, those were the days. Those were the days. Leroy Jenkins. Indeed. So RuneScape forums, F them, basically. Mobile-friendly stuff's coming. They didn't mention, isn't the support center mobile-friendly now? Isn't it responsive? Like, isn't that one of, like, their major projects? Was, like, the support center was supposed to be, like, super revamped now as well? Because they mentioned how they have been working on other parts of the website, like the rune metrics and whatnot. But I thought they did the forum, the support center as well. Could be wrong about that, but I think that's also using the supporting the new design. Streamers and video makers, nobody cares about them.
I was so sad that the question was not about a mobile RuneScape client. Like,
oh yeah, I know, right?
I don't care about your website. Okay, I do care about your website being responsive, but I care more about playing your stupid game on my iPhone.
I know, honestly, yeah. It would probably spur me to buy a tablet, to be honest with you. Streamers and video makers, of course, is whatever. It's the same as always. Voice acting, we've talked about voice acting very recently, so I don't feel like it's the same stuff we've already pretty much talked about. Premier Club loyalty program, it's pretty important.
I mean, it seemed like they were kind of more, maybe they said this last time, but that they were more into, they'll do it possibly just for like certain scenes and or cut scenes in a quest, maybe not the whole thing.
Yeah, which was better than nothing.
A good development, I think.
Yeah, it's better than nothing, for sure.
Yeah, I didn't have much else to add to that. I just wanted to say that real quick.
Okay. Good to know. Right. So, Premier Club, loyalty program, some interesting changes coming this year. So, November 28th is when it will begin going on sale. Old school accounts will be able to purchase the package with old school RuneScape bonds. That's a first. Old school benefits are limited to membership and the RuneScape 3 benefits. So, you're not getting anything special beyond membership for the old school RuneScape side of things. Thusly, if you don't play RuneScape 3, the package makes a little more sense except for a value possibly, which we'll talk about in a second here. More information is coming later, so we'll be getting more information as the month unfolds, I assume, considering we can purchase it at the end of the month. So the price, it's going to be a discounted price of membership and all content in the package. The number of bonds per package will be reduced, and grandfathered rates are still being looked into as far as if it's still a value for somebody with a grandfathered rate. But certainly it's a value over somebody at the current RuneScape rate. So that's good to know. That meaning that it probably won't be any more expensive than $100. $99.99 is what, like the yearly package, I think. If you buy the entire year, so we're probably looking at less than $100, I would guess, for I totally forgot about this, but this was like the most exciting thing about the QA to me. I know, right? Same here.
Yeah.
Cheaper on the bond side, probably less than $100 US. That's fantastic. So again, yep.
If you go back a year to when the last year's first came out, you will hear me being shocked that it wasn't at a discounted rate, because that's how I always thought that Premier Club worked.
Yeah, right.
I had never signed up for it before, and so it's great that it finally actually works that way.
Yeah. That's a much better model overall, for sure. So the content will include, of course, your membership for the year, loyalty points, plus bonus loyalty points, a swanky outfit, their words, not mine, game card items, of course, just as before. You get the VIP world, the forums, and the same old boring forum badge, so they didn't take my advice on that one, unfortunately. I honestly was holding out, because they started talking about the forum badge, and I was waiting for them, like, yeah, and now it's in a couple different colors. No, it's just the same old forum badge. There will be a new aura that includes a sweep of effects, allowing you to shape the aura based on your playstyle. So an aura that works for you no matter how you play the game. That's really cool. That's also just called XP boost. No, but so an aura. This aura to me sounds like it has the ability to be amazing or a pile of garbage with the way that they are now. Like, this is such a sensationalist way to say it. Like, oh, it's an aura that will play for you. Just, it's like, all right, well, what does that actually mean?
It'll be like a Jack of Trades type aura. Where
That's kind of what I'm thinking.
Yeah, that's the way I sort of thought it.
I would bet that it'll probably have XP based rewards, but I'm guessing it'll probably have some kind of boost monster killing type reward, ability too. So I think that's where it'll.
They mentioned the aura will change throughout the year. Like you can change the aura like each month or something. So it really does kind of change over the entire year. So it's an interesting concept. It could be really cool, it could be stupid. I guess we'll find out. And of course, you're going to continue to get a 50% off Rune Metrics. They did not take my advice on just throwing Rune Metrics into the package, but 50% off Rune Metrics is still a pretty good thing.
Well, especially if they're dropping the price.
Exactly.
Yeah. So I'm kind of okay with that. Yeah.
I think this is honestly, I'm amazed by the package this year because they have not removed any of the rewards and they are making the price cheaper than actual.
Yeah, they slowly made the package worse and caused the price to go up, and now they're bringing the price down and keeping the package just as good, which is awesome. Yeah. So hopefully, really what's going to make or break this is the aura for me. And again, I'm pretty much sold. If it's the cost of membership for a year, only less than that, plus all these deals, then it would be almost like I would have to be stupid to not buy this. Yeah. So yeah, absolutely. I am.
Yeah, I think this is great because I think it'll cause so much more signups, and I think the important thing to Jagex is retaining members. And if you can have people who have a year of membership already, that means they will play more.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, yeah, and that's the thing is getting someone locked in for a year is more important than charging them. Like you can charge somebody less for locking them in for a year because now you know for a fact you've got them for a year. There's no month where they can cancel. You have that money now. You don't have to wait for it each month to get it in a micro payment, if you will. Bad choice of words, I know, but that's just the best way I could say that. You get it all up front. So for Jagex, it's just a better business decision to just get that money up front and not have to worry about people taking quote-unquote breaks here and there. So yeah, I completely agree.
That's it. Someone who may play 9 months out of the year may look at this more now for that type of reason. I'll just pay the one-off membership fee. I've got it there all the time. And if they don't play for the 3 months, well, they're right. Or if someone, if they're buying game cards, and 1 month, I don't have the money, so I'll just have to play free to play this month.
Yeah,
it makes much more sense.
Or people who just want to pay by bonds. A couple bonds here, a couple bonds there. Yeah, now it's like really you can incentivize someone to pay all those up front and whatnot. That's obviously going to spike. I don't know. Is this going to spike the cost of bonds? Because people were anticipating it being 24 bonds. Now we know it's going to be probably less than 24 bonds. Do you think this is going to affect the price of bonds?
I think it'll go up less than what it would have previous years.
I think you might have more people now looking at it. So
it's also possible.
I don't think it's going to affect the price too much one way or the other. Yeah, I think they'll stay pretty much between that.
Already ridiculous.
I know. I remember when they shot up when they used to be 5 and 6 mil, and they shot up to 9, and I was like, "Wow, who'd pay 9 mil now?" Now I'm paying 13 and 14 mil.
Yeah, right. I know. I wish they were 9 mil.
I know.
Kill.
I've still got one sitting in my thing for 10 mil that's been there for about 4 months.
Oh no!
it just hasn't bought.
I think this is especially great for people who are using bonds, though, because this is the first time you can actually get a discounted rate with bonds. Like you can't do it any other. There's no year package with bonds that saves you money. You can only buy 14 days at a time. So this is fantastic.
Yeah, I think this is great. I'm totally on board with this package right now. I can't wait to hear more about it. When I heard less money than last year, it was with the same benefits, they immediately gave me, they had me on board, because that was my thing, is if the money went up, I was off. If the money stayed the same and the content of the package changed, I was also out. The fact that they have reduced the cost and kept the package, I'm 100% in. So, there you go. There you go. That is your TLDW for the big questions.
You just forgot just one last bit, because there was a question asked about why the spider outfit wasn't available, and that was because it was from Rune Coins and not a game card feature. So yeah.
That was a no-brainer to me. I don't know why people.
Yeah,
couldn't
it was to me
comprehend that.
too. But I just thought, yeah, because someone asked, why didn't I get it when I'm a member? Well,
of course, there's always one. There's always one.
Yeah.
So real quick, I'm gonna do these 2 final polls, and then we're gonna save the rest of these topics for Friday because this show has been going for over 4.5 hours, and I have not even eaten today. So I'm
much for TLDW.
Yeah, too long, didn't watch. We just created a show that's probably longer than the actual
4 times longer than theirs.
The irony is real there. I guess I guess there's still the whole commentary value, but whatever. So, did you complete the 2016 Halloween event? So the choices were no, I did not complete the event. Yes, I completed the event and got all the rewards I wanted. Or yes, I completed the event but did not get all the rewards I wanted. So this is only 111 people, so take this with a grain of salt. But pretty much most people who did vote here said that they did not complete the event. 46% chimed in and said nope, they did not complete the event. And then 41% said that they did. So you either did or didn't really. Except for the 14% that I fell into, which is yes, I did complete the event, but I didn't get all the rewards that I wanted because I didn't go back and get the spider. I did that out of principle. I was angry.
I wonder if some people just misinterpreted it.
Don't judge me.
It was so easy though. It was like 10 minutes a day.
It's political activism, Pyrn. You wouldn't understand. What were you saying, Harley?
Like, I wonder if some people misunderstood. Because, like, to me, completing the way the question is, where completing the event means you just had to run through it one time.
Yeah, I didn't get the spider because I got the spider legs and then had to destroy them, and then I went back and I couldn't find one of them, so I got upset and I was like, you know what? Fine. Then I'm not gonna have the spider. This is Jagex's fault, and I'll remember this for the rest of my life. So Yeah.
Sorry, you can finish your story.
Did I do that to myself? Absolutely. Did my 4th monitor just go offline for no apparent reason? You bet.
You could have watched my update because I showed you where all the links were in.
You're an asshole. Don't touch wires.
Oh, okay. Geez,
I'm sorry.
I was just telling you I had the video there for you.
My cat is messing with wires.
Everyone just heard you call me an asshole because I told you to watch a video that would have shown you where all the legs were.
No. I mean, I
want that. I want that carton just done perfectly there for me.
All right. Well,
next straw poll.
I did the event, but I was so disappointed in how crappy the Halloween event was, to be honest. I waited till like the last 3 days to try it, and the first time I did it, I was like, "Really? That's all this event was? Like, barely any story."
It wasn't.
We talked
really
about it a lot. But...
Yeah, we won't go into crazy detail. The next one, this is a poll that has been requested by one of the mods that I can't remember because I went directly to the straw poll. But they're talking about dailies. We were talking about how dailies might get changed in 2017. So this poll is asking a little bit about current dailies. So it just said which of these is true. So this is a multi-vote. Okay. So obviously the most popular are going to float to the top, and the least are going to sink to the bottom. So true or false? And each one of us can answer this. So true or false? I do troll invasion, god statues, and the giant oyster as a monthly rule. True or false? I said true to that. Pyrn?
Which one? Sorry, I've got a different order up here.
How do you have a different order? It should sort by percentage.
I run. Oh, sorry, you're looking at results. I'm still
Correct.
trying to vote.
You vote.
I'm trying to vote. It won't let me vote. Hang on, I'll click in the results.
Okay.
Harley answer while I click in the results.
Yeah, I do troll invasion, god statues, and giant oyster. True or false?
Completely false.
False. Okay.
Basically never done them.
Okay. Pyrn, true or false?
I true on that one.
Okay.
Troll invasion, god statue. Troll invasion most times, but god statues and giant oyster I always do.
God statues are mainly a no for me, but two out of the 3 I do there, so I voted true.
Yeah.
Okay. Next up, the community. 31% of all voters, or in total, 31% voted that. I suppose there's 16,000 votes in total. 4,900 people all said that. I think the current amount of daily content on offer is excessive. I'll be honest. I said false. Pyrn?
I didn't vote on that. I don't think it is, so I'd say that's false.
You can answer on the fly. That's fine. You think false?
Yeah. False.
Harley? True or false?
Sorry, I had to go AFK there for a second, so
No
I
problem.
missed what the question.
I think the current amount of daily content on offer is excessive. True or false?
False.
Okay, 3 falses. 28% of the community said that was true, so a pretty good chunk. I think current amount of daily content on offer is just right. I said... I honestly don't remember what I said to this one, but it says I generally use my daily limits for sinkholes, cash, fish flingers, serenity post, etc. I said false, because... oh, no, that's another question. I'm sorry. Daily content, I think I said false, because I want more daily content. I want more stuff to do, because I don't feel like I have to do it, you know? I want diversity for when I am training on that. There is something for me to do that's different from the skill. So I said false. Pyrn?
Yeah, I generally do use my daily limits. Not the sinkholes, but I do Serenity Post all the time at the moment. And my mining, the sandstone and that, they're the two I sort of pretty much do on a daily basis.
The only ones I do are the crystal sandstone.
Yeah.
That's all I do is crystal sandstone, regular sandstone. What about the one before that, though? Do you think the amount of daily content on offer is right on, or should there be more?
Yeah,
or less?
I mean, I don't really sort of think about how much there is. I don't think it's excessive. I don't think it's just right. There could always be more, but the problem is, how do you mean by the fact? Is it just right because I run around and do everything, or is it, could there be more because you just like to pick and choose what you want? I mean, it's an obscure type of question, that one, to me.
Fair enough. Harley, do you generally use your daily limits for sinkholes, cash, fish, flingers, serenity posts, sandstone, etc., etc.?
Are we skipping a question, or are you asking me too?
I'm asking you as well. You can answer both of those since Pyrn decided to skip ahead on us.
Oh, okay. So I got confused there. I do Serenity Post. That's about the only one that I do, and I don't do it every day, but I try to remember it because agility XP for something that simple is amazing, because agility training right now is terrible.
It's true.
But as far as the dailies go, I completely agree with what you said. I think false is just right. I think they could add 1,000 more, and I'd be completely okay with it, because I don't feel any compulsion to do any ones except for the ones that I want to that day.
Yeah, pretty much. Cool. I run around most days and buy up, claim pineapples, yakai, tackle, etc. Basically daily resources that you can gather. I don't. False. I don't do that at all. I'm too lazy.
Me either.
I do Slayer gems most days, but that's it.
Fair enough. I think the current amount of daily content on offer is too limited. I said true to this, and I'm in a very small percentage here.
Yeah.
I think more is fine. More is fine. Yeah. I'm not saying we need more, but more is fine. But I can understand why false is. Yeah, go ahead.
That's what I was saying. It's a very obscure type question, because I mean, it's do I think it's too limited? No, it's not too limited. But could there be more? There could always be more. It hasn't been worded properly, I don't think, that one.
Fair enough. All right.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree. I think that it's definitely not too limited. I would totally take more things like Serenity Posts. I think something like that for every skill would be cool. Just an ability to do a little daily thing that gives you some XP, gives you some variety in how you're training something is fantastic.
Sure, yeah. Gets you moving around, doing something a little bit different for a little bit. I'm not against that. Which is interesting because, we just talked about earlier how some dailies should probably be weeklies. Yeah.
Did I make you skip a question about the Circus Penguin, TOG, and Meg?
I don't remember at this point, so don't worry about it.
Okay. Well,
we are 20 minutes over, and we have to kind of.
Oh wow!
Yeah, we really got to.
I'm gonna be up at 8 a.m.
Anyway, yeah. So why don't we wrap this up for the show? This show's almost 5 hours, so I think we all deserve a little bit of a break here. So I appreciate everyone coming out for today's show, but I think we're going to wrap it up here. And, of course, we'll be back on Friday for the next episode of RuneScape Weekly. I'm going to try to stream either tomorrow or maybe later today. I have to watch a guide of now I call it Harambe Quest. No, of Do No Evil, and I want to get that done. Hopefully I don't take all the way till Friday. It might happen, though. We'll see. Depends on... We're pushing a late time. It's going to throw off my afternoon, so we'll see if I can do it today. If not, well, we'll check out again tomorrow. But, excuse me, I'm going to die for a second over here. In the meantime, of course, you can find us on social media. We got a Facebook page for you, facebook.com/RSWeekly. Got a Twitter page for you as well, @RSWeekly. If you could, please take the time to rate us and review us on iTunes or whatever podcast aggregator you use to obtain the show. If you are watching on YouTube, please make sure to like us, like our videos, subscribe to us, leave comments, all that fun stuff. Really do appreciate that as well. You can join us in-game at Clan Chat, Kill, Skill, and Chill, or you can join us online in our clan at clan.runeweek.com. But, of course, if you join us in-game, you could be a guest, or you can join us. Either way, we love having people in our clan chat, whether they are guesting or actually joining the clan. Love having you there. Of course, join us in for our Skill of the Month competition as well. That's ongoing, so you can do that whether you're in the clan or not. You can join in. Also, of course, we got a Discord for you as well. First time being up on the live screen there. Discord.runeweek.com. If you want to join our Discord, we love having people in our Discord, hanging out, keeping the discussion going after the show. Super exciting. So join us there. We got a whole ton of emojis coming in as well. And, of course, if you are a Patreon sub, you can also transfer your benefits over there as well. And one new benefit that we're adding as well is the ability to use our emotes on any server that allows you to, pretty much, as long as they have it enabled. You'll also be able to use your other Discord emotes in our server if you are a Patreon subscriber as well. So if you're a part of other servers, that's coming soon as well, as soon as I set the permissions to do so. So again, big special thanks. Oh, I should probably go back a little bit and talk about our Patreon page, shouldn't I? Yeah, so patreon.com/RuneScape. You can go there. You can pledge money to us. We really do appreciate that. And, of course, if you pledge at least $3 a month, you're going to start getting bonus shows, and it goes up from there. Between $3 and $15 a month gets you access to a range of content, and it's pretty good. It goes back an entire year plus now at this point. We've got a full selection of shows you may have never heard before if you've never pledged. So check that out. Patreon.com/RuneScape. We've got a PayPal for you as well. PayPal.me/RSW if you want to send us a one-time tip. Again, super big thank you to One Magic Turtle for the $280 donation. That is going to be super helpful this season as we are going to be doing a lot of equipment upgrades. So, yes, a big special thanks. Really do appreciate that. Shop.runeweek.com is also a place you can go, though. You can go there and get past seasons of RuneScape Weekly. You can use your Magebucks as well. We had a Magebucks code today. EOD, I believe, is the Magebucks code today. That's 500 Magebucks. Add that to your account. Keep saving those up, and eventually you'll be able to get free seasons of RuneScape Weekly from the past, including all the way back to the very first season, as well as some Patreon exclusive stuff that you can purchase there as well with Magebucks. So loyalty does pay off. We also have a wish list available for you as well, wishlist.runeweek.com. You can go there. You can send us goodies to the studio, things that we need to upgrade the studio. Speaking of, as we were just talking about that a moment ago, so wishlist.runeweek.com. If you want to just straight up send us the things that we need, you can do that as well. Big special thanks to our top Patreon supporters, including Molly RS, Swagatorix, Alex W, Danny H, Kevin H, Odin, Olgunner, Hamstreaking, Sudwood, and Godly Fury. Thank you so much for your ongoing patronage. It means the world to me to be able to produce the show on such a regular basis. And, of course, one big final thank you to One Magic Turtle. Really, really do appreciate that. Again, people like you who make the show a possibility, including our Patreon supporters as well, and, of course, all of our listeners, because what would we be without our audience? So thank you to everyone for taking the time to listen to the show. Really do appreciate that. So that's going to do it for this episode of RuneScape Weekly, and we will, of course, be back for your Friday edition, and hopefully some more random streams in between. So again, thank you all for coming out. That's going to do it for this episode of RuneScape Weekly. As always, happy scaping. Buffalo Soldier in the heart of America.